Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 73, Soma Takiko. Chapter 73, Soma Takiko. Tokyo, Chiyoda Ward. Here stood the spiritual heart of Japan. The Imperial Palace. Most areas of the palace had never been open to the public. Visitors could only tour the outer grounds beyond the moat, the Imperial Palace Outer Garden, the East Gardens, and Kitanamura Park. From the outer garden, tourists could see Nijibashi Bridge stretching across the moat, the closest glimpse most people would ever get of the palace's inner world. The East Gardens, once part of the imperial family's grand garden, allowed visitors to wander among historic buildings and carefully maintained scenery. To the northwest lay Idorigafuchi, one of Tokyo's famous cherry blossom viewing spots, with Kitanamura Park beside it, where residents once ran, cycled, and strolled in peace. That had all ended with the supernatural revival. Without warning, the imperial palace had been sealed off completely. Not only the inner grounds, but even the previously accessible outer areas, the outer garden, the East Gardens, Kitanamura Park, were forbidden to ordinary residents. At the time, the decision had caused quite a stir. People had questioned it, protested it, speculated about it. But as the years passed and supernatural incidents grew more frequent, the matter gradually faded from public attention. Now, with Mount Fuji erupting and panic sweeping across Japan, the palace remained untouched. The chaos outside seemed unable to cross its borders. Somewhere deep within the inner gardens, a young woman in a luxurious gold and red kimono sat gracefully beneath the quiet morning light. Her presence was difficult to describe. At one moment, she seemed like a noble princess raised above the dust of the world. At another, she carried the dignity of a refined lady from an ancient court. Then, with a slight tilt of her hand or the curve of her posture, she became a gentle bride, soft and lovely enough to make the heart ache. A breath later, that gentleness would shift into something charming, alluring, and dangerously intoxicating. Every kind of beauty that could make a man lower his head seemed gathered in her. She was temptation given human shape. The only pity was her face. Her features were blurred, obscured by some mysterious power that prevented the world from gazing upon her true appearance. It was not a veil, nor a spell that simply hid her identity. It felt more like a law. The world itself was not permitted to look at her too clearly. She was the same woman who had appeared in the park area of Hujuo Academy after Jin Tsumuji destroyed the wedding dress tree. Their scheme succeeded. She held a cup of black tea with elegant ease, watching the apocalyptic glow of Mount Fuji on the distant horizon. Yamada no Orochi awakened ahead of schedule. After this battle, Onmyodo's strength will fall to its limit. The red light of the eruption reflected faintly in the tea. Even that small movement, lifting the cup, taking a sip, carried an almost fatal charm. Your Highness. A blue bird no larger than a palm landed lightly on her shoulder. It spoke in human words, its voice crisp and pleasing to the ear. You've worked hard. The woman raised a finger and gently tapped the little bird's head. The blue bird narrowed its eyes in comfort, clearly enjoying the affection. Your Highness, it said, unable to keep the indignation from its voice, why did you tell those creatures about his news? They're all villains. They're planning to push you and the White Fox in Kyoto into the open so you and Onmyodo weaken each other. The bird did not dare criticize her outright. But in its view, giving such important information to those yokai had been too careless. The woman took another sip of tea. Even if I said nothing, they would have found ways to investigate news from the underworld. It was only a matter of time. Her tone was unhurried. Telling them now raises my standing in their eyes. The blue bird hesitated. Then what should we do, Your Highness? We can't let their scheme succeed. Its urgency was understandable. Those hidden beings were all great yokai-level existences. Individually, none of them might be her equal, but together, even Her Highness would have to retreat. The matter of Yamada no Orochi had already made the bird feel a deep chill. It had not expected their scheme to succeed so perfectly. By using Yamada no Orochi, they had crippled the strength of Onmyodo by more than half in a single move. Now their next scheme was aimed at Her Highness. How could it not worry? He has already discovered me and them, the woman said. The answer did not seem to match the question, but her voice remained calm. At this point, any attempt to interfere will only expose us further. The lesson of standing against him was already painful enough 1,000 years ago. The blue bird lowered its head. Kyoheim doesn't understand. The woman did not seem surprised. How long do you think it will take him to regain his strength, she asked. 3 years. 5. I don't know, Your Highness. Neither do I. The woman set the teacup down. But from the moment I learned that he had formed an identical Onmyodo framework, I knew that day would not be too far away. She rose. Her kimono trailed behind her like flowing flame as she turned toward the distant horizon, where Mount Fuji's eruption showed no sign of calming. Watch carefully, Kyoheim. Her voice softened. The more someone stirs the waters now, the sooner they will face reckoning in the future. One by one, sealed. One by one, eliminated. The blue bird's eyes flashed with fear. Those who had not lived through the era dominated by him 1,000 years ago could never understand. They could never know his terror. They could never understand the feeling of trembling from the depths of one's soul every time his name was remembered. He was like a shadow that followed them through time, impossible to shake off even after 1,000 years. Perhaps Her Highness was right. He had already entered the game since the wedding dress tree incident. What they needed to do now was not break the situation by force. It was to extract themselves as cleanly as possible. As for the remaining villains, sooner or later, he would deal with them. Go, Kyoheim, the woman said. Erase our traces as much as possible. Yes, Your Highness. Kyoheim spread her wings and flew away. Not long after the blue bird left, the mysterious woman turned her gaze toward a certain direction within the imperial palace. I warned you once already. A faint sigh left her lips. What a stubborn little cat. Then she vanished from the garden. Inside one of the palace rooms, an unexpected figure had appeared. Hirata Utsune moved through the space with practiced familiarity, reaching a hidden mechanism and opening a secret passage that led downward into an underground chamber. The movements were cautious and extremely well concealed. No one noticed the intrusion. The fact that an outsider could navigate the imperial palace, an area only the imperial family and certain authorized personnel could enter freely, with such ease proved that Hirata Utsune's identity was far from simple. Not merely Amami Daizen's capable assistant. Not merely an official of the Onmyo agency. Her attention should be on Mount Fuji right now, Hirata murmured. The timing is perfect. The underground chamber was quiet. At its center stood an altar of unknown purpose. Talismans and ritual formations had already been arranged across it in meticulous layers, each one prepared in advance. Hirata stepped into the center of the formation. The expression on that familiar face was filled with worry. I have to perform the ritual again. The voice trembled slightly. This time, I hope I can call back Sister's consciousness. That consciousness had not appeared for some time. If things continued like this, there was a chance she would fall into eternal slumber. Then, within the chamber, Hirata Utsune's appearance began to change. The tall, capable assistant vanished. The figure became petite. Long red hair spilled down. Soft, delicate features emerged beneath the fading disguise. What stood in the formation was no longer a young man. It was a beautiful girl. A truth even Amami Daizen had likely never discovered. Her real name was Soma Takiko. She possessed the blood of the imperial family. And she was the only direct descendant of the Soma clan, an Onmyodo family. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 74, Chapter 74, The Appearance of Ibaraki Doji. Chapter 74, The Appearance of Ibaraki Doji. Please, let it work this time. If it succeeds, Sister and the imperial family will still have a chance to escape her control. We won't have to keep living like puppets dangling from her fingers. Soma Takiko bit her lip hard enough to draw blood. Her delicate hands moved through one seal after another, faster and faster, trying to activate the altar beneath her feet. The offering bound to the ritual was a strand of hair. A red strand of hair. Her own. She was using part of herself as a medium for the secret art. The target was someone deeply connected to her, so deeply that, if that person still lived, they could only be her closest blood relative. The altar lit up. Talismans arranged around the ritual space peeled away from the surface one by one, transforming into streaks of pale fluorescent light. They circled Takiko like stars revolving around the moon, and her spiritual power surged with them. Vi, S-A-V-A, 6, Ya, S-A-V-A. Difficult Sanskrit syllables spilled from her lips. It was a mantra concerning the soul. With the right altar and medium, it could awaken a sleeping consciousness. But in Onmyodo, any technique involving the soul came with a price. Whether one called it an Onmyo art, a mantra, or a forbidden rite, none of them reached into that domain cheaply. The Taizen Fukuin rite was only the most infamous example. The soul awakening mantra Takiko was performing now would shave away her own lifespan. And because she was using a part of herself as the medium, the cost would be even greater. She no longer cared. What rested on her shoulders was not merely her own life, but the fate of the entire imperial family. No matter how steep the price was, she had to pay it. Otherwise, the imperial line that had continued across countless generations might truly end here. Right now, supernatural incidents were breaking out across Japan. Some were as minor as evil spirits attacking civilians. Others were as catastrophic as Yamada no Orochi awakening at Mount Fuji. But how many people knew that from the very beginning of the supernatural revival, the imperial family had already been targeted by one of Japan's most terrifying great yokai? No. Targeted was too mild a word. The imperial family had been seized. Right under the noses of the Onmyo Agency and the Onmyo Academy, a supernatural disaster second only to the calamity at Mount Fuji had been quietly brewing. Takiko had thought about reporting it. To the Onmyo Agency. To the Onmyo Alliance. To anyone who might be able to help. But a restriction had been placed on her. She could not speak of it. Even her current survival was the result of her sister threatening that being with her own life and forcing a compromise. Without that, Takiko would have died long ago. What a disobedient little wildcat. A voice rang through the underground chamber. It was clear and sweet, like a lark's song, yet carried a charm so alluring it sent a chill through the bones. The tone was almost indulgent, like someone lightly scolding a child who refused to behave. Takiko's expression changed. Her hands moved faster. The Sanskrit syllables grew quicker as well. In her haste, tiny flaws slipped into the pronunciation, subtle, almost imperceptible, but fatal in a ritual of this precision. Your sister Haruka's resistance and threats are not permission for you to defy me again and again. The mysterious woman appeared inside the chamber. Her blurred face turned toward Takiko and the working altar beneath her feet. Those charming eyes swept over the ritual array with faint amusement. Then she raised one slender hand and pressed it down. Puffed. Takiko suffered an immediate backlash. Blood surged up her throat and spilled from her lips. The altar beneath her feet groaned under an invisible force. Its light dimmed, then began to rot away, as though years, decades, centuries were washing over it in a single breath. The talismans decayed and shattered. Cracks split across the altar. The stone formation broke apart inch by inch until the entire structure collapsed into rubble. Only then did the dreadful pressure stop. Takiko, the mysterious woman said softly, do not forget. The only reason the imperial family is still allowed to survive in the palace is because you remain useful to me. Her voice was gentle. That made it worse. I can protect your imperial family. I can let you pass safely through this supernatural revival, just as I did 1,000 years ago. Useful. Protect. Takiko laughed. The sound was hoarse and bitter. At first, she had feared the woman before her. Of course she had. Anyone would. But after disobeying her again and again, that fear had dulled into something sharper. Hatred. And beneath that hatred was sorrow. Sorrow for the person whose body the yokai had taken. Her elder sister, Haruka. What's so funny? The mysterious woman asked. Isn't it funny? Takiko wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and forced herself to meet that hidden gaze. This kind of survival is no different from being your pet. I don't need it. The imperial family doesn't need it. Even if we have to face the supernatural revival, we will suppress it ourselves, just like the Heian period 1,000 years ago. Clap. 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 The mysterious woman applauded softly. How generous. How resolute. Mockery glimmered in her eyes. But Takiko, your generosity and resolve represent nothing. They do not represent the imperial family. They do not even represent yourself. Her voice turned cruel without losing its elegance. Have you forgotten? Your sister, Imperial Princess Haruka, was offered to me by your father, the emperor, and by the elders of the imperial family. Takiko's face tightened. You included, the woman continued. All of you are vessels I may choose at will. She took one unhurried step closer. And another thing. It was not your imperial family that suppressed the supernatural revival 1,000 years ago. You were merely insignificant supporting characters in that war. Takiko fell silent. Pain thickened in her eyes. Pain for her own fate. Pain for Haruka's. Pain for the imperial family's decision to sacrifice both sisters to the great yokai standing before her. If Haruka had not stepped forward first, then Takiko herself, with both Soma blood and imperial blood running through her veins, would have been the better vessel. So, little wildcat, the mysterious woman said, your resistance is a joke in my eyes. Takiko's body trembled. No one is waiting for your success except you. Not your parents. Not your clansmen. Not even your sister. The word struck harder than any spell. Meaningless. All of it. Takiko's fingers clenched until her nails dug into her palms. Sleep now, the woman whispered. When you wake up again, you won't be troubled by so many useless worries. She reached toward Takiko's forehead. Takiko went pale. She knew what that touch meant. If she allowed it, then the next time she opened her eyes, she would no longer be herself. She would become like those hardliners in the imperial family who had preferred death over submission, stripped of memory, stripped of personality, turned into obedient puppets who existed only to follow the woman's commands. Takiko tried to dodge. Tried to resist. Tried to move even a finger. The space around her had been locked. Her body would not obey. All she could do was watch in despair as that hand drew closer and closer. Erase. The mysterious woman spoke the word quietly. A special power gathered around her fingertips. It was not demonic power. It was not the Een energy carried by yokai. It was not the spiritual power of an Onmyoji. It resembled divine power in some ways, but was not that either. It was something older, stranger, and more difficult to define. If Jin Tsumuji had been there, he would have recognized it immediately. It was the same aura that lingered on the two ancient hairpins. The moment that power touched her, memories began to disappear from Takiko's mind. Not all at once. One thread at a time. A childhood scene. Haruka's smile. Her first lesson in Onmyodo. The smell of old paper in the Soma archives. Her own name. Takiko fought desperately to hold on. The harder she resisted, the faster the memories began to crumble. Soon, she would be nothing but an empty doll. A thing without past or future, moved by invisible strings. Just as despair began to swallow her. The power on the mysterious woman's hand twisted. The light became unstable, scattering into chaotic fragments. The force pinning Takiko in place vanished with it. No, let her go. A different voice came from the mysterious woman's mouth. It was ethereal, full of anger and pain. You promised me you wouldn't touch my Takiko. You promised. Takiko's whole body shook. Sister. There was no mistake. That was Haruka's voice. Haruka, the mysterious woman said, her expression shifting, don't resist. She suppressed the consciousness awakening within her body. A few breaths later, her face returned to calm. As expected, I cannot leave you alone. Her gaze returned to Takiko. Even if it means paying the price of Haruka's desperate resistance, I will do it. Haruka's sudden awakening had been caused by Takiko's soul technique. The ritual had worked just enough to interfere with the woman's replacement of Haruka's consciousness, pushing back the time she needed to fully take over. That was not good news. Especially not now. Not when he was already watching from outside the board. The mysterious woman stopped speaking. Power surged from her body, and a terrifying pressure swept through the chamber. The entire underground room began to tremble, as though even stone could not bear her weight. Takiko was pinned down again, unable to move. Then another change occurred. Bang. A serious middle-aged man in a suit appeared inside the underground chamber. One of his arms was missing. Yet he stood in front of Takiko without the slightest fear, directly facing the mysterious woman's pressure. It's you. The mysterious woman frowned. His appearance was clearly outside her expectations. The one-armed man wasted no time. He threw a punch. Demonic power and terrifying physical strength gathered in that single strike, fierce enough to shatter a hill. Boom. The mysterious woman lifted her hand. With a casual motion, she neutralized the attack. Even so, the shockwave tore through the underground chamber. Cracks ripped across the walls and ceiling. Dust exploded outward. The entire space began to collapse. Go. The one-armed man did not explain. He followed with another blow, forcing the mysterious woman back several steps, then seized Takiko and carried her out of the collapsing chamber. Boom. The underground space gave way. The building above lost its foundation and began collapsing as well, burying the mysterious woman beneath broken stone, shattered wood, and clouds of dust. For a while, there was only silence. Then an invisible force rose from beneath the ruins. Rubble and broken bricks floated upward one by one, shifting aside as if moved by unseen hands. A large crater opened at the center. The mysterious woman stood there. Her expression was unreadable. Her elegant gold and red kimono remained spotless, untouched by even a speck of dust. Some invisible field surrounded her, isolating her from all filth. Ibaraki-doji, she murmured. So you've joined hands with it. After a brief moment of thought, she roughly pieced together what had happened. The descendant of that legendary Onmyoji from half a century ago. Tsuchimikado Yuko. A faint smile touched her lips. He is indeed the seed of a great Onmyoji. Unfortunately, not all great Onmyoji can reach his height. Her gaze turned distant. To think they intend to use him against me. I am being underestimated. Even knowing she might one day face the combined force of Ibaraki-doji and Tsuchimikado Yuko, she showed no fear. From beginning to end, there was only one person who could make her tremble. Only one person who could make her afraid. Not even Yamada no Orochi qualified. I'll return the body to you for a while, Haruka, she said softly. I hope you don't do anything foolish. The soul technique Takiko had performed had taken effect. Haruka's consciousness was awakening more frequently now, and the attack on Takiko had triggered an unusually fierce resistance. If the woman continued forcing her down, Haruka might choose mutual destruction. Better to release her for now. Better to soothe her. The mysterious power covering the woman's face gradually faded. Her features became clear. First came a pair of dark, luminous eyes. Gentle, intelligent, and clear. Then graceful brows. A delicate nose. Snow-white skin. A quiet, elegant, peerless face so tender it seemed almost unreal, like an immortal maiden stepped out of an old painted scroll. She was the Imperial Princess Haruka. Her palace title was Shizumi. Her full name was Haruka Shizumiya, Imperial Princess Shizumi. At that moment, however, the princess had no trace of imperial composure. She looked in the direction Takiko had fled, her expression filled with worry and heartache. I'm sorry, she whispered. Your sister failed to protect you. Takiko had been fostered by the Soma family since childhood, growing distant from the imperial family because of it. Even so, she had still been dragged into this vortex. Haruka herself had already prepared to sacrifice everything for the imperial family. That was her fate. Her responsibility as an imperial princess. But when Takiko became involved, her resolve wavered. Jin Tsumuji. The name surfaced in her mind. Yes. Him. During the time her will had been suppressed, Haruka had not been completely unaware of the outside world. At the very least, she knew of incidents that she considered trivial, such as the wedding dress tree. And during that period, the name Jin Tsumuji had appeared again and again. Haruka knew of him. White Fox Jin Tsumuji. A rare genius of Onmyodo. At first, she had only paid slight attention to him because she cared about his existence. But recently, something had changed. Whenever his name came up, the emotions inside her became unstable. Resentment. Hatred. And more than either of those. Fear. A fear rooted deep in the bones. At first, Haruka had thought it was an illusion. But as time passed, it became clearer and clearer. Because of that fear, even though she hated him, she did not dare act against him. That fear had twisted into resentment. He may be the one who can break this deadlock. Haruka, who had almost given up, felt her thoughts begin to move again. She walked quickly through the palace grounds. Less than 200 meters away stood a storage building made with wooden posts and painted in black and white waterproof coating. Its modern athletic style looked distinctly out of place amid the historical elegance of the imperial palace. Haruka opened the door. Inside were neatly arranged sports tools, baseball bats, basketballs, and other equipment. She went to a corner and pulled out a mobile phone connected to a charging cable. She turned it on. Her pale fingers moved quickly across the screen. Soon, she opened a chat group named Supernatural Exchange Group. Then she typed. To all members, does anyone have detailed information on Jin Tsumuji? The more detailed, the better. Check out my newly released fanfic, titled I Became the Alien God in Tokyo. Chapter 75, The Fearful Her. Chapter 75, The Fearful Her. Mount Fuji's catastrophic eruption did not subside until noon. By then, the authorities had already launched a nationwide emergency response. Rescue teams, disaster relief units, self-defense force personnel, and medical convoys were dispatched in every direction. Traditional news outlets and online platforms moved in lockstep, pushing out calming statements, official explanations, and carefully worded reassurances to contain the public's panic. But some things could not be soothed with words. The sight of Mount Fuji erupting like the end of the world had carved itself into people's hearts. Even if the authorities insisted it was an accident, even if experts came forward to explain geological activity and volcanic pressure, the people who had heard that earth-shattering roar and seen the horizon burn could not simply relax. Human beings only understood their own insignificance when nature opened its jaws. Compared with ordinary citizens, who knew nothing of the truth, the Onmyoji who had touched the secrets of Mount Fuji, and the directors of major supernatural investigation offices, felt a weight far heavier than fear. They knew what had happened. The front line of Onmyodo had collapsed. The mythical great yokai, Yamata no Orochi, had revived. And worse, nearly 80% of Japan's Onmyodo strength had been drawn into that crisis. If things went badly, Onmyodo itself might be crippled here. Extinguished. In this age of the supernatural revival, that would mean humanity losing one of its few remaining pillars of hope. So while the public panicked, those who knew the truth prayed in silence. Let the losses at Mount Fuji be less severe than feared. Let some of them survive. Let there still be a future. At the same time, inside a chat group named Supernatural Exchange Group, discussions about the disaster were unfolding just as intensely. Manga Master, does anyone know what happened? This can't be a simple eruption. I know Mount Fuji is technically active, but it's been quiet for years. Loves cats the most, are you stupid? This is clearly a problem with Yamada no Orochi's seal. Water Lily, judging from what happened, Yamada no Orochi's seal has most likely failed. Manga Master, failed. But there were so many Onmyoji there. Wind Leaf, exactly as Ko said. Yamada no Orochi has broken through the Onmyoji seal and is in the middle of a complete revival. On my side, the Onmyo Alliance and the Kikane clan have already set out for Mount Fuji to support and rescue the Onmyoji there. I hope they return safely. Bad Girl, my office director, also went to help with the rescue. After those words appeared, the active members of the group fell into a brief silence. Return safely. It was a wish. Nothing more. The eruption alone would have claimed countless lives. And beyond the eruption, there was an even deadlier existence waiting there, the great yokai from myth, Yamada no Orochi. In a bedroom somewhere in Tokyo, a beautiful long-haired girl gripped a precious sword tightly. She stared toward the horizon, where the terrible red had finally begun to fade, and silently prayed. Please let the director and the others return safely. She was, Bad Girl, from the chat group. Sword Dancing Maiden, Yamada no Orochi, can humans really defeat something that terrifying? Painter, Yamada no Orochi. Is that the world-destroying monster from manga? Two members who had been lurking finally spoke up. From the second message, it was obvious that Painter knew very little about the deeper truths behind the supernatural revival. Loves cats the most, well, this is rare. I didn't expect both of you to appear, especially Painter. Since Leader pulled you into the group, this might be the first time you've actually spoken. In a somewhat messy room, a delicate girl wearing a loose white coat sat in front of a drawing board. Her long golden hair was slightly disheveled, and her expressionless face carried the faintest trace of dissatisfaction as she looked down at the messages flashing across her phone. The violent roar earlier had already interrupted her painting. Now, just when inspiration was finally returning, the message notifications from the group kept disturbing her again. If she had known it would be this troublesome, she would never have joined. Still, the mention of Yamada no Orochi made a strange spark of inspiration flash through her small head. Sword Dancing Maiden, I've been dealing with family matters recently, so I haven't been online much. I didn't expect something like this to happen as soon as I came back. If Yamada no Orochi has really revived, can we humans hold on? Worry and unease filled her words. That was understandable. A mythical great yokai like Yamada no Orochi carried an impact no ordinary supernatural incident could compare to. In mythology, the one who slew it had been Susanoo no Mikoto, one of Japan's great deities. And even in the myths, Susanoo had not fought it head-on. He had used 8 vats of strong sake to make the serpent drunk before killing it. If even a god had relied on strategy rather than brute force, what could humans possibly do against such a monster? The group sank into another heavy silence. Fear was contagious. Then, after a while, someone came online and broke it. For Leaf Clover, Yamada no Orochi may indeed be powerful, but don't forget, the Onmyoji fighting on the front lines at Mount Fuji haven't given up. We're the ones being protected. We shouldn't be saying such discouraging things. Bad Girl, exactly. I refuse to believe Yamada no Orochi is invincible. If it were truly invincible, how could it have been sealed at Mount Fuji in the first place? Water Lily, whether Yamada no Orochi was sealed at Mount Fuji or chose to sleep there as the eras changed has never been settled. Don't frighten people unnecessarily, and don't spread uncertain information. In 2 different locations in Tokyo, the expressions of 2 girls stiffened at the same time. One was frightening people. The other was spreading uncertain information. In other words, spreading rumors. It was embarrassing. Annoying too. But neither of them had a good rebuttal, because Water Lily was not entirely wrong. Just then, someone else stepped in and shifted the topic. Leader at all members. Does anyone have detailed information on Jin Tsumuji? The more detailed, the better. The entire group froze. No one expected Leader to speak today and not mention the disaster at Mount Fuji, but instead bring up someone seemingly unrelated. White Fox Jin Tsumuji. The rare genius of Onmyodo. The director of Tokyo's famous White Fox office. Wasn't Leader the one who had known about him earliest and introduced his existence to them? Besides, they had discussed Jin Tsumuji in the group countless times recently. Ever since Shiro no Arashiha's cousin had been involved in a supernatural incident in Minato Ward, his name had appeared again and again. Then came the wedding dress tree incident in Shibuya Ward. After that, everyone had occasionally talked about him out of curiosity. By now, his name came up in the group almost every few days. For Leaf Clover, did something happen? In her bedroom, Shinomiya Kagaya frowned at the screen. It had been a long time since Haruka Shizumiya had spoken in the group. Since the wedding dress tree incident in Shibuya Ward, this was the first time she had appeared again, and the moment she did, she asked about Jin Tsumuji. It had also been Haruka who told Kagaya to seek help from Jin before, saying that there might be a chance of survival there. What was going on now? Leader, the situation is urgent. If anyone knows anything, please tell me truthfully. After a few seconds of silence. Shiro no Arashihara, speaking of Mr. Jin, I only know his most recent news. Leader, please tell me in detail. Kagaya's frown deepened. In the past few days, news of Jin Tsumuji had spread through nearly the entire Onmyodo world. How could Haruka Shizumiya not know? Unless... Kagaya thought of something, and her face turned slightly ugly. She subconsciously placed a hand over the red Oni head brand on her arm. Compared to when she had visited the White Fox office, the mark had become brighter. Worse, it had begun spreading along her arm, extending across her snow-white skin like something alive, as if it intended to swallow her entire arm. It looked terrifying. And deeply wrong. Shiro no Arashihara, Mr. Jin and Darenji Suzuka went to the Tsuchimikado family together and performed the Taizen Fukuin rite. Shiro no Arashihara, after that, he successfully formed his Onmyodo framework, Myriad Laws. Shiro no Arashihara, learning myriad laws and governing all paths. It's an outrageous framework. Shiro no Arashihara, myriad laws has already been acknowledged by Amami Daizen and Miyoshi Yugo, 2 of the 12 divine generals. Shiro no Arashihara. Kurizaki Fuko summarized what had happened to Jin over the past few days in concise terms. Inside the Imperial Palace, Haruka Shizumiya looked at the messages appearing on her screen and could not hide her shock. He had performed the Taizen Fukuin rite with Darenji Suzuka. He had formed an Onmyodo framework called Myriad Laws. Each of those events was enough to overturn people's understanding and shake the Onmyodo world. Yet all of it had happened within only a few days. He had touched the forbidden rite that reversed life and death. And his growth speed. Wasn't it too fast? Jin Tsumuji and the prodigy Darenji Suzuka were both rare geniuses of Onmyodo. But at Jin's current pace, even Suzuka's title as a national-level Onmyoji would not keep her ahead for long. Besides, Haruka knew perfectly well that Suzuka's national-level status was somewhat inflated. It was not only Haruka who was shocked. Everyone in the Supernatural Exchange group who had just learned this news was stunned into a daze. Myriad laws, learning myriad laws and governing all paths. Haruka frowned. It sounds familiar. She searched her memory. Somewhere in the Imperial Palace archives, she seemed to have seen a similar description in an ancient text. She quietly noted the point down, then continued typing. Leader, is there anything else? Anything at all is fine. The group went silent again. Aside from the publicly known events, most of them truly knew very little. If there was anyone in the group who had a personal connection to White Fox Jin Tsumuji, it would have to be Bad Girl. From the many dissatisfied remarks Bad Girl had made about Jin before, one could tell that the two of them were at least acquainted. The exact nature of their relationship was harder to judge. In a young lady's room, the long-haired girl holding the precious sword hesitated. But seeing how urgent Leader was, she eventually picked up her phone and began typing. Bad Girl, I haven't seen him in a long time. The last time we met was when his White Fox office had just been established. If you want to know about his past, I don't mind talking about it. Leader, please. Haruka had finally found a sliver of hope to break the deadlock. She would not let any information slip past her. Bad Girl, his father was a student of Amami Daizen, one of the 12 divine generals of the Onmyo Agency. Unfortunately, his father has already passed away. Bad Girl, I knew Jin because of our families. We've known each other since childhood. Bad Girl, you could say our families were old acquaintances. Bad Girl. Bad Girl described everything she knew bit by bit. Apart from private matters she did not feel comfortable revealing, she hid nothing else. After a moment, Haruka typed again. Leader, you said that at first, his spirit sight and Onmyodo talent were not very good. Bad Girl, yes. But in recent years, his originally weak spirit sight suddenly surged overnight. Lord Amami said at the time that it was an acquired second awakening, which is extremely rare. Bad Girl, afterward, with Lord Amami's permission, he established the current White Fox office. You know most of what happened after that. Leader, thank you. Bad Girl, you're welcome. If you really wanted to investigate these things, it wouldn't be impossible to find out with enough time. Looking at those words, Haruka smiled bitterly. Time. That was exactly what she lacked most. Then. Buzz. Buzz. The phone vibrated in her hand. Someone was calling. The caller ID showed, Kagaya. Haruka hesitated for a moment, then answered. What exactly happened on your side? Shinomiya Kagaya's cool voice came through the phone, edged with worry. And where have you been these past few days? Haruka closed her eyes for a moment. Kagaya, she said softly, I may not be able to hold on much longer. It seems I won't be able to attend the gathering at the end of this month. Silence fell on the other end of the line. Kagaya understood what those words meant. Didn't she choose several vessels from the imperial family? She did, Haruka said. But I only learned a few days ago that those people are merely temporary bodies for a possession. Her voice carried a faint despair. I am the true vessel. The words seemed to drain the warmth from the room. My earlier thought that I might be able to linger on and survive was ridiculous. Perhaps from the moment she appeared in the imperial palace, she had already chosen me. At first, she may have feared I would resist too strongly, so she chose to erode me slowly. Haruka's fingers tightened around the phone. But for some reason, a few days ago, she suddenly accelerated the process and directly suppressed my consciousness. If not for Takiko's intervention this time, I would not have awakened so easily. After that, Haruka recounted everything that had happened recently. Kagaya listened in silence. Only after Haruka finished did she ask, then why were you asking about White Fox Jin-Tsumuji in the group? That was what confused her most. Haruka opened her eyes. Fear. Kagaya paused. What? I can feel her fear of Jin-Tsumuji, Haruka said. A fear that has sunk deep into her bones. It is being transmitted from her body into my consciousness. Kagaya's disbelief was immediate. How is that possible? How could a being like that be afraid? And afraid of an Onmyoji who only just formed his Onmyodo framework. But that is the truth. Haruka's voice was quiet, but certain. That's why I'm thinking. Jin-Tsumuji may be the hope I'm looking for. She paused. And yours as well. Kagaya fell silent again. Haruka's situation was already extremely dangerous. She would not joke about something like this. If that entity truly feared Jin-Tsumuji so deeply, then there might really be a chance for reversal. Besides, Kagaya had already planned to seek help from Jin. After hearing Haruka's words, that decision became even firmer. I'll go find White Fox Jin-Tsumuji as soon as possible, Kagaya said. If there's good news, I'll tell you. Thank you, Kagaya. The call ended. Haruka looked at the phone screen as it slowly dimmed, then let out a soft sigh. She thought of herself. Then of Shinomiya Kagaya. The two of them truly were kindred spirits in misfortune. Both born to prominent status. Both raised with vast knowledge. Both blessed with beauty. And now, both targeted by great yokai from legend. I hope things go smoothly on your side, Kagaya. After whispering that, Haruka returned the phone to its hiding place. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 76, The Death List. Chapter 76, The Death List. Night fell over Japan. The moon and stars still appeared on schedule, untouched by the disaster that had torn through the day. Their pale light spread across the dark earth, thin and cold, offering the living the faint comfort that only existed because the world had already sunk into darkness. But tonight, no one felt comforted. Countless Onmyoji waited for news with their nerves stretched taut. Earlier, the authorities had announced a complete blockade within a 10-mile radius of Mount Fuji. That meant Yamada no Orochi, the great yokai of myth, was still contained somewhere within that range. Whether it had been intercepted by the national-level Onmyoji of the Onmyo Alliance, the Onmyo Agency, and the other major factions, or whether some other force was holding it in place, no one knew. But no matter the reason, one fact remained. Yamada no Orochi had not directly invaded the outside world. That alone was already a blessing amid disaster. If it had truly broken free and rampaged across Japan, then the eruption of Mount Fuji would have been nothing more than the opening bell of a calamity humanity could not resist. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The roar of propellers sliced through the night sky. Helicopters belonging to the authorities, the Onmyo Agency, and the Onmyo Alliance flew over Tokyo and other major districts one after another. Their fuselages were covered in scars. Some were blackened by fire. Others had patches eaten away by corrosion. Many bore dents from impacts powerful enough to twist reinforced metal. As the aircraft passed over supernatural investigation offices and the residences of certain Onmyoji, strands of ghost sight rose almost uncontrollably. They probed toward the helicopters. Under normal circumstances, using spirit sight to pry into other Onmyoji, especially national-level Onmyoji, would be unforgivably rude. Tonight, no one cared. The Onmyoji who had waited in fear since morning were too anxious to bother with etiquette. It's Director Kurahashi Genji's aura. That one belongs to Tsuchimikado Arima from the Onmyo Alliance. Miyagi Haneo. I sensed Miyagi Haneo. Over there. That should be Kogure Zenjiro. One familiar aura after another entered their perception. But there was no joy in that recognition. Because those auras were weak. Terribly weak. The overwhelming spiritual power that once made people lower their eyes was gone. Now, those legendary figures felt like candles guttering in a storm. Some auras were so faint they seemed moments away from vanishing entirely. And worse. Nearly half of the familiar presences were missing. That absence was louder than any scream. Many Onmyoji felt a coldness spread through their hearts. They understood what it meant, but understanding and accepting were two different things. When the wounded national-level Onmyoji finally returned to their respective organizations, the entire Onmyodo world fell into a suffocating silence. Onmyoji. High-ranking government officials. Supernatural insiders. Everyone who knew the truth shut their mouths and waited. They waited for the Onmyo Agency, the Onmyo Alliance, the Onmyo Academy, and the authorities to announce the result. No matter how late it was, they would wait. Inside the White Fox office. They're alive. Jin Tsumoji's shoulders loosened slightly. He had sensed the weakened auras of Amami Daizen and Miyoshi Yugo among the returning aircraft. The weight pressing on his chest finally eased. Their spiritual power was badly depleted, but unlike several others, their bodies did not carry traces of erosion from that eerie, defiled force surrounding Yamada no Orochi. Their weakness was probably caused by the use of some exhausting technique rather than direct corruption. To Jin, that mattered. Among the people in the Onmyo Agency, Amami Daizen was the one most closely connected to him. Miyoshi Yugo had also shown him considerable goodwill. From the bottom of his heart, Jin did not want anything to happen to either of them. At the same time, he noticed something else. The aura of someone he greatly disliked from the agency had not appeared among the helicopters passing overhead. Perhaps the person had returned by another route. Perhaps the aircraft had simply not flown over Shibuya. Or perhaps there was another reason entirely. Jin had no interest in going out of his way to investigate. Director Iwanaga Kotoko, who had been monitoring several information channels from the computer, suddenly looked up. The Onmyo Agency, the Onmyo Alliance, the Onmyo Academy, and the authorities have jointly issued a statement. Jin immediately turned to his own computer and logged into the official internal website accessible only to professional-level Onmyoji and above. At the very top of the homepage, a joint statement had been pinned. From this moment onward. Announced in the joint name of the Onmyo Alliance, the Onmyo Agency, the Onmyo Academy, the Tsuchimikado Clan, the Supernatural Disaster Countermeasure Office, and all related authorities. The Onmyodo world will enter a state of full alert. All supernatural investigation offices, exorcism squads, and civilian Onmyoji organizations within Japan will be divided into 3 levels of authority. Organizations granted authority may mobilize corresponding resources from local government departments, Onmyo Agency branches, and Onmyo Alliance branches within their assigned regions. All organizations are ordered to resolve as many supernatural incidents as possible within 3 months, with particular priority given to incidents currently listed as sealed or on hold. 3 months from now, the entire Onmyodo world will be mobilized to resist the general offensive launched by Yamada no Orochi. The statement was not long. But every line carried weight. Across Japan, supernatural investigation offices and civilian Onmyoji organizations felt their hearts sink after reading it. Some of the contents had been expected, yet when the words appeared officially, the sense of unreality only grew stronger. Even Jin frowned. The statement revealed a great deal. First, it confirmed that Yamada no Orochi had been temporarily locked within Mount Fuji by the surviving national-level Onmyoji, most likely at an enormous price. Second, the seal had a time limit. 3 months. In 3 months, the Onmyodo world would face Yamada no Orochi's invasion. That was information sharp enough to carve despair into the bones. So many national-level Onmyoji had failed to stop Yamada no Orochi completely. What could possibly change in 3 months? Many who read the statement felt the answer rise in their hearts. Nothing. Nothing at all. But the statement contained another crucial point. The 3 levels of authority. For ambitious supernatural investigation offices and civilian Onmyoji organizations, those words made their eyes light up despite the disaster hanging overhead. Authority meant power. Power meant influence. And influence meant a voice in the future order of Onmyodo. If handled well, some organizations might rise high enough to rival local branches of the Onmyo Agency or the Onmyo Alliance. For the people who had long been suppressed beneath the major institutions, that temptation was almost fatal. It seems the losses suffered by the agency, the alliance, and the other organizations were more than heavy, Kotoko said quietly. She and Kasagano Sora stood near Jin's desk, reading the announcement with solemn faces. Disastrous, Jin corrected. If the losses weren't disastrous, they would never give up this much authority. His gaze remained on the screen. 3 levels of authority. Different degrees of access to local government resources, agency branches, and alliance branches. This greatly raises the status of supernatural investigation offices and civilian Onmyoji organizations. He paused. They are no longer merely auxiliary groups dependent on the agency or the alliance. They've become independent forces within the Onmyodo world. After checking the details, Jin became even more certain. The division of authority was simple and blunt. Strength decided everything. A supernatural investigation office with 1 professional-level Onmyoji would receive level 3 authority. That allowed them to mobilize part of the local official forces in their region, but not the Onmyo agency branch. An office with 3 professional-level Onmyoji would automatically be upgraded to level 2 authority. That level allowed them to mobilize part of both the local official forces and the local agency branch. Level 1 authority was different. It required a national-level Onmyoji in command. An organization with level 1 authority could mobilize all official resources and all local agency branch forces within the region. In other words, any supernatural investigation office or civilian organization that received level 1 authority could integrate almost all Onmyodo-related forces in its area. It would become, in effect, a small regional agency. The governing authority of that region's Onmyodo affairs. That kind of power was enough to make countless people lose sleep. The White Fox office had been granted level 1 authority directly. In the eyes of outsiders, Jin Tsumuji had not yet officially broken through to national level. But he had already formed his Onmyodo framework, and everyone knew it was only a matter of time before he became a true national-level Onmyoji. Making an exception for the White Fox office in advance was not difficult to justify. Which meant, from this moment on, in Shibuya Ward, the White Fox office could mobilize all official Onmyodo forces. Civilian organizations and other supernatural offices were technically outside the chain of command, but in practice, the White Fox office had already become the uncrowned king of Shibuya's Onmyodo world. And all of it had happened in a single day. Director, Kotoko said, frowning, aren't the agency and the others afraid this will backfire? She crossed her arms. Power is easy to hand out and very hard to take back. Once these offices and civilian organizations gain a taste of authority, they may not willingly return to their old positions. Doesn't this threaten the agency's dominance over the Onmyodo world? That's a problem for the future. Jin looked toward the direction of Mount Fuji. Even from so far away, he could still sense that twisted power brewing like a bomb beneath the horizon. The longer it was suppressed, the more dangerous it became. In 3 months, everyone will have to face Yamada no Orochi. Right now, the priority is mobilizing every scattered Onmyoji force without destroying morale. His voice was calm. For that, they need strong medicine. Kotoko's eyes sharpened with understanding. So that's how it is. This probably wasn't decided on the spot. It's likely an emergency plan the agency prepared long ago in case Mount Fuji failed. With the 3 levels of authority announced, the position of supernatural investigation offices had fundamentally changed. Before, these offices and civilian organizations resolved supernatural incidents for many reasons, protecting people, maintaining order, and, practically speaking, earning commission rewards. Now, it was different. Their assigned regions had become their territory. If supernatural incidents spread unchecked within the territory, their own status and authority would be damaged. Even without the statement explicitly saying so, the various offices would now go all out to handle incidents in their areas, including those that had previously been listed as on hold. They move fast, Jin said suddenly. The White Fox office's internal clearance had just been upgraded to level 1 on the official site. His account had also been granted administrator privileges. And it was not only this official internal website. The same had happened on the exclusive Onmyo agency network. Then. Ring, ring, ring. The landline in the White Fox office rang. This number was the office's only direct inquiry hotline. Kotoko answered it. Yes, this is the White Fox office. She listened for a moment. Understood. Another pause. We will complete the handover as soon as possible. Her tone was professional, calm, and flawless. You're too kind. These are responsibilities the White Fox office should bear. A while later, she hung up. It was the Onmyo division headquarters, Kotoko said. They want us to finish taking over authority from the Shibuya ward government and the local agency branch as soon as possible. Jin nodded. Then I'll trouble you to make a trip tomorrow. Taking over Shibuya's Onmyodo forces would not make the White Fox office invincible, but it would provide significant assistance in most supernatural incidents. For example, the 2 cases currently in their hands. The grotesque tree spirit incident. And the man-eating monster incident. Kotoko nodded, indicating she would handle it personally. Jin remained seated, quietly watching the official website. He seemed to be waiting for something. The next moment, just as expected, a new file appeared in the mailbox of every supernatural investigation office and civilian Onmyoji organization with level 1 or level 2 clearance. "It's here," Jin said. "The truth can't be hidden forever." He opened the file. At the very top were the words. Mount Fuji casualty list. How many national-level Onmyoji had fallen? How much strength had Onmyodo lost? Since Mount Fuji erupted during the day, those two questions had pressed down on countless hearts. Everyone wanted to know. Everyone feared knowing. The Onmyo agency clearly understood that hiding too much would only breed suspicion. Besides, these losses could not truly be hidden. Every Onmyoji originally gathered at Mount Fuji was famous in the Onmyodo world. If someone disappeared, people would notice quickly. Even so, the agency still had concerns. Making the list fully public might cause panic across the entire Onmyodo world. So they had chosen a compromise. Only organizations with level 1 and level 2 authority were informed. When the major offices and civilian organizations opened the Mount Fuji casualty list, nearly everyone drew in a sharp breath. The dense lines of blood-red text marked "deceased" were enough to turn the body cold. Among the 12 divine generals of the Onmyo agency, Itsutsuki Shunsuke had fallen. Yamashiro Hayato had fallen. Kagami Reiji had fallen. Only 4 national-level Onmyoji had returned safely from Mount Fuji. Divine Sword, Kogure Zenjiro. Barrier Princess, Yugamari. Fire Demon, Miyagi Haneo. Heavenly General, Kurahashi Genji. Counting those who had remained at headquarters, Divine Phenomami Daizen, Heavenly Imi Yoshi Yugo, and Child Prodigy Derenji Suzuka, the 12 divine generals now had only 7 members left. The Onmyo agency had lost nearly half of its national-level Onmyoji. And among the large number of elite professional-level Onmyoji mobilized by the agency, only 1/3 had survived. The total casualties exceeded 1,000. With that alone, the agency's foundation had been shaken to the core. But the agency was only one organization. The Kikane clan's current head, Kikane Hitamoto, had fallen. A large number of Kikane Onmyoji had also died in battle. Among the Tsuchimikado clan, aside from the family head, Tsuchimikado Yasuzumi, only 5 members had survived. All teachers sent by the Onmyo Academy had died in battle. A large number of professional-level Onmyoji from the Onmyo Alliance had fallen. Names. Numbers. Organizations. Each line struck the hearts of those reading like a hammer. 2/5. After a preliminary estimate, many people felt terror settle deep into their bones. The Mount Fuji incident had cost the entire Onmyodo world 2/5 of its combat strength. And the result of such tragic sacrifice was only this. Yamata no Orochi had been temporarily sealed within Mount Fuji for 3 months. Was it worth it? No one dared answer. Because without that sacrifice, Yamata no Orochi might already be rampaging across Japan. Meanwhile, in the Supernatural Exchange Group. "Bad girl, everyone, look at this." A file was attached beneath her message. Mount Fuji casualty list. With heavy hearts and fearful curiosity, the members of the group opened it. Then they saw the names. The blood-red marks. The dead. And all at once, the entire Supernatural Exchange Group fell silent. No one spoke. No one wanted to speak. Every heart felt unbearably heavy. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 77, Bronze Mirror. Chapter 77, Bronze Mirror. The next day, dawn came quietly. As the first pale light spread across Tokyo, many people stepped outside and looked toward the horizon in the direction of Mount Fuji. The sky was calm. The mountain was quiet. Only then did countless people let out the breath they had been holding. What happened yesterday was something no one who saw it would ever forget. That apocalyptic eruption, the burning sky, the roar that seemed to split the world open, it had been branded into the hearts of ordinary citizens. Many had spent the entire night tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Whenever they closed their eyes, the scene returned uncontrollably, as vivid as if Mount Fuji were still erupting before them. For ordinary people, the disaster had passed. What remained was fear. A terrifying memory. But for Onmyoji, last night had not passed at all. They had not slept. Because they knew that Mount Fuji's eruption was not the end. It was only the omen before the true disaster arrived. In 3 months, Yamata no Orochi would fully descend upon the world. By then, the war would no longer belong only to Onmyoji. It would be a calamity involving all humanity. The peace they had left amounted to only 3 months. Ordinary people could still cling to temporary calm, but Onmyoji could not afford that luxury. They had to prepare for war. And the first preparation was simple. Resolve every supernatural incident in their assigned territories as quickly as possible. As soon as morning arrived, many supernatural investigation offices began moving. Their Onmyoji headed straight for local government departments, Onmyo agency branches, and Onmyo alliance branches, preparing to take over regional Onmyodo authority. Of course, only offices granted level 1 authority had the right to do that. Offices like the White Fox office. Inside the White Fox office. Director, Sora, I'm heading out. Iwanaga Kotoko stood near the door, dressed as usual in a white dress and beret. Her cane rested in one hand, her posture elegant enough to make her look like a young lady from a wealthy family rather than someone about to seize administrative authority over Shibuya's supernatural affairs. Stay safe, Sister Kotoko, Kasagano Sora said. I will. Kotoko waved lightly and stepped out. This trip was not only for the investigation into Kudamai. She also needed to visit the Shibuya Ward branch of the Onmyo agency and the local government office to complete the handover of Onmyodo authority. The moment the door closed behind her, the office quieted. Jin Tsumuji sat behind his desk and mentally reviewed the current situation. The commissions in hand. The open cases. The supernatural incidents in Shibuya Ward. Thanks to Kotoko and Sora's efforts while he had been away, the other incidents in Shibuya had already been handled. That left only two major cases. The grotesque tree spirit incident. And the man-eating monster incident. So, Jin murmured, as long as I resolve these two, the White Fox office will meet the requirements set by the agency. 2 incidents. Both dangerous. Both abnormal. After a moment, he made his decision. I'll start with the grotesque tree spirit case. That did not mean he intended to abandon the man-eating monster case. As he had said before, Sora would continue tracking it, especially at night, to search for any unnoticed commonalities among the victims. Sora, Jin said, standing, stay at the office for now. I'm going to survey the places where the grotesque tree spirits appeared. Sora blinked. Survey. Her surprise was understandable. The director had said before that there was no need to examine the interior crime scenes again. Even the 2 locations Kotoko had specifically sealed and preserved had already been destroyed by personnel from the agency branch. So why now? Jin saw the confusion on her face and explained, I'm not surveying the interiors of the incident sites. He picked up several documents from the desk. I'm going to personally examine their geographical locations and coordinates. Everything has a pattern. Whoever deployed the grotesque tree spirit branches would not have scattered them randomly. There must be a requirement or rule behind their placement. He tapped the map spread on the desk. It may be population density. It may be some special location. It may be something else entirely. I won't know until I see it for myself. Sora listened carefully. Data and intelligence can help, Jin continued, but reality seen with your own eyes is still more accurate. It's also easier to notice differences that reports overlook. Sora nodded. I understand. Jin took the newly prepared talismans Kotoko had drawn for him and placed them inside his coat. Just as he was about to leave. Knock, knock, knock. A series of crisp knocks sounded from the door. Jin paused. A guest at this hour? Had another supernatural incident broken out somewhere in Shibuya? He did not notice Sora's expression change slightly behind him. Please come in. The office door opened. A young girl stepped inside. She had long, straight black hair and blood-red eyes. Her features were delicate and lovely, her skin fair, her bearing noble and cool. She looked like the kind of graceful young lady many men imagined but almost never met in reality. The moment Sora saw her, she sighed inwardly. What Sister Kotoko had feared had finally happened. The newcomer was Shinomiya Kagaya. The girl marked by Shuten-doji. Nice to meet you, Kagaya said with refined composure. Hello, Director of the White Fox office. I am Shinomiya Kagaya. Shinomiya Kagaya. Jin had heard the name before. The eldest daughter of Shinomiya Ganon, head of the Japanese Shinomiya conglomerate. A true young lady of high standing. She carried the aura of a yokai mark. And, coincidentally, Jin knew exactly which yokai had marked her. Her purpose for coming was not difficult to guess. Hello, Miss Kagaya. Please, have a seat. Jin guided her to the sofa, and Sora quickly brewed coffee and placed it in front of her. It was the usual cheap instant coffee. Kagaya showed no trace of disdain. She picked up the cup with graceful movements, took a small sip, then went straight to the point. Director, I am here to follow up on the commission I was unable to formally submit last time. A commission you were unable to submit? Jin glanced at Sora. Sora quickly explained, Director, it was when you had gone to the Tsuchimikado family to borrow the Senji Ryaketsu. Miss Kagaya came to submit a commission to the White Fox office, but because you weren't here, Sister Kotoko and I didn't dare decide on our own. Jin understood. Kotoko had almost certainly recognized the source of the mark. As for why she had not reported it to him immediately, the reason was obvious. She had not wanted him to accept Kagaya's commission. And honestly, that was reasonable. The grotesque tree spirit incident involved a great yokai, but the possibility of clashing with one was still only a possibility. Kagaya's situation was different. Intervening in her supernatural incident meant confronting a great yokai for certain. And not an ordinary one. Is Kotoko not here today? Kagaya asked, glancing around the office. Kotoko is out investigating another supernatural incident, Jin said. Do you know her, Miss Kagaya? Our Shinomiya family has quite a few business dealings with Kotoko's family. We've known each other since childhood. Kagaya set down the steaming cup. I came today hoping the director of the White Fox office would accept my commission and help me resolve the supernatural incident afflicting me. With that, she slipped off her coat without hesitation. Her fair, jade-like arm was exposed. On that snow-white skin, like a lotus root carved from porcelain, there was a red oni head mark. It looked like a birthmark at first glance. But no birthmark should look so alive. The mark was ghastly and terrifying, its red color vivid enough to seem freshly branded into her flesh. Sora covered her mouth lightly. This was the first time she had seen such a physical mark. Most yokai marks were hidden. Unless one was an Onmyoji or had the right spiritual perception, they were invisible to the naked eye. But the oni head mark on Kagaya's arm was different. It was blatant. Arrogant. It was not hiding. It was declaring ownership. This prey belongs to me. Any yokai or Onmyoji who touches my meal had best be ready to die. Jin's eyes lowered. As domineering as ever, he thought. He carefully examined the mark. It was spreading. Slowly, at a pace impossible for ordinary eyes to detect, the red oni head pattern was extending across Kagaya's arm. Based on its current speed, it would take only 7 days to cover her entire arm. When that happened, the thing would come to feed. Shuten-doji, Jin said calmly. I didn't expect you to encounter it, Miss Kagaya. A sharp light flashed in Kagaya's eyes. She put her coat back on. As expected, I did not come to the wrong place. The director of the White Fox office identified it at a glance. If the man Haruka Shizumiya had placed hope and could not even recognize the source of her mark, then Haruka had been wrong. And if Haruka had been wrong, their remaining hope would be painfully thin. It's nothing, Jin said, waving lightly. I'm simply familiar with it. Especially its aura. That familiarity did not come from Jin Tsumuji himself. It came from his memories. 1,000 years ago, in the Heian period, Shuten-doji had often slipped into Kyoto to lure young girls away and devour them as food. At that time, he had led Onmyoji of the Onmyoryo against the demon more than once. But Shuten-doji's power was immense. Even with Zenki and Goki protecting him, and with many Onmyoji assisting, he had survived several encounters only by walking along the edge of death. During his youth, Shuten-doji had been one of the few existences capable of posing a fatal threat to him. Kagaya's hands tightened slightly in her lap. May I ask whether the director of the White Fox office can help me deal with Shuten-doji? Despite her composure, a trace of tension leaked through her voice. Jin looked at her. Miss Kagaya, do you truly believe that, with my current strength, I can match the demon king of Mount Oi? Self-awareness was a virtue. Jin was not the sort of fool who failed to understand the height of the sky and depth of the earth. Shuten-doji, the infamous demon king of Mount Oi, stood alongside Great Tengu and Tamamo-no-Mae among Japan's most legendary yokai. The gap between an ordinary yokai and a great yokai was enormous. 3 national-level Onmyoji could contend with an ordinary great yokai. But Yamada no Orochi was also a great yokai, and dealing with it had required the mobilization of the entire Onmyodo world, yet even then, the outcome had been disastrous. Shuten-doji might not be as absurdly catastrophic as Yamada no Orochi, but it was absolutely far beyond an ordinary great yokai. The him of 1,000 years ago had not been Shuten-doji's match during his youth. And neither was Jin now. Even if he used every trump card he had, Zenki, Goki, and Hokuto, he could at most hold Shuten-doji back for a short time. Killing it was fantasy. Kagaya's face went pale. The fragile hope she had carried here was denied just like that. From a rational perspective, Jin was right. White Fox Jin Tsumuji had only just formed his Onmyodo framework. No matter how talented he was, how could he already match Shuten-doji? Perhaps she and Haruka had expected too much. Perhaps the being she feared was not the present Jin Tsumuji at all. Perhaps Haruka's guess had been wrong from the beginning. Sora, on the other hand, felt a quiet surge of relief when she heard what sounded like a refusal. I understand. Kagaya took several slow breaths, forcing herself back into composure. Then I shall no longer disturb the director. I will take my leave. She stood. What she needed to do now was find help elsewhere as quickly as possible. But who could she find? Most of the national-level Onmyoji who returned from Mount Fuji were severely injured. They certainly did not have the strength to handle Shuten-doji now. As for the remaining supernatural investigation offices with spare capacity, most would react exactly as Jin had. The moment they learned the commission involved Shuten-doji, they would refuse outright. A few Onmyoji might be willing to try for the sake of the Shinomiya conglomerate. But that would be all. The more Kaguya thought about it, the heavier the despair became. Then Jin spoke. "Miss Kaguya, there's no need to leave in such a hurry." Kaguya froze. A spark reignited in her eyes, and she turned back at once. "Does the director have a way to resolve Shuten-doji?" Jin shook his head with a bitter smile. "Miss Kaguya, let alone me, even if the 12 divine generals were all gathered in their prime, at full strength, they would only be able to fight Shuten-doji evenly." Kaguya's expression dimmed again. All 12 divine generals. 5 of the Onmyo agency's 12 divine generals had already fallen in the Mount Fuji battle. And even if they had not, inviting all of them would not have been realistic. The Shinomiya conglomerate had influence, but not that much. However, Jin said, "You have fallen into a misconception." Kaguya looked up. "The supernatural incident on your body is indeed related to Shuten-doji. But that does not mean you must eliminate Shuten-doji to resolve it." Kaguya's eyes sharpened. "I would like to hear the details." In the Heian period, Shuten-doji often broke into Kyoto and abducted young, unmarried girls as food, Jin said. But after it became the Demon King of Mount Oi, its methods changed. He glanced at her covered arm. It began periodically scattering marks like seeds. Those marks would seek out targets on their own. The unlucky ones, like you, were selected as sacrifices. Kaguya listened without blinking. However, Jin continued, unless a sacrifice pleased it greatly, Shuten-doji rarely came personally. Most abductions were handled by its subordinates. Kaguya slowly understood. "Director, you mean the yokai that comes from me may not be Shuten-doji itself?" "There is that possibility." Jin's tone was calm. "But even then, the one sent will be at least great yokai level." Kaguya's breathing stopped for a moment. "Of course," Jin added, "if Miss Kaguya's luck is exceptionally good, Shuten-doji may still decide to come in person." Kaguya gave him a bitter look. "Director, that joke is not funny at all." She did not dare hope for such luck. "So," she said slowly, "according to your meaning, as long as we intercept Shuten-doji's subordinate, the mark on me will dissipate, and I will escape the fate of becoming a sacrifice." Jin nodded. "If it is a great yokai that comes this time, I can intercept it for you and resolve the supernatural incident on your body." His eyes met hers. "But if Shuten-doji comes personally, I will be powerless. Whether you still wish to proceed with the commission is for you to decide." "Of course I do." A smile finally bloomed on Kaguya's face. "What I feared most was that the director would refuse to accept the commission at all." She paused, then added, "As for the payment, I have already prepared it." Even Sora could not help feeling curious. What kind of reward could pay for a commission like this? Money alone was meaningless. The attacker was at least a great yokai. And there was still a chance that Shuten-doji would come in person. "Rest assured," Kaguya said. "It should satisfy the director." She took out her phone and dialed a number. "AI. Bring up the item in the trunk." A short while later, the office door opened again. Shinomiya Kaguya's personal maid, Hayasaka AI, entered first. Behind her were 2 black-suited bodyguards carrying a heavy square safe. They placed it carefully in front of Jin. The moment the safe touched the floor, his expression changed. "This is divine power." Jin stared at the safe. A remarkably strong divine aura emanated from within. Even through the layers of protection, it was dense enough to make the spiritual energy in the room stir. Kaguya knelt and unlocked the safe with a specific key. The lid opened. Inside lay a bronze mirror. It was badly corroded, its surface mottled by age and decay. Yet the divine power within it was even richer than Jin had expected. His eyes sharpened. "It's this. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 78, Not Dead. Chapter 78, Not Dead. Not far from Hujuo Academy stood a row of rental apartments. The buildings were 6 stories tall, fitted with elevators, and surrounded by decent greenery. The environment was better than most cheap student housing, but the apartments had one obvious flaw: the rooms were packed tightly together, leaving each unit with limited space. Still, for students, that was usually enough. Small as a sparrow, complete in all its organs. Bring a suitcase, sign the lease, and one could move in the same day. In the past, most of the tenants here had been students from Hujuo Academy. Young girls came and went, chattering in the corridors, turning the area lively almost every day. The landlords had relied on that constant flow of students and earned quite well from it. Unfortunately, business had become terrible recently. Now the apartment row looked more like a cluster of abandoned buildings than student housing. The corridors were silent. Trash lay scattered on the ground. When the cold wind slipped through the empty spaces between buildings, it stirred up plastic bags and scraps of paper, carrying with it a lonely, eerie sound like distant ghost cries. The cause was obvious. The wedding dress tree incident. Since the supernatural incident at Hagoromo Academy had been publicly announced, these apartments had emptied almost overnight. Not only the student tenants, but even many residents in nearby buildings had fled. And the key person who triggered the wedding dress tree incident, Kutamai, had once rented a room here. Miss Kotoko, Kutamai's room is here. A somewhat gaunt middle-aged man led Iwanaga Kotoko into one of the apartment buildings with a large ring of keys in his hand. He was the landlord. Their destination was the 4th floor, room 405. Ever since the authorities and the Onmyodo agency jointly sealed this place, no one has gone in, the landlord said with a bitter expression. There were only 2 keys. One is with me. The other was taken by the authorities. He looked at the joint sealing notice pasted across the door of room 405, and the bitterness on his face deepened. If that supernatural incident had never happened, his apartments would not have ended up like this. Now the whole place might as well have been ruined. He had no idea when business would recover. Every day these rooms stayed empty, money disappeared from his pocket like water poured into sand. Mr. Landlord, Kotoko said, stopping in front of the sealed door, may I ask you a few questions first? She did not immediately tear off the sealing notice or enter the room. The landlord straightened at once. Of course, Miss Kotoko. Please ask. If I know anything, I'll tell you everything. He did not look down on Kotoko simply because she resembled a middle school student. He knew her background. An Onmyoji from the White Fox office. A legitimate supernatural investigation office. In the eyes of ordinary people, such offices were not to be offended. In this era of the supernatural revival, no one knew when they might need help from people like her. Besides, supernatural investigation offices possessed abilities beyond common sense, which naturally made people both fearful and eager to maintain good relations. More importantly, the girl in front of him could make one phone call and have the authorities come open the place for her. That alone proved that the White Fox office behind her was not simple. And, if he were being honest, he would never have dared come here alone if not for Kotoko. What frightened him most was the reason she had come at all. Had the previous supernatural incident not been fully resolved? Or had something new happened here? The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he became. He had already decided that he could no longer keep these apartments. Even if he had to sell them at a low price, he would do it soon. Otherwise, the longer he held on, the more worthless the property would become. You know the tenant of room 405, Kutamai, correct? The landlord nodded immediately. How could I not? Even if I didn't know much before, I know plenty now. Before she disappeared, Kotoko asked, that is, on the eve of the supernatural incident at Hagoromo University-affiliated high school, did you notice anything strange about her behavior? During the initial investigation into the wedding dress tree incident, they had only looked into Kutamai briefly. If not for Toma Kazusa, they might have taken longer to notice her at all. Later, Jin had used Toma Kazusa as bait to lure out the wedding dress tree and destroy it. From beginning to end, the entire incident had been resolved in just 2 days. Naturally, there had been no time to investigate every detail deeply. But now they were digging again. This time, nothing could be overlooked, especially Kutamai's daily life before her disappearance. Perhaps some clue had been buried there from the start. Kutamai. The landlord frowned in thought. She was never very sociable. Narrow-minded too, and not good with hygiene. The other tenants in the building didn't like her much. He gave an awkward cough. And more than once, tenants complained to me that she made strange noises at night. It disturbed people. At the time, I had already decided not to renew her lease once it expired. He sighed. Who could have known? Strange noises. Kotoko repeated. She thought for a moment. Most likely, that had been the sound of Kutamai carving curses onto the walls, those words aimed at the friends she believed had betrayed her. What about behavior? Kotoko asked. Anything else unusual? I don't remember much, the landlord said slowly. Only that for a period of time, she kept muttering nonsense. Things like, it has nothing to do with me, everyone is dead, it wasn't me, that sort of thing. The more he spoke, the more frightened he looked. He was not stupid. Connecting those words to what had happened afterward, it was very possible that Kutamai had already been possessed by some monster at that point. Just thinking about it made his hair stand on end. Kotoko pinched her chin. So far, there was nothing truly new. Everything matched what Jin had previously learned through Tomikazusa. There did not seem to be any additional key information here. She was about to tear off the ceiling notice and have the landlord unlock the door when he suddenly spoke again. "Miss Kotoko, I just remembered something. I'm not sure if it counts as strange." Kotoko stopped. "What is it? Please tell me." It happened after Kudamai disappeared, but before the Hujuo University-affiliated high school incident became widely known. The landlord lowered his voice unconsciously. At night, people often heard fox cries in the apartment building. Kotoko's eyes sharpened slightly. Fox cries. Yes. At first, everyone thought someone was keeping a fox as a pet. But as time passed, the cries became more and more mournful. They sounded like the fox was being abused. He swallowed. And I don't know if it was just an illusion, but many residents said they could hear something human mixed into the cries. You investigated the source of the sound. How could we not? The landlord gave a bitter smile. One night, I gathered a few people to look for it. We eventually traced the sound to the 4th floor. But as soon as we got close, the crying disappeared. He glanced toward room 405. After that, we wanted to continue investigating, but then the Hujuo University-affiliated high school incident happened, and everything was interrupted. Mournful fox cries from the 4th floor. Kotoko silently committed the information to memory. Miss Kotoko, the landlord said uneasily, if there's nothing else, then, may I leave first? He kept glancing at room 405. The key figure of the wedding dress tree incident had lived inside that room. Who knew what kind of filthy thing might still be lingering there? Kotoko understood the mindset of an ordinary person facing such a place. She did not force him to stay. She simply took the key from his hand and smiled. Thank you for coming all this way, Mr. Landlord. No trouble. No trouble at all. The landlord waved his hands quickly, exchanged a few more polite words, then hurried away from the building that made him feel so uneasy. Once he left, Kotoko was alone. The entire apartment building seemed to sink deeper into silence. Even if there were truly nothing here, an ordinary person staying too long in this kind of place would probably scare themselves into a nervous breakdown. Kotoko, however, merely turned toward room 405. She tore off the ceiling notice and inserted the key. Click. Room 405, sealed for nearly a month, opened. The moment the door cracked apart, dust stirred into the air. A foul, sour stench rushed out, the smell of fermented leftovers, stale air, and rotting filth. Kotoko frowned and covered her nose. Good thing I came prepared. She took out a thickened mask from her pocket and put it on. Then she stepped inside. Room 405 was roughly 50 square meters, with 1 living room, 1 bedroom, and 1 bathroom. There was no separate kitchen. After the genkan at the entrance, the space led directly into the living room. Beside the living room was the bedroom door. That bedroom was the focus of her investigation. But the moment Kotoko entered, she noticed something wrong. No. Someone has been here recently. The beige tile floor had accumulated a layer of dust after being unoccupied for so long. Across that dust was a series of footprints. Someone had walked back and forth. However, the tracks connected only the front door and the bedroom. There were no footprints leading into the rest of the living room or bathroom. Whoever entered had not lingered elsewhere. Kotoko crouched to examine the marks more closely. These footprints don't look human. The shape was wrong. Too narrow. Too light in some places, too deep in others. More like a beast. She studied them for a moment. Enlarged fox prints. As expected, she soon found long grayish-yellow hairs near the tracks. They looked slightly like cat hair at a glance, but Kotoko recognized them immediately. Fox fur. So the mournful fox cries the tenants heard at night really did come from room 405. Kotoko's expression turned thoughtful. The director's judgment had been correct. Kudamai, the key figure in the wedding dress tree incident, still had too many suspicious points around her. She was a valid breakthrough. If they were lucky, she might even provide useful information about the grotesque tree spirit incident. Kotoko carefully recorded the footprints and fox fur before moving toward the bedroom door. Kudamai's room. The main target. But the moment she grabbed the doorknob and prepared to twist it, the door opened. Kotoko narrowed her eyes. The bedroom door was already open. Of course. Something had entered before her. Inside the bedroom, the curtains were tightly drawn, leaving the entire space dim and stuffy. The sour stench here was even stronger. Trash covered the floor. Leftover food had grown rotten and was crawling with flies and maggots. The sight was disgusting enough to make even a prepared person feel nauseous. The room was so messy that there was almost nowhere to step. Kotoko paused at the doorway and looked around. Didn't go in. That puzzled her. The scene before her did not seem much different from the initial investigation records. Aside from the leftover food becoming more rotten and foul-smelling, there were no obvious changes. The walls were still covered with cursed words and a list of names. You all deserve to die. I curse you. Be eaten by the wedding dress tree. Eat, die. Ayato Kyoko. Tsukamatsu Ryoko. Kamazuka Akiko. The writing remained unchanged. Kotoko chuckled softly beneath her mask. I doubt that thing came here for sightseeing. There had to be something. Some overlooked trace. She began searching carefully. First the trash and rotten leftovers scattered across the floor. Then the cursed words carved and stained dark on the walls. Then the moldy bedding in the closet. Finally, in a drawer, Kotoko found a framed photograph. It was a picture of Kudamai with her parents, taken in the courtyard of a farmhouse. In the photo, Kudamai and her mother were smiling brightly. Her father, however, looked distracted. Troubled. As though something weighed heavily on his mind. Aside from the framed photo, there was nothing else in the drawer. Kotoko was about to push it closed when she suddenly stopped. Something was wrong. The drawer and the photo frame are too clean. A drawer could block some dust, yes. But not entirely. And the photo frame looked as if it had been wiped every day. Not a single speck of dust clung to it. Kudamai had disappeared at least a month ago. How could this be spotless? Don't tell me the suspected yokai came here just to wipe a framed photo. The thought was absurd. Then, in the next moment, the absurd thought was confirmed. When Kotoko picked up the photo frame, she felt dampness on the back. She turned it over. Fresh blood stained the rear of the frame. It had not even fully coagulated yet. The blood looked as if it had been left there only yesterday. And beneath it, lines of text had been carved into the frame. Dad went mad first. Then Mom went mad. This is a curse. It's almost my turn. I'm starting to not recognize myself. It's that hairpin. It's the fox's curse. Kotoko's eyes widened. This is Kudamai's handwriting. The investigation during the wedding dress tree incident had been too rushed. They had missed something important. Very important. Judging from the darkened blood in the carved words, this wasn't written recently, Kotoko murmured. It should have been left during the wedding dress tree incident. Her gaze shifted to the fresh blood smeared across the frame. But whose blood is this? The suspected yokai? Or Kudamai? Kotoko fell silent. Or perhaps, they're the same. A chill crawled through the room. In her mind, a scene formed. A dark, unknown figure standing exactly where she stood now. It opened the drawer. Took out the framed photo. Gently wiped the glass clean. But its hands were stained with fresh blood, and that blood smeared across the back of the frame. If that suspected yokai really was Kudamai, then a new question appeared. During the wedding dress tree incident, Jin had broken into the wedding dress tree's domain and found Kudamai, who had already been turned into a wedding dress bride. Afterward, she had turned to ash along with the wedding dress tree inside the fire boundary spell. She had died. Completely. Hadn't she? Could she have revived? Kotoko's expression turned serious. I'll record all the clues first. Then I'll return to the office and discuss this with the director. She immediately began documenting everything inside the room. At the same time, she took out her phone and dialed an official number. The call connected quickly. Hello, Kotoko-sama. How may we assist you? Activate the White Fox Office's Level 1 authority, Kotoko said. Investigate Kudamai's original family for me. Especially her parents' situation during the wedding dress tree incident. As you command. Please wait. The response was swift and respectful. Kotoko continued collecting suspicious traces and information from room 405. A short while later, just as she finished, the official investigation results were sent to her phone. As expected of the authorities, Kotoko murmured. When it comes to population records, they move fast. She opened the message. Then her expression tightened. They all died strangely. Her eyes moved further down the screen. And if you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 79, Chapter 79, Imitation. Chapter 79, Imitation. Evening settled over Tokyo. As the sun sank below the skyline, a sharper chill crept back into the streets. Pedestrians hurried along the sidewalks with their collars pulled high, bracing against the wind as though afraid it would steal what little warmth they had left. By the time Iwanaga Kotoko returned to the White Fox office, her body was carrying the weariness of a long day. Oh, she said as she opened the door and stepped inside. The director isn't here. Jin Tsumoji's chair was empty. Kasagano Sora was at the side of the room, quietly organizing the White Fox office's archived case files. When she saw Kotoko come in, she immediately stood up. "Kotoko-ne, you're back. I'll make you coffee." Sora moved toward the coffee supplies, glancing briefly at the darkening sky beyond the window. "After you left, the director went out to investigate the grotesque tree spirit incident sites. He said he should be back soon." Most of the grotesque tree spirit branches had appeared in Shibuya Ward. Only a small number of the earliest discovered cases were outside the area, such as Minato Ward, where Sora used to live. Kotoko thought for a moment and quickly understood Jin's intention. With his current strength as a national-level Onmyoji, a personal field survey could reveal things that reports and second-hand data missed. Perhaps he could find the pattern behind how the branches had been placed, the logic used by whoever had scattered them. A moment later, Sora handed her a steaming cup of coffee. "It looks like your investigation went well, Kotoko-ne." Kotoko accepted the cup and took a small sip. The warmth spread through her chest, dispelling some of the cold clinging to her body. "Not bad," she said. "At the very least, I confirmed that there are definitely major mysteries surrounding Kudamai. The only regret is that I still haven't found the link connecting her directly to the grotesque tree spirit incident." That was the problem. In room 405, she had indeed found many clues. But almost all of them pointed toward Kudamai herself rather than the grotesque tree spirits. The key connection was still missing. Even so, Kotoko was increasingly certain of one thing: Kudamai had a close relationship with the grotesque tree spirit incident. Just as she had played a crucial role in the wedding dress tree incident, her role here would not be minor either. If they followed that thread carefully, they would eventually glimpse part of the truth. Kotoko took several more sips of coffee, letting her body warm up properly. Then, out of the corner of her eye, she noticed something unfamiliar on Jin's desk. "Eh? What's that?" A bronze mirror sat on the desk. It was badly corroded, its surface mottled with age. The marks of decay gave it a heavy sense of history, as though it had survived long enough to forget the hands that forged it. It had been placed upright on a small triangular wooden stand, displayed like a decoration. Though, if it truly was meant to be decorative, its aesthetic value was questionable. That was not what caught Kotoko's attention. What drew her gaze was the power contained within it. A power she knew. It was different from an Onmyoji spiritual energy. Different from the Een energy of yokai. Different even from the demonic power carried by certain great yokai. It possessed an inviolable sacred quality, vast and solemn, like a majestic presence descending from the heavens. Divine power. Power belonging to gods, condensed from pure faith. Lord Tsukuzawa and the other deities Kotoko knew all carried this kind of power in their bodies. However, with the passing of the ages, the divine power within them had withered and thinned. Compared to the power in the bronze mirror sitting on Jin's desk, theirs was almost insignificant. A stream before a great river. A bronze mirror containing divine power. Kotoko frowned slightly, coffee cup still in hand. Why does it feel a little like the Yata mirror Lord Tsukuzawa once described? Her thoughts paused. Yata mirror. The more she looked at it, the more similar it seemed. Not identical, perhaps, but close enough that many details matched the descriptions Tsukuzawa and the others had once given. Nearly 70% of its features were consistent. Could this really be the legendary Yata mirror? The thought had barely formed before Kotoko rejected it herself. No. How could that be possible? The Yata mirror was a divine artifact from Japanese mythology, one of the three sacred treasures alongside the Kusanagi sword and the Yasakani no Magatama. It was the divine mirror of Amaterasu, the supreme goddess of the sun. In Shinto belief, it could be called one of Japan's highest sacred objects. How could something like that appear casually in the White Fox office? Even a daydream should at least pretend to be modest. Then Sora's next sentence almost made Kotoko spit out her coffee. Kotoko-ne, it does count as a Yata mirror. What? That's impossible. Kotoko shot up from the sofa, eyes wide as she stared at the corroded bronze mirror on the desk. She could not accept that the object before her was the legendary divine artifact also known as Makagami. Sora quickly realized Kotoko had misunderstood. Ah, no, that isn't what I meant. It is a Yata mirror, but there is still a gap between it and the mirror held by Amaterasu in the Kojiki. Kotoko stared at her. Sora explained carefully, strictly speaking, it's a replica of the legendary Yata mirror. But from its own perspective, calling it a Yata mirror isn't wrong. A replica. Kotoko slowly sat back down. That makes much more sense. Even so, a replica was still extraordinary. After all, this was not some cheap imitation of a famous antique. It was a replica of one of Japan's supreme divine artifacts. Judging by the divine power inside it, the one who forged it must also have been a god who left a significant name in mythology. I'm afraid even the Yata mirror enshrined at ISE Grand Shrine, the so-called ancestor of shrines, doesn't carry as much weight as this one. Kotoko's tone was sincere. The mirror enshrined at ISE Grand Shrine might be an ancient sacred object that had witnessed the turning of history, but she had never felt divine power of this level from it. That alone revealed the difference. One was a historical symbol. The other was a true divine artifact, even if only a replica. If the Shinto priests of ISE Grand Shrine saw this mirror, they would probably be so moved they would kneel on the spot. Then, shamelessly and with full ritual dignity, they would insist on taking it back to enshrine it properly. After all, to them, this could represent the supreme faith they served. A sacred object among sacred objects. Then Kotoko thought of something. Her gaze turned solemn. This is the reward Shinomiya Kagaya brought, isn't it? Sora blinked. Kotoko-ne, how did you know? It's obvious, Kotoko said. The director generally doesn't use magical tools. And among the people we've met recently, Shinomiya Kagaya is the only one with the background to make such an extravagant payment. Sora nodded slowly, then began telling her what had happened after Kotoko left. Miss Kagaya's visit. The mark left by Shuten-doji. Jin's analysis of the situation. The commission. The reward. When Kotoko heard that Shuten-doji would not personally appear unless the sacrifice was extremely special, she quietly let out a breath of relief. She had already made up her mind earlier. If Jin insisted on resolving Shinomiya Kagaya's incident and that meant fighting Shuten-doji directly, then even if Kotoko could not change his decision, she would never let him face such danger alone. Thankfully, that was not the case. The one who came would still likely be great yokai level, requiring 3 national level Onmyoji to contend with under normal standards. But compared to Shuten-doji itself, that was a much smaller threat. A small witch before a great one. More importantly, Kotoko trusted Jin. His combat power could not be measured purely by the rank written on his Onmyoji certificate. The distance between one national level Onmyoji and another could be enormous, and Jin had formed myriad laws, the Onmyodo framework that had shocked the entire Onmyodo world. Contending with a single great yokai alone should not be impossible for him. What truly reassured her was Jin's attitude. From Sora's account, his position was very clear. If an ordinary great yokai-level existence came, he would intercept and subjugate it. If Shuten-doji came personally, then Shinomiya Kagaya could only rely on her own fate. A great yokai-level threat is indeed worth a replica Yata mirror. Kotoko looked back at the bronze mirror. As expected, we still can't underestimate conglomerates that dominate Japan's economy. Their wealth is one thing, but their foundations and hidden reserves are another matter entirely. Even she had not expected the Shinomiya conglomerate to possess a divine artifact of this level. Kotoko stood, walked to Jin's desk, and picked up the mirror. Then she used her own method as the goddess of wisdom to the yokai, sensing the artifact's abilities. A faint light rose from her hands. Detailed information about the mirror flowed into her mind. After a short while, Kotoko opened her eyes. It reflects attacks at the level of professional class Onmyo arts. It can reflect national level Onmyo arts 3 times per day. And at its absolute limit, it can defend against one great Onmyo art, but the mirror will shatter afterward. She looked at the corroded bronze surface with renewed appreciation. It's a very good defensive divine artifact. In myth, the Yata mirror's most important qualities were dispelling falsehood and reflecting all techniques. Although this replica was still far from the true mirror of legend, there was no doubt it was powerful. With its protection, even an ordinary person could withstand attacks from any professional level Onmyoji. It could also block national level arts 3 times a day. And if absolutely necessary, it could defend against a great Onmyo art once. Only once. But at a critical moment, once was enough to save a life. Kotoko-ne, Sora said, before the director left, he said to leave this Yata mirror for you to handle. For me. Kotoko looked down at the mirror in her hand. A quiet warmth rose in her chest. This was a powerful divine artifact. Even for Jin, at his current level, it should still be very useful. Handing it to her to decide its use meant that even if she kept it for herself, no one would say anything. Of course, she would not do that. After a moment of silence, Kotoko placed the mirror carefully back onto its stand. Then we'll keep it at the White Fox office for now. Her voice was steady. Whether it's me, Sora, or any future member of the office, anyone can apply to use the Yata mirror when carrying out dangerous missions or handling high-risk supernatural incidents. Kotoko had designated it as a strategic resource of the White Fox office. That was the choice that would bring out its greatest value. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 80, Tale. Chapter 80, Tale. Time slipped by. The sun had long since set, and a cold wind moved over the land beneath the darkened sky. The chill had a sharper edge now, the kind that announced winter's approach even before the season truly arrived. Inside the White Fox office, Kasagano Sora stood by the window and watched the night deepen. Then she turned around. Kotoko-ne, I'm heading out. It was time. The man-eating yokai only appeared after nightfall. If she wanted to catch a clue tonight, some trace, some pattern, anything useful, she had to move now. She did not want to keep dragging behind Jin and Kotoko. Even if her strength was limited, she wanted to help where she could. Be careful, Iwanaga, Kotoko said. The Kappa and the others will accompany you. Night is their proper stage, after all. She gave a few more reminders, then casually picked up the Yata mirror replica from Jin's desk and handed it to Sora. Take this with you. It will protect you. Sora looked at the ancient bronze mirror in surprise. Kotoko-ne, I don't think I need it. I'm only tracking and investigating. If anyone is in danger, it'll probably be Mr. Kappa and the others. Take it, Kotoko said without room for argument. Leaving it here would just let it collect dust. You do have a chance of running into that unknown yokai. If that happens, even if the opponent is troublesome, the Yata mirror should buy enough time for the director and me to arrive. Since Kotoko had put it that way, Sora stopped refusing. She accepted the mirror carefully. A moment later, under Kotoko's gaze, Sora's soul separated from her body. Her form shifted into a ghostly state. In one hand, she held the soul hosting wood that anchored her spirit. In the other, she held the Yata mirror replica. Then she floated out through the window and vanished into the thick night. Once Sora left, only Kotoko remained in the office. She sat down on the sofa, placed her second cup of steaming coffee beside her, opened her laptop, and began organizing the information she had collected that day. 10 minutes passed. Just as she finished sorting most of the important clues, she heard the office door open. Kotoko looked up at once, pleasant surprise appearing on her face. Director, you're back. The one who entered was indeed Jin Tsumuji. Has Sora already gone out? Jin glanced around and saw only Kotoko in the office. Yes. She left not long ago. Kotoko nodded, then looked at him curiously. You came back late today, Director. Did you find something important? How was the harvest? There was a harvest, Jin said, taking off his black trench coat and hanging it on the rack near the door. But not the kind of major clue you're hoping for. He walked to his desk. I've made a preliminary determination. The grotesque tree spirit branches are spreading from Shibuya Ward as their base, covering the area in layers. Layered coverage. Kotoko frowned, not immediately understanding. Jin sat in his office chair, pulled a detailed map of Shibuya Ward from a drawer, and spread it across the desk. Then he picked up a red pen and marked every known location where grotesque tree spirit branches had appeared. Kotoko walked over and studied the map carefully. I don't see a pattern. She had performed similar calculations before. The result had been the same, no clear pattern. The branches looked as though they had been placed randomly. Some things are buried deep underground, Jin said. His eyes darkened slightly. He picked up the red pen again and began connecting points on the map. Line after line. The red ink moved across Shibuya Ward, linking one location to another. In less than a minute, the map looked as though it had been covered by a large crimson web. Kotoko's expression changed. This. Director, are you saying that even though the grotesque tree spirit branches on the surface have been destroyed, their roots have taken hold underground and are spreading through Shibuya? If that was true, the situation was far worse than she had imagined. Shibuya Ward had a population of over 2 million. If a supernatural incident had quietly spread its roots beneath the entire district, then a single disturbance could cause casualties to skyrocket. Corpses could be strewn across the streets before anyone even understood what had happened. It's very cunning, Jin said. Or rather, the person who deployed the grotesque tree spirits is very cunning. He tapped the web of red lines on the map. The roots of these branches are distributed and connected through different layers of soil. If my spirit sight hadn't improved massively after my breakthrough, I would never have noticed the traces. Jin exhaled. Fortunately, he had gone personally. Otherwise, they might still be blind to the true scale of the threat. Then we have to deal with it as soon as possible, Kotoko said at once. The longer they delayed, the greater the danger to Shibuya Ward became. Whoever deployed the grotesque tree spirits had hidden their roots across multiple soil layers to confuse investigators. That alone proved this was no ordinary outbreak. There was a larger scheme behind it. At the same time, Kotoko finally understood something else. No wonder the grotesque tree spirits that devoured human flesh had not produced many blood-red fruits. No wonder even the fruits that had formed withered so quickly when Onmyoji attacked. The flesh and blood they devoured had not been stored in the visible branches. It had been converted into nutrients and sent underground, feeding the roots buried beneath Shibuya, weaving a vast net large enough to cover the entire ward. The branches destroyed by the Onmyoji from various supernatural investigation offices had only been the surface manifestations. Their true bodies had already shifted elsewhere. It's difficult, Jin said. Very difficult. He shook his head. Setting aside everything else, just the fact that the roots are spread across different soil layers makes uprooting them nearly impossible. To pull them all out, we would have to turn the entire Shibuya ward upside down. That's not realistic. Then. Kotoko's brows tightened. We can't just watch it continue. She had not forgotten what Jin said before. The grotesque tree spirit incident was a game between two unknown powerful entities. But she had not expected the scope to become this broad, dragging the entirety of Shibuya ward into the board. Don't panic, Jin said. His voice was calm, steady enough to make her breathe again. Even if we paid a huge price to eliminate every root hidden underground, it would still only treat the symptoms. The person behind this could simply scatter new grotesque tree spirits elsewhere. He looked at the map. Our goal hasn't changed. Find that person first. As long as we eliminate them and the main vein of the grotesque tree spirit in their possession, the roots underground will wither and dissipate on their own, even if we ignore them. Kotoko slowly calmed down. That was indeed the core of the problem. The roots were dangerous. But the person holding the source was the true target. As for the two unknown powerful beings hiding even deeper in the shadows, they could not worry about those yet. Tell me what you found, Jin said. Kotoko nodded and began recounting everything she had discovered at the apartment building near Menegishi Great Affiliated Academy. After Kutamai went missing, which should be around the time the wedding dress tree entered its second hunting stage, strange and miserable fox cries were heard in the apartment building. An unknown presence entered room 405. I suspect it may have been Kutamai. There were fresh bloodstains and carved writing on the back of a framed photograph. She explained each clue in detail. Jin listened quietly. The information pieces entered his mind like scattered fragments of a broken puzzle, colliding and fitting together one by one. Based on the writing on the photo frame, Kotoko continued, I can determine that the carving was done well before the wedding dress tree appeared. That means Kutamai was already caught in another supernatural incident long before she came into contact with the wedding dress tree. Jin nodded. I agree. The contents carved into the back of the photo frame revealed enough. Everything most likely originated from that hairpin. It was precisely because of the hairpin that the wedding dress tree incident and the grotesque tree spirit incident were connected. As for the unknown presence that entered room 405 and was suspected to be Kutamai, Jin fell into thought. Back in the wedding dress tree's domain, he had indeed seen Kutamai turned into a wedding dress bride and hung from the tree. But looking back now, there had been a major doubt. When he used the fire boundary spell to liberate the wedding dress brides, the souls he freed had thanked him one by one. But Kutamai's soul had not seemed to be among them. At the time, since the wedding dress tree had already been destroyed, Jin had not paid attention to that detail. Now, however, that omission stood out. The one who entered room 405 was very likely Kutamai. A Kutamai who had not truly died. How she had faked her death and escaped the wedding dress tree's predation remained unknown. I'm sorry, Director, Kotoko said quietly. If I had investigated more carefully during the wedding dress tree incident, perhaps we wouldn't have missed such an important clue. Jin shook his head. He looked at the photo frame in his hand, then said softly, perhaps even if I had gone personally back then, I might not have found this frame. Kotoko looked at him in confusion. What do you mean? The timing wasn't right. Jin set the photo frame down. It's only a rough guess. Leave that aside for now. Let's talk about Kutamai's parents instead. I'm becoming more and more curious about what kind of supernatural incident their family had fallen into before the wedding dress tree. His gaze lowered slightly. Besides the hairpin, there must be another connection to the wedding dress tree itself. And then there's the so-called fox curse. Kotoko pulled up the information the authorities had investigated and began explaining. Kutamai's family was originally a family of 3. They lived in Yeo Town, between Shibuya Ward and Shinjuku Ward. It's considered a relatively wealthy town in that area, and according to the information gathered, the family atmosphere used to be very harmonious. Her tone grew more serious. But everything changed 1 year ago, when Kutamai was in her first year at Hujuo High School. Almost overnight, the personalities of her parents changed drastically. The originally gentle couple became irritable and narrow-minded. Not long afterward, they went mad and disappeared. Since then, Kutamai never returned to Yeo Town. Kotoko scrolled through the records. After that, many rumors began spreading around Kutamai's family. The most common one is that they offended a goddess and were cursed. Jin's eyes moved. A goddess and a curse? Yes. Kotoko nodded. In Yeo Town, there has always been a custom of holding festivals for a goddess. The exact deity from mythology is unknown. According to local legend, back in the age when monsters ran rampant, that goddess bestowed a blessing that protected the town from harm. Jin nodded slowly. That itself was not especially strange. Many rural towns and old settlements around Tokyo had similar legends and customs. The supernatural revival had only made people start taking those stories seriously again. What concerned him was different. What connection did this goddess's curse have with the fox curse carved on the back of the photo frame? For now, that's all the authorities have found, Kotoko said. Jin fell into quiet thought. Some things were beginning to align. Kurama's parents had encountered a supernatural incident, causing their temperaments to change drastically. Perhaps Kurama herself had experienced the same thing. According to what Jin had learned from Tomikazusa, Kurama had not originally been narrow-minded or malicious. It was only after later changes that the people around her began to think her earlier personality had been a facade. Those changes had eventually pushed events toward the wedding dress tree incident. It looks like I'll need to go to Yeo Town tomorrow, Jin said. Kotoko, come with me. Understood, Director. After that, the two continued sorting through the information in hand, exploring every possible lead. Late into the night, Sora returned from outside carrying the Yata mirror. Her face was full of disappointment. One look was enough to know that tonight's investigation had produced no gains. In Minato Ward, inside the Shinomiya Manor. He agreed. In her bedroom, Shinomiya Kagaya stood by the window while speaking on the phone with Haruka Shizumiya in the Imperial Palace. The time is set for 1 week from now, on the eve of Shuten-doji subordinate coming for me. What is your impression of him? Kagaya looked toward the direction of Shibuya Ward beyond the glass. His logical thinking is excellent, she said. He also seems to have an extremely deep understanding of Shuten-doji. She paused briefly. I can't deny that in both strength and vision, he isn't someone ordinary Onmyoji can compare to. He lives up to the title of White Fox, the rare genius of Onmyodo. Kagaya's voice grew more thoughtful. From the way he spoke, he has the absolute confidence to contend with a great yokai-level existence. You should know that there aren't many people in modern Onmyodo who can give such an assurance. Her fingers lightly brushed the curtain. I suspect White Fox Jin Tsumuji has already broken through to national-level strength. The outside world only knows that he successfully formed his Onmyodo framework, but I doubt that is the whole truth. Anything else? Haruka asked from the other end of the phone. She seemed eager to know more. This was only my first meeting with him, Kagaya said. If you want me to understand him more deeply, or uncover what secrets he is hiding, that will have to wait. Be extra careful on your end. I will. The call ended soon after. Kagaya lowered the phone and looked out into the thick night, silent and deep in thought. At the same time, in Chiyoda Ward, within the Imperial Palace. 1 week from now. Haruka Shizumiya returned the phone to its hiding place and murmured beneath the moonlight. White Fox Jin Tsumuji, everything will be revealed then. Outside the window, the moonlight was pale. And beneath that pale light, something terrifying appeared. Behind Haruka's slender figure, her shadow stretched across the floor. From it, 9 tails emerged. They swayed silently, like a dance of demons. Flickering. Illusory. Almost alive. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 81, a minor episode on the subway. Chapter 81, a minor episode on the subway. Ding. Shibuya Station. Passengers, please take your belongings and disembark in an orderly manner. Next stop, Shinjuku. A subway train bound for Shinjuku Ward eased into Shibuya Station, brakes hissing softly as it came to a stop. A moment later, the doors slid open. Passengers carrying bags and briefcases stepped out in neat, scattered lines. Perhaps because the morning rush hour for work and school had already passed, only a dozen or so people got off at this stop. Even fewer boarded. Only 2 people entered from the platform. A man and a woman. The girl was petite, with proper posture and delicate features. A beret rested on her small head, making her look even cuter than she already was. With a cane in hand and a composed air around her, she carried the refined charm of a young lady from a wealthy family. She was the sort of beautiful girl who naturally drew repeated glances. Unfortunately, beside the boy next to her, even that charm seemed slightly overshadowed. Several passengers getting off the train unconsciously slowed their steps. Men and women. Young and old. Almost everyone who saw him showed a flicker of amazement. It was difficult to imagine that such a handsome boy could exist in reality. His eyes were an elegant misty blue, clear and luminous. His lips carried the soft beauty of cherry blossoms. His features leaned toward a gentle, almost androgynous refinement, while his shoulder-length silver hair shone with a silky luster. His skin was fine and pale, like flawless porcelain. Even standing quietly, he had a unique air of grace and calm, as if he were the most carefully crafted work heaven had ever made. How is it, Director? Iwanaga Kotoko nudged Jin Tsumuji lightly with her elbow, her voice full of teasing. A 100% turn-back rate. Everyone staring at you. Not bad, right? Are you starting to feel a little narcissistic? A little proud? Jin glanced at her helplessly. Then he took out a mask and covered the face that had become increasingly troublesome after his advancement. Around them, several people looked visibly regretful. Some regretted not taking a photo quickly enough. Others hesitated, clearly struggling with whether they should shamelessly go up and ask for his number. What made Jin's skin crawl most was that even a few greasy middle-aged men had begun to show signs of interest. That was too much. Jin immediately grabbed Kotoko and walked into the train. Once they found seats, he finally let out a breath. This prickling sensation of being stared at from every direction was honestly worse than fighting a great yokai. It seems I'll have to wear a mask whenever I go out, Jin said. Either that, or use a charm to blur my features. This is the treatment given to goddess-level beauties, Kotoko said, cheerfully rubbing salt into the wound. Countless girls would be jealous. Director, you should learn to be content. She sounded as though she had finally found one of Jin's weaknesses and intended to treasure it properly. Jin gave her a quiet look. Kotoko's instincts immediately screamed. A bad feeling rose in her heart. Sure enough. Spirit word, silence. The next second. MMPH. MMPH, MMPH. Kotoko's voice vanished. It felt as if something invisible had stuffed itself into her mouth, sealing her vocal cords and leaving her able to make only muffled sounds. She tried to break the spirit word with her own methods. Unfortunately, if it had been before Jin's breakthrough to national level, she might have had some chance. Now. Her methods were not even close. With no other option, Kotoko turned toward Jin with watery eyes full of grievance and innocence, silently begging him to show mercy and release the technique. Jin was unmoved. He glanced at her and said, "The spirit word will expire automatically when we reach Yu Town. It's good for you to stay quiet for a while." Kotoko's eyes widened. She glared at him with great dissatisfaction. Her expression said everything. "You can't treat me like this." Yeyu Town was in the buffer zone between Shibuya Ward and Shinjuku Ward, but getting there was inconvenient. They needed to ride the subway for an hour first, then transfer to a bus for another 2 hours. In other words, Jin planned to silence her for 3 full hours. Not speaking for 3 hours was not unbearable. Kotoko was not exactly a chatterbox. But being forcibly silenced still made her extremely unhappy. Stingy man. She cursed him in her heart, then turned her head away and refused to look at him. With Kotoko no longer chirping in his ear, Jin finally felt the world become peaceful. He leaned back slightly, preparing to close his eyes and rest until the train reached Shinjuku. Then. His eyes opened. For a fleeting instant, he sensed an extremely powerful surge of spiritual energy ripple through the carriage. Its intensity completely surpassed his own. But when he tried to trace it, the presence had already vanished without a trace, disappearing as quickly as a mirage. Stronger than my spiritual power. Jin's gaze shifted quietly. Is there a first-class national-level Onmyoji hidden on this train? He scanned the carriage without moving too obviously. Although that spiritual energy had been concealed almost instantly, he was certain of one thing. Its owner was inside this carriage. Aside from him and Kotoko, there were only 9 people present. 6 of them were middle school students in uniforms. Judging from the time, they were probably skipping class. Of the remaining 3, 2 were an elderly white-haired couple sitting together. None of them seemed like the source. That left only one person. Jin's gaze settled on a blonde girl sitting by the window in the last row. Ethereal beauty. That was the first impression she gave. It was not the same as Kotoko's clever, intellectual charm. Nor was it like Sora's gentle obedience or Shinomiya Kagaya's cool, calculating elegance. Jin had never seen a girl quite like her before. She had long golden hair, fair skin, and exquisite features that seemed to blend Eastern and Western beauty. Her slightly upturned eyes looked untouched by the world's filth, clear in a way that felt almost unreal. A drawing board rested in front of her, and her slender fingers held a paintbrush as she focused entirely on her work. That concentration was so pure it made onlookers feel ashamed to disturb her. It came from her. Jin sensed a faint trace of spiritual power from the girl. Refined to an extreme degree. Is it a shikigami like Hokuto? Or some kind of spiritual body possessing her? Whether someone had practiced Onmyodo or not was easy for Jin to tell. The blonde girl sitting by the window showed no signs of having trained in Onmyodo. If she had released that spiritual power earlier, the most likely explanation was that something was attached to her. Jin watched her for another breath. Then he looked away. Forget it. It has nothing to do with me. He had no intention of probing further. It would be rude, and he was not so curious that he needed to dig into a stranger's secrets on the subway. Jin closed his eyes again, waiting quietly for the train to reach Shinjuku. What he did not know was that the blonde girl in the back row had already lifted her eyes from the drawing board. She looked at his back. Quietly. Carefully. As if observing something unusual. After a while, she lowered her gaze again. Then she flipped over the exquisite painting she had been working on, a piece fine enough to make even a master painter feel ashamed, and turned her attention to the blank side of the board. Her brush moved. Stroke by stroke. First came the skeleton. Then the full outline. Then a pair of elegant, misty blue eyes appeared on the page. The blonde girl was sketching Jin. Not the masked figure sitting in front of her now, but the face she had seen through the window earlier, when Jin and Kotoko had just entered the station. She had memorized his true appearance in that brief moment. And now, with the brush in her hand, she began to paint him. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on P@Trian. p@trian.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 82, The Goddess Temple. Chapter 82, The Goddess Temple. After a long and bumpy journey, Jin Tsumuji and Iwanaga Kotoko finally arrived at their destination. Yeo Town. Located in the buffer zone between Shibuya Ward and Shinjuku Ward, it was neither completely rural nor truly urban. It sat between worlds, both geographically and spiritually, like a place that had been forgotten by time but not yet swallowed by the city. The moment they stepped off the bus, the spirit word sealing Kotoko's voice quietly dissolved. Kotoko turned toward Jin with a resentful look. Director, that was too much. If you keep treating girls like this, you'll never get a girlfriend. Is that so? Jin simply tapped the mask covering his face. The meaning was obvious. Kotoko's expression stiffened. She turned away with a small, dissatisfied snort. As much as she hated to admit it, with Jin's absurdly beautiful face and refined temperament, if he ever publicly announced that he was looking for a partner, the White Fox office would probably be buried under a stampede of women by sunset. It was truly irritating. A natural butterfly magnet. The phrase fit him so well it was almost annoying. Kotoko decided to ignore the infuriating men beside her. She gripped her cane, struck it sharply against the ground as if venting her frustration, and strode toward Yeo Town. Jin watched her puffed-up cheeks and followed with a faint smile. Sometimes, teasing this little girl really was interesting. After walking roughly 200 meters, the two officially entered the town. The first thing they felt was the air. It was clean. Unlike Shibuya, where the wind always carried car exhaust, commercial pollution, and the faint metallic scent of the city, Yeo Town's air was crisp and fresh. The roads were paved with uneven stones of different sizes, rugged but clean. No cars sped through the streets, making the paths look unusually wide and quiet. On both sides of the stone road stood neat rows of two-story wooden houses. Almost every household had a small fenced yard. Some grew fruits and vegetables. Others kept chickens or small livestock. The whole town carried a pastoral warmth that had nearly vanished from the cities. No wonder so many people, especially middle-aged people, like moving to places like this, Jin said. It does have its own charm. Life in a major city came with too much speed. Too much pressure. Too much exploitation hidden behind salary, competition, convenience, and neon lights. The glamour could intoxicate people for a while, but once the indulgence faded, what remained was often exhaustion and emptiness. A town like this was different. Stay here long enough, and the restless impatience that came from the city would slowly settle back into silence. At least, that would have been true before the supernatural revival. Since then, countless people had done everything they could to squeeze into major cities like Tokyo and Kyoto. At least there, on the surface, safety was somewhat guaranteed. At least there, one was less likely to be inexplicably swallowed by some unknown supernatural incident in the dark. Places like Mitsuwa, where the Tsuchimikado family was based, were rare exceptions. Yeo Town could still be considered fortunate. Although traces of supernatural incidents could be found here, they were faint. Whatever had happened before had clearly been resolved by Onmyoji in time. Jin stopped walking for a moment. It feels a little similar. Kotoko glanced at him. By now, most of her earlier resentment had faded. Similar to what? Mingao Village. Kotoko paused. She knew that name. Mingao Village had been the core of the wedding dress tree incident. From the origin of the case to its final resolution, everything had revolved around that old village in one way or another. The Bing Lake inside the park area of Hujuo High School was the former site of that village. Jin looked around slowly. I can't say exactly where the similarity lies. It's just a feeling. Yeo Town's buildings had clearly changed with the times. They were far from the crude structures Mingao Village once had. Yet that faint sense of familiarity lingered. Where did it come from? Doubts rose one after another, but Jin pushed them down for now. Business came first. Director, Kotoko said, let's find someone and ask about the information we need. Jin nodded. There were not many people in Yeo Town. Most of those still outside were elderly. The younger generation had largely fled to the cities, while the old remained because they could not bear to leave the place where they had lived their entire lives. At a street corner, Jin and Kotoko politely stopped an old man who looked to be in his 50s or 60s. Excuse me, sir, Jin said. We're from the authorities. May we ask you about someone? The old man squinted at them. What did you say? Speak louder. He was clearly hard of hearing. Wait a moment, you two children. He took a hearing aid out of his pocket and fitted it into his ear. Only then did he ask, now, what were you saying? You two must be from the city, right? We're from the authorities, Jin repeated, taking out an official identification card. We're here to investigate a situation and would like to ask about someone. The identification was genuine. It had been specially issued by the authorities to major supernatural investigation offices, ensuring that they would not encounter unnecessary obstruction when handling cases. Normally, Jin preferred to show his Onmyoji certificate during supernatural incidents. It was direct and convenient. But in a countryside town like Yeo, he had to consider the residents' feelings. Anyone who saw an Onmyoji certificate would immediately understand that their town was involved in a supernatural incident. That could easily cause panic, which was not what Jin wanted. People from the authorities, huh? The old man carefully looked over the identification before returning it. Then tell me, child. Who do you want to ask about? I know every household around here. Kudamai. The moment Jin spoke the name, the old man's face changed drastically. Fear filled his cloudy eyes. He subconsciously looked toward the northwest, as if the very name had touched something forbidden, something that might bring misfortune if spoken too many times. I don't know. Don't ask me. The old man waved his hand quickly. You two children shouldn't be asking about that. After saying that, he hurried away, ignoring Kotoko and Jin's attempts to stop him. Jin frowned. There was clearly some hidden story here. Whether it was because of the so-called goddess's curse or something else remained unknown. Let's ask someone else, he said. Kotoko nodded. After that, they stopped 5 or 6 more residents of similar age. Before they mentioned Kudamai, everyone was kind and approachable. But the moment the name left their mouths, the reaction was almost identical. Fear. Avoidance. Silence. Each person looked toward the northwest, just like the first old man, and refused to say another word. Eventually, just as Jin was considering using spirit word to make someone tell the truth, they found a drunkard willing to talk under the temptation of money. Since you people from the authorities are here asking about Kudamai, then I guess something happened to the last member of the Kuda family too. The drunkard looked slightly younger than the others, probably not yet 50. He carried a wine flask in his hand and took a few gulps whenever the craving hit him. He hiccuped. She went missing too, right? Kotoko looked at him in surprise. You know about that? The fact that Kudamai was missing rather than dead was something she and Jin had only inferred back at the White Fox office. This drunkard had said it with certainty. Of course. He gave a tipsy laugh. She offended the goddess and got cursed. First you go mad, then you disappear. Even Kudamai, who had already left town, couldn't escape the goddess's curse. He took another drink. They really went crazy for money. Hick. They even dared touch things from the goddess temple. Jin's gaze sharpened. Goddess's curse. Goddess temple. A key point had appeared. Tell me about the goddess's curse and the goddess temple, Jin said. As much detail as possible. At the same time, he handed over a large denomination banknote. The drunkard's eyes lit up. He quickly accepted the money and stuffed it into his waist pouch. After looking around to confirm no one was watching, he lowered his voice. To explain the goddess's curse and the goddess temple, I have to start with the legend of the goddess passed down in Yeo Town. He cleared his throat with a sip of wine. Legend says that a long, long time ago, no one knows exactly when, yokai were far more rampant than they are today. They treated humans like livestock and slaughtered them whenever they wished. People lived every day in despair. Jin and Kotoko exchanged a glance. They both had a rough guess. The Heian period. 1,000 years ago, yokai, specters, and the night parade of 100 demons had been at their most rampant. Humans only dared to move under daylight. At night, they could do little but pray they were not targeted. And then, the drunkard continued, a goddess descended upon Yeo Town. His voice dropped further. She eliminated all the yokai lurking here and planted a divine tree in the town. That tree protected us from being harassed by yokai. A divine tree. Jin and Kotoko looked at each other again. The resemblance was too obvious. The wedding dress tree had also protected a settlement from yokai. It too had been given by someone else. Only the figures at the center differed. In Mingao village, it had been a noble lady. Here, it was a goddess. Perhaps the familiar feeling Jin sensed between Yao Town and Mingao village came from this. Please continue, Jin said. The drunkard took another sip, moistening his throat. About the divine tree, personally, I used to think it was just an old tree that had lived a long time. That was before the Kuda family incident. After that, I stopped thinking that way. He glanced toward the northwest again. In the goddess legend, she left not long after planting the tree. Our ancestors turned the place where she temporarily stayed into the goddess temple and built a statue of her. As for the Kuda family, he hiccuped. All I can say is they brought it on themselves. His face showed complicated disdain. Mr. Hisada was a famous scholar in Yao Town. Usually, he was a decent man. But he loved competing with others too much. He insisted on sending his daughter, Kudamai, to Hujuo High School. The drunkard shook his head. That's an elite school. How could people like us afford it? Hujuo High School tuition was indeed expensive. On that point, Jin and Kotoko, both former students of the academy, had the most right to speak. A single year's tuition could equal several years of savings for an ordinary middle-class family. Thinking about it now, there had always been something unreasonable about Kudamai, who came from Yao Town, attending that academy. To send Kudamai there, the drunkard said, Mr. Hisada stole artifacts from the goddess temple during his turn as temple guard. He saw their expressions and explained, you two are outsiders, so you probably don't know about temple guarding. In Yao Town, every household takes turns sending one male member to guard the goddess temple for a month. As he spoke, he kept glancing northwest. That confirmed it. Both the goddess temple and the so-called divine tree were in that direction. So, Kotoko said, Kudamai's father stole artifacts from the goddess temple and sold them to pay her tuition. The drunkard nodded. At first, everyone thought an outside thief had stolen them while the guards weren't paying attention. Then, 1 year ago, the goddess temple was burglarized again. His expression turned grave. This time, the items stolen were said to be the personal belongings left behind by the goddess. Jin's eyes narrowed slightly. The artifacts stolen before were good things, the drunkard continued, but most were offerings from our ancestors. The goddess's personal belongings were different. They've been passed down for who knows how long. At the very least, they've existed since the goddess temple was established. Real treasures. At the time, it caused a huge commotion in town. What were the stolen items? Jin asked. 2 hairpins. The drunkard answered without hesitation. Very exquisite hairpins. Even after all those years, they hadn't decayed at all. Anyone could tell they were precious treasures just by looking at them. The main reason we guard the temple is to prevent things like that from being stolen. As expected. A faint light of understanding passed through Jin and Kotoko's eyes. They had finally found the origin of the hairpins. Then how did you discover that Kudamai's father was the thief? Kotoko asked. And you still haven't explained the goddess's curse. You probably know most of the rest already. The drunkard scratched his head. After the hairpins were stolen, the Kuda family changed. First, Mr. Hisada's personality became strange. Then Mrs. Hisada's too. He lowered his voice again. Kudamai seemed to notice something and left Yao Town early. Not long after she left, Mr. and Mrs. Hisada completely lost their minds. They started acting like wild beasts. They couldn't communicate and even began eating raw meat. His face paled slightly at the memory. We had no choice but to lock them up. It was during that time that we found several stolen goddess temple artifacts in Mr. Hisada's house. He paused. Including one of the hairpins. That's when rumors spread that the Kuda family had offended the goddess and been cursed. The drunkard's voice became strained. And the most frightening part was what happened a few days later. He swallowed. Mr. and Mrs. Hisada vanished from the place where we locked them up. Completely. Not a single trace left behind. Fear leaked into his words. He had been one of the younger townspeople who personally locked the couple away. 2 living people had disappeared right under their noses. Even now, remembering it made his back run cold. After a while, he sighed. The goddess's curse, then that strange disappearance, after that, the Kuda family became taboo in Yao Town. Jin now understood the general course of events. But one point in the drunkard's words caught his attention. You said you found 1 hairpin in the Kuda house. Yes. The drunkard nodded. We never found the other one. No one knows whether Mr. Hisada sold it or Kudamai took it away. He took another drink. To return that hairpin to the goddess temple and beg the goddess for forgiveness, the town held a festival for 3 consecutive days. You know how things are in this era. With the supernatural revival, no one dares go out at night, but we still held the rites. His voice lowered. We even burned the Kuta family's house to the ground to appease the goddess's anger. Jin fell silent. So there are 3 hairpins. He murmured the words more to himself than anyone else. The drunkard blinked. What 3? It's nothing. Jin shook his head. Thank you for your cooperation. Sure, sure. The drunkard smiled as he counted the money in his pouch. Seeing that he was no longer needed, he happily wandered off to buy more wine. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 83, Golden Fox Tale. Chapter 83, Golden Fox Tale. This trip was worth it, Jin Tsumuji said, looking toward the northwest of Yeo Town. A lot of mysteries have been cleared up. The goddess temple was there. So was the so-called divine tree. Kotoko followed his gaze, her expression thoughtful. It's just a pity the Kuta house was burned down by the residents. If it were still intact, we might have found more key clues. It's already enough, Jin said. I didn't expect one trip to Yeo Town to clarify the cause and effect behind both the grotesque tree spirit incident and the wedding dress tree incident. The goddess's curse spoken of by the residents was mostly speculation, born from fear and rumor. But sometimes, the frightened guesses of ordinary people accidentally brushed against the truth. The words Kudamai had carved on the back of the framed photo in room 405 had now been answered one by one. The so-called fox curse was most likely the same thing the townspeople called the goddess's curse. Kudamai's parents had gone mad and vanished. Then Kudamai herself had followed the same path. As for the hairpins, that was beyond Jin's initial expectations. There were not only 2. There were 3. The hairpin obtained from the wedding dress tree incident should have been the one found by the residents in the Kuta house, the one stolen from the goddess temple along with the others. Another had been taken by Kudamai. As for the remaining hairpin that appeared in the grotesque tree spirit incident, that required more careful thought. Jin had an immature theory. If the wedding dress tree incident and the grotesque tree spirit incident were truly part of a game between 2 unknown powerful entities, then it was not impossible that each side had sought out and obtained personal items connected to the other, using them to calculate, mislead, and attack from the shadows. Of course, that theory required proof. The key was simple. The noble lady mentioned by the old woman in the wedding dress tree spirit domain, the one who had given her the seedling, and the goddess enshrined in Yeo Town's goddess temple had to be the same being. Fortunately, proving that would not be too difficult. They only needed to look at the divine tree the residents of Yeo Town worshipped. Kotoko, Jin said, let's go see the divine tree. Even if he had not said it, Kotoko had already planned to do exactly that. Jin drew 2 talismans from his robe. Spiritual energy curled around the paper like mist as he chanted. Formless, forgetting reality, swiftly, as the laws and decrees command. Invisibility talisman. He placed one talisman on Kotoko and the other on himself. Their figures, auras, and presence gradually faded until both vanished completely from sight. They were not only going to examine the divine tree. They also intended to explore the goddess temple personally and see what was hidden inside. According to the drunkard, the goddess temple had always been guarded by the residents of Yeo Town. After the Kuta family went mad and vanished, the town had become especially sensitive about anything related to it. Even showing official identification might not work. A little concealment would save them a great deal of unnecessary trouble. A short while later, Jin and Kotoko arrived at a wide open space in the northwest corner of Yeo Town. There stood an ancient tree. Its trunk was so thick it would take 4 or 5 adults joining hands to encircle it. Countless prayer plaques hung from its branches, swaying gently in the breeze. Kotoko looked up at the tree, her expression turning solemn. This is almost identical to the wedding dress tree that first appeared at Hojuo High School. The divine tree worshipped by Yeo Town was practically a twin of the wedding dress tree. Aside from the absence of red ropes, everything else looked the same. Back then, the wedding dress tree at Hojuo High School had also been covered with students' prayer plaques. The horrifying part was that those plaques had nearly become charms that summoned death. The old woman in the wedding dress tree spirit domain once told Tomikazusa and Ajiso Setsuna something, Jin said, looking at the ancient tree. When the noble lady gave her the seedling, she mentioned 2 ways to let the tree grow. He raised his eyes. The fast way was sacrifice. The slow way was faith. Kotoko nodded. If it grew through faith, the wedding dress tree could become a deity that protected Mingao village, a true guardian god without risk. But if it grew through sacrifice, it would mature rapidly. She paused. As for the result, that was obvious. The entire Mingao village was wiped out, and even the dead villagers were turned into spirit servants by the wedding dress tree. Kotoko had not participated in Jin's battle against the wedding dress tree, but the details of the case were recorded thoroughly in the White Fox office. Correct. Jin walked up to the divine tree and gently touched its withered trunk. Yeo Town and Mingao Village faced the same fate, but they made different choices. One chose sacrifice. The other chose faith. His fingers brushed over the bark. Calling this ancient tree a divine tree is not an exaggeration. Unfortunately, with faith declining in the modern era, it has fallen from a guardian deity capable of protecting Yeo Town into an ordinary old tree. Kotoko looked at the ancient tree with some regret. In an age when yokai roamed freely, this tree had shielded Yeo Town from harm. If not for the faint lingering divine aura still clinging to its trunk, who would believe it had once been a deity? A guardian god. In terms of foresight, Jin said, the Yeo Town of 1,000 years ago was far more discerning than Mingao Village. He withdrew his hand. Mingao Village traded temporary protection for 1,000 years of torment and sin. Yeo Town sacrificed the efforts of one generation, perhaps several, and ensured its bloodline survived until today. Now, Jin was certain. The noble lady from the wedding dress tree incident and the goddess from Yeo Town's legend were the same being. And there was more than a 50% chance that she was one of the two unknown powerful entities behind the wedding dress tree and grotesque tree spirit incidents. Let's go, Jin said. Time to look at the goddess temple on the mountain. He took the lead and entered the forest path. Kotoko followed closely behind. The mountain path beneath their feet was surprisingly clean and smooth. The trees on both sides had clearly been pruned on a regular basis. Though the path twisted and turned, it was not difficult to walk. After roughly 10 minutes, a temple came into view. This was the goddess temple worshipped by the residents of Yeo Town for generations. It was not large. There was only a torii gate and a main hall, without any side halls or auxiliary buildings. It could not be called crude, but neither could it be called impressive. The paint on the torii had long since been weathered by time. Though it had been maintained on the surface, no major renovations had been done. Everything still rested on the original architectural foundation. In front of the torii, an old man lay on a lounge chair, basking in the warm sunlight while dozing off. He was clearly this month's temple guard. Still hidden by the invisibility talismans, Jin and Kotoko walked past him and entered the temple. The inside was less shabby than expected. There were not many objects, but everything that should be present was there: the divine statue, the incense burner, yellow meditation cushions, offering stands. More importantly, the place was very clean. This is the third hairpin. Jin looked at the divine statue before him. It was over 10 feet tall and cast from brass. The statue sat cross-legged, holding a fox in its arms. Its facial features had blurred under the erosion of time, but from the coiled long hair, it was still easy to tell that the figure was female. A hairpin was inserted into that coiled hair. On the symmetrical opposite side, only an empty hole remained. The missing hairpin was in Jin's possession. I wonder, Jin said, if removing this hairpin from the statue will trigger the curse. Director, don't be careless. Kotoko was visibly startled. It's fine. I know what I'm doing. Jin's figure rose lightly until he was level with the statue's head. Then he reached out and removed the hairpin with ease. The next instant, in a realm ordinary human eyes could never perceive, a gold-red, silk-like energy erupted from the statue's eyes. It carried an ominous aura. The curse shot straight toward Jin, punishing the one who had offended the goddess. Director, watch out. Kotoko's expression changed. She immediately recognized it. This gold-red, silk-like curse was the same calamity that had befallen the Kuta family. Just in time. Jin showed no fear. Instead, a faint smile touched his lips. He drew a talisman from his robe and flicked it forward. The talisman collided with the gold-red curse. There was no struggle. No resistance. The curse was sealed directly into the talisman. The next second, on the blank back of the talisman, an ink-drawn image appeared. A fox. So it really is a fox curse, Kotoko murmured as the talisman drifted down and landed in her hand. Then her expression changed slightly. There's also a faint, familiar scent. It seems similar to the blood-red fruit. She froze after speaking. The blood-red fruit was produced by grotesque tree spirits. How could it be related to this curse? You didn't sense wrong, Jin said. But there is one point to correct. He took out another talisman and unsealed one of the blood-red fruits inside it. It is not that this curse has the scent of the blood-red fruit. The fruit appeared in his palm. It is that the blood-red fruit has been tainted by this curse. Kotoko focused her senses. Sure enough, it was exactly as Jin said. The blood-red fruit contained the same curse. If they had not intercepted and sealed the original curse from the goddess temple, they might never have discovered the faint curse hidden inside the fruit. But according to Lord Tsukuzawa, the blood-red fruits produced by the grotesque tree spirits were offerings given by followers to a powerful existence, one of the masterminds Jin suspected. Why would those fruits contain a curse? What exactly is this? Kotoko muttered, unable to understand. A tactic, Jin said calmly. A method used by those two unknown powerful entities as they fight in secret. He sealed the blood-red fruit again, then sealed the hairpin he had just taken. Afterward, he used a talisman to imitate the hairpin's appearance and placed the false one back into the empty position on the statue. That way, its disappearance would not cause panic among the residents of Yeo Town. Let's go, Jin said. There's nothing more to investigate here. With this original, unprocessed curse from the grotesque tree spirit incident in hand, we should be able to find Kudamai quickly. His eyes narrowed slightly. When that happens, this supernatural incident will be close to ending. Wait, Director. Kotoko hurriedly called out to him. Aren't you going to investigate the source of the curse? She looked toward the statue. There had to be something hidden inside it. Otherwise, how could it release a curse? This should have been an important clue. Why was the director being so casual today? No need, Jin said. Whatever was inside has already been taken away. That curse was only residue left behind. He turned his head and looked at the statue with a deep gaze. Perhaps someone deliberately left it here for us. Someone. Jin did not answer. He had not fully understood the situation yet. But one thing was certain. Ever since he entered the goddess temple, he had felt the sensation of being watched. However, whenever he tried to trace it with his spirit sight, that presence vanished without a trace. On a branch of the sacred tree in Yeo Town, a palm-sized green bird looked toward the goddess temple. Its beast-like eyes flashed with human fear and faint relief. Truly dangerous, it murmured. He is as sharp as ever. The bird's voice was clear and delicate, but tension hid beneath it. I didn't expect him to investigate this far so quickly. Fortunately, I arrived one step earlier. Otherwise, Her Highness would have been forced completely onto the defensive. It's time to report back to Her Highness at the Imperial Palace. The green bird shivered slightly. Next time, I should stay farther away from him. Too terrifying. With that, the green bird spread its wings and flew toward Chiyoda Ward. Toward the Imperial Palace. Only then did one notice what it gripped beneath its sharp talons. A tail 3 or 4 times larger than its own body. A golden fox tail. Under the sunlight, it shimmered faintly. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 84, Aftermath. Chapter 84, Aftermath. After finishing their investigation in Yeo Town, Jin Tsumoji and Iwanaga Kotoko prepared to return by the same route. Overall, the trip had been far more fruitful than expected. They had uncovered several important clues, clarified old doubts, and tied together threads that had been dangling since the wedding dress tree incident. Jin already had a rough estimate in mind. If nothing unexpected happened, the grotesque tree spirit incident would soon be resolved. As for the struggle between the two unknown powerful entities hiding behind it, Jin still intended to follow his original principle. Do not get involved. At least, not yet. When his strength was sufficient, perhaps he would settle both old and new debts together. But for now, he had no intention of foolishly stepping onto a battlefield prepared by beings that had survived since the Age of Legends. Before long, they arrived at Shinjuku Station. By afternoon, the crowd had started to thicken. The station was not yet at full rush hour intensity, but the signs were already there, more footsteps, more voices, more tired faces waiting for trains. A moment later, headlights appeared inside the dark tunnel. A subway train slowly pulled into the platform. Ding. Shinjuku Station. Please collect your belongings and exit in an orderly manner. Next stop, Shibuya. After the passengers disembarked one after another, Jin and Kotoko boarded the train. Then Jin paused. His gaze shifted toward the last row of the carriage. She's still here. Not only was this the same train they had taken earlier, but the blonde girl who had been drawing before was still sitting by the window, completely absorbed in her drawing board. Jin was genuinely surprised. Did she never get off? Has she been drawing on the subway this entire time? From the moment he first saw the blonde girl until now, after he and Kotoko had finished investigating Yeo Town and returned, at least 5 or 6 hours had passed. Yet she was still there. Still drawing. Still immersed in her own world. That level of focus was something even Jin had to admire. Our director, who always pretends to be indifferent to women, was only pretending after all. Kotoko, who had sat beside him, immediately spoke in a sour tone. That being said, even she had to admit that the blonde girl sitting in the last row of the carriage was striking. There was a kind of ethereal beauty to her. Her eyes were pure and quiet, almost untouched by the world. Even Kotoko, who was rarely shaken by appearances, found the girl somewhat astonishing. Don't make things up out of nowhere. Jin raised a finger and flicked Kotoko's fair forehead without mercy. Ow. Director, that hurts. Kotoko covered the red spot on her forehead and muttered with great dissatisfaction, "You were clearly staring at a beautiful girl like a pervert, but you won't let anyone say anything. Truly, the magistrate may burn down houses while the common people are forbidden to light lamps. Tyranny. Absolute tyranny." "If you don't want to be silenced again," Jin said calmly, "you can continue." Kotoko shut her mouth. Then she glared at him. "Always threatening me." She grumbled under her breath but did not dare provoke him further. Being unable to speak was not a pleasant experience. She had no intention of being silenced twice in the same day. Jin ignored her small glare and explained, "I noticed her when we boarded at Shibuya." Before he could finish, Kotoko looked at him as if he were scum. So he had already been plotting on the way here. At the time, she had just been silenced by this so-called gentlemanly director, so she had not noticed anything. Would he go up and ask the blonde girl for her phone number next? With the director's looks and temperament, there probably were not many girls who could refuse him. Jin had no idea that in the span of a few seconds, Kotoko had already labeled him with words like scum and gentleman in her mind. If he knew, she would almost certainly receive a double-strength silence today. But when Kotoko heard Jin explain that the blonde girl had briefly released spiritual power exceeding his own, her expression changed at once. "Director, are you saying that blonde girl is stronger than you? Spiritual power far beyond the director's?" One had to understand that Jin was now a genuine national-level Onmyoji. If someone's spiritual power surpassed his by a large margin, then what level was that? Second-class national? First-class national? And judging from the blonde girl's appearance, she seemed roughly the same age as Kotoko herself. At present, the youngest publicly recognized national-level Onmyoji in the entire Onmyodo world were Jin and Darenji Suzuka. That was exactly why they were called rare geniuses of Onmyodo. So when had such a young national-level Onmyoji appeared? And why had no one heard of her? Strong spiritual power doesn't necessarily mean strong combat ability, Jin said. He glanced toward the girl again. It should be a spiritual body. He then told Kotoko his conjecture. The blonde girl herself showed no signs of having trained Onmyodo. It was more likely that some spiritual body, shikigami, or similar existence was attached to her, which explained the enormous spiritual power that had appeared for an instant. So that's how it is. Kotoko observed the blonde girl more carefully. Indeed, she saw no trace of Onmyodo training on her. A piece of flawless jade. If polished properly, she might be able to display considerable combat strength. "Director," Kotoko said, "should we try recruiting her into the White Fox office?" She felt a sudden urge to bring the girl in. As for whether the blonde girl would threaten her position if she joined the office, Kotoko was not worried about that. If this girl really entered the White Fox office, she probably would not even have as much combat power as Kasagano Sora in certain areas. Forget it. Jin was, in truth, slightly tempted. But only slightly. If she truly wanted to join a supernatural investigation office or train on Onmyodo, she wouldn't be in the state we see now. That's true. Kotoko nodded while looking at the blonde girl, who remained focused on her drawing board. It seems only drawing interests her. She doesn't care about anything else in the outside world. Although this was their first meeting, the girl gave Kotoko the impression of an artist born purely for art. Pure. Singular. A person whose world, aside from drawing, had no room for anything else. After that, Jin and Kotoko withdrew their gazes and stopped discussing her. What they did not know was that on the blonde girl's drawing board, the third portrait of Jin had already taken shape. She was now refining it carefully. Every corner. Every detail. Every trace of spirit and temperament. Normally, the blonde girl rarely polished her paintings to such an extent. Yet today, because of dissatisfaction, she had drawn the same person 3 times in a row. All to capture the figure engraved in her mind. The subway continued moving. Jin closed his eyes to rest, quietly organizing the clues and details surrounding the grotesque tree spirit incident. Behind him, not far away, the blonde girl lowered her head and carefully carved his portrait with her brush. Their thoughts did not intersect. Yet something between them seemed to have formed an invisible, subtle connection. After a long while. Ding. Shibuya Station. Please collect your belongings and exit in an orderly manner. The station announcement sounded. Jin and Kotoko stepped out of the subway with the crowd. As they left, Jin's peripheral vision briefly caught the blonde girl in the last row. She still showed no intention of getting off. She did not even seem to notice the station. Her entire attention remained on the drawing board in front of her. After leaving the train, Kotoko looked toward Jin. "Director, are we going back to the White Fox office now, or?" Jin stood in Shibuya Station and looked at the sky outside. Although it was already afternoon, there was still some time before dusk. Since Sora was watching the office, there was no need to rush back immediately. Since it's still early, Jin said, let's try finding Kudamai. He took out the talisman that sealed the curse from the goddess temple. Then he folded it diagonally, the way a child might fold a paper crane. And indeed, that was exactly what he intended to make. Kotoko understood immediately. You're going to use the curse intercepted from the goddess temple to track her? Jin did not answer verbally. A moment later, an exquisite paper crane folded from the talisman rested in his palm. Then he took out another talisman and chanted. Paper crane, soar, swiftly, as the laws and decrees command. Tracking talisman. Jin affixed the tracking talisman to the paper crane. The next instant, the lifeless paper crane seemed to awaken. Its wings spread gracefully in his palm. Then it turned toward the south. Only one similar aura found. The paper crane did not turn again. That meant it had found only one aura in Shibuya Ward that resembled the curse. Whether it belonged to Kudamai herself or one of her parents was still unknown. After all, both of her parents had also been afflicted by the curse. Let's find the person first. Jin formed a hand seal with one hand. The paper crane in his palm received the command and flew south. Let's go, he said. It would be best if we found Kudamai in one attempt. Even if we don't, we'll definitely discover something. Kotoko nodded. Together, they followed the paper crane. The tracking crane moved extremely fast after being empowered by the talisman. In only 20 minutes, it had already flown 10 kilometers, nearly matching the speed of a private car. An ordinary person would never have been able to keep up. It's getting closer. After another 10 minutes, Jin could clearly sense that they were about to reach the paper crane's destination. But as they drew nearer, both Jin and Kotoko's expressions became strange. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 85, The Seedling. Chapter 85, The Seedling. Ahead lay Yoyogi Park. The White Fox office was right beside it. If Kudamai had truly been hiding beneath their noses all this time, then this entire investigation had become a joke at their expense. Another 10 minutes passed. The paper crane flew through Yoyogi Park, past the White Fox office, and finally stopped before the entrance of a two-story European-style house with a small courtyard. The location was almost perfectly wedged between Menegishi Great Affiliated Academy and the White Fox office. Less than 2 kilometers west stood Menegishi Great Affiliated Academy. Less than 2 kilometers east stood the White Fox office. Jin Tsumuji quietly put the paper crane away. Knock on the door. Knock. Kotoko was clearly taken aback. Wouldn't that alert the snake in the grass? If Kudamai fled, all their effort would have been wasted. The aura of Kudamai's curse has already disappeared, Jin explained. There's also the aura of a living person inside. Let's check the situation first. Kotoko frowned slightly, then stepped forward. Before she could knock. Click. The door opened from the inside. Apparently, the owner had heard movement outside and come out to investigate. You are Iwanaga Kotoko. Iwanaga-san. A sweet-looking girl with twin tails appeared before them. Jin and Kotoko both recognized her. Ajiso Setsuna. One of the girls who had been dragged into the wedding dress tree incident. Neither of them had expected to meet her here. Why would Kudamai's trail lead to the place where Setsuna lived? And why had there been no abnormality at all? Setsuna, what's wrong? A familiar, cool voice came from behind her. Jin and Kotoko looked at each other. A moment later, Toma Kazusa walked into view. Kazusa, it's Iwanaga-san, and... Setsuna's eyes moved suspiciously toward the person standing beside Kotoko. He wore a mask that covered most of his face, but something about him felt familiar. Especially that gentle, refined temperament. She had only ever seen that kind of aura from one person. And yet, the person before her felt strangely unfamiliar in every visible detail. It's me, Jin said helplessly, taking off his mask. Jin Tsumuji. Jin Tsumuji. Tsumuji-kun. Setsuna's eyes widened. Even Kazusa, who had always been composed and distant, could not help but stare. They could hardly believe that the beautiful young man standing before them, looking as though he had stepped out of a painting, was Jin Tsumuji. It was not that Jin had been unattractive before. But compared to now, the difference was too great. His appearance and aura had both changed, refined into something almost unreal. If not for his familiar voice, it would have been difficult to connect him with the person they remembered. Tsumuji-kun, Setsuna asked carefully, did you get plastic surgery? It was the exact same thought Kotoko had when she first saw him after his change. Or rather, it was probably the first thought most girls would have. Though, after a few moments of proper consideration, anyone would dismiss it. No plastic surgery could possibly be this exaggerated. My Onmyodo training advanced recently, Jin said with a helpless expression. It caused some changes. Kotoko, standing nearby, rolled her eyes. That explanation might fool Setsuna and Kazusa, who did not understand Onmyodo, but it certainly would not fool her. If breakthroughs in Onmyodo could make someone undergo such an earth-shaking transformation, every Onmyoji in Japan would be competing with celebrity idols by now. Of course, Kotoko had no intention of exposing him. Everyone had secrets. If the director did not want to explain, she would not press him. What Kotoko did not know was that Jin's explanation was not entirely false. The change really was related to his advancement in Onmyodo. It was just that the meaning others understood and the truth behind it were not quite the same. Wait, Kazusa said suddenly. Her face turned slightly pale. You two came here because... Setsuna seemed to realize the same thing, and her expression stiffened. Jin and Kotoko were Onmyoji. More specifically, they were from the White Fox office, the people responsible for handling supernatural incidents. Judging from their reaction, they clearly had not known that Setsuna and Kazusa lived here. They had not come specifically to visit them. That meant they had tracked something here. Something connected to a supernatural incident. Although I don't want to frighten you, Jin said seriously, what appeared here is indeed connected to a supernatural incident the White Fox office is currently investigating. He paused. Or rather, it is part of the aftermath of the wedding dress tree incident. Wedding dress tree. The moment those 3 words were spoken, Setsuna and Kazusa both froze. That incident remained a shadow in their hearts. For the past few days, the two of them had been living together, relying on each other to slowly recover from that fear. Neither of them had expected the nightmare to return. How could they not tremble? How could they not be afraid? It wasn't destroyed. Setsuna's face went pale. The wedding dress tree. Kazusa's expression was no better. She remembered nearly becoming one of the wedding dress brides hanging from that cursed tree. Even now, those hideous brides still appeared in her nightmares. Was it starting again? But they had seen it with their own eyes. Jin had burned the wedding dress tree to ashes with Onmyodo. The spirit domain had collapsed, and only charred remains had been left behind. Could something survive even after that? It was not that Setsuna and Kazusa were timid. Only those who had truly experienced a supernatural incident could understand that kind of fear. The powerlessness. The despair. The feeling that no amount of screaming, running, or pleading could save you. It was a terror that could drive people to the edge of collapse. Jin did not let them frighten themselves with wild guesses. The wedding dress tree was destroyed, he said directly. But there are still unresolved matters connected to the aftermath of that incident. Unfortunately, you seem to have encountered them again. Whether this was truly coincidence or something else was hard to say. The grotesque tree spirit incident was already deeply entangled. Setsuna and Kazusa were both survivors of the wedding dress tree incident. Perhaps there had always been a reason for them to be targeted again. Hearing that the wedding dress tree had truly been destroyed, Setsuna and Kazusa relaxed slightly. But when they realized the new supernatural incident was still related to them, that relief vanished almost at once. Excuse us, Jin said. Kotoko and I need to go in and investigate. With that, he walked past the stunned Setsuna and Kazusa and entered the house. Kotoko followed closely behind. For several seconds, Setsuna stood at the door, unmoving. Kazusa, she whispered, still shaken. What do we do? Let's go look. Kazusa bit her lip, as though forcing herself to be brave. Setsuna, after the wedding dress tree incident, you should understand that supernatural incidents aren't things we can avoid just because we want to hide. She looked into the hallway where Jin had disappeared. And besides, I believe in Tsumoji-kun. If he's here, things won't become completely hopeless. Clearly, Jin destroying the wedding dress tree had left a deep impression on Kazusa. Otherwise, with her personality, she would never have said such a thing. Setsuna nodded. I believe in Tsumoji-kun too. The two girls gathered their courage and hurried after Jin and Kotoko. A faint source of EN energy. Jin stopped before a storage room in the corner of the second floor. Wisps of faint EN energy leaked from the crack beneath the door. If someone stood more than 10 meters away, the trace would dissipate entirely, making it almost impossible to detect. As for what had been placed inside, Jin already had a guess. Kuramai. Setsuna and Kazusa froze when they heard the name. Wasn't Kuramai dead? Hadn't she died at the hands of the wedding dress tree? Kazusa, in particular, had seen Kuramai herself inside the wedding dress tree spirit domain, transformed into one of the wedding dress brides. She didn't die, Jin said. Her hanging from the wedding dress tree was most likely a shell left through a substitute technique. Someone used it to let Kuramai escape. He placed his hand on the doorknob. A significant portion of the aftermath of the wedding dress tree incident now lies with her. Then he opened the storage room door. The next second, the scene inside entered everyone's eyes. Setsuna and Kazusa turned deathly pale. Their stomachs churned violently. Even Kotoko was startled. Only Jin remained calm. Because this had already been within his expectations. Inside the small, cluttered storage room, 2 bloody human heads lay on the floor, their facial features mutilated beyond recognition. Around them were piles of nauseating human organs, reeking with a thick, metallic stench. Judging from their size and shape, these were not from stray animals. They were human. And rooted atop that horrifying mass was a bronze-colored vine seedling. It was growing vigorously, drawing nourishment from the heads and organs beneath it. A grotesque tree spirit, Kotoko said in shock. A branch seedling. Her eyes widened. Could Kutamai be the one who introduced the grotesque tree spirit incident? That possibility had never been part of her assumptions. At least on the surface, yes. Jin crouched in the storage room and picked up a few hairs from the floor. They were thin, gray-yellow strands. The same kind of fox fur Kotoko had found in room 405. This allowed them to make a preliminary conclusion. The one who brought the grotesque tree spirit branch seedling here was indeed Kutamai. Not her parents, who had also been afflicted by the same curse. And Kotoko, Jin said, haven't you noticed that these heads and organs look familiar? Kotoko followed his reminder and looked again. A chill passed through her. The human-eating incident Sora is investigating. Those victims had all lost their heads and internal organs. The missing parts matched what was before them perfectly. In other words, the organs and heads from the human-eating incident had all become nutrients for this grotesque tree spirit branch seedling. Kutamai is the monster from the human-eating incident, Kotoko said. The curse had already transformed her into something no longer human. The human-eating incident and the grotesque tree spirit incident can be merged into one case. Jin snapped his fingers. Spirit word, fire. Crimson flames appeared from nothing. They swallowed the grotesque tree spirit seedling in an instant. The bronze-colored vine, still greedily absorbing nutrients, burned to ash before it could even struggle. Only wisps of foul-smelling black smoke drifted through the air. Director, I don't understand. Kotoko looked at the charred mark left behind and frowned. If she wanted to cultivate a grotesque tree spirit branch seedling, why go through the trouble of creating the human-eating incident? Wouldn't it have been enough to plant it here directly? She glanced at Setsuna and Kazusa. Ordinary people like Ajiso-san and Toma-san wouldn't have had any ability to resist. It was true. Killing the 2 girls directly and using this house as a nest would have been far simpler. Perhaps she wanted to create a larger disturbance, Jin said calmly. As the seedling burned to ashes, the color slowly returned to Setsuna and Kazusa's faces. Even so, their lingering fear remained heavy. They had truly brushed against the gates of hell. If Jin had not arrived, if the bronze-colored plant had been allowed to continue growing, it would not have taken long before the 2 of them became nutrients for it. The only pity, Kotoko said with a sigh, is that we didn't capture Kutamai directly. If they had caught Kutamai, the grotesque tree spirit incident would have gained a major breakthrough, and the human-eating incident could have been declared resolved. No rush, Jin said. His gaze rested briefly on the charred remains. The aura of the curse on Kutamai seems to surface only when she moves. Normally, someone is helping her conceal it. The most likely explanation is a yokai domain. Kotoko nodded. She agreed with that judgment. Kazusa. Setsuna. Jin turned toward the 2 girls. For safety, it would be best if both of you moved out of this house for a while. Understood. Setsuna and Kazusa nodded at the same time. Even without Jin's warning, they no longer dared remain in this house. At that moment, they wanted nothing more than to pack their necessities and leave immediately. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 86, Sittinga Mansion. Chapter 86, Sittinga Mansion. Night had fallen. The sky above Shibuya was black as ink, and the cold wind carried the first real bite of winter. It swept through the streets in restless waves, rattling bare branches and making the dim streetlights flicker as though the darkness were breathing around them. On one such street, almost empty beneath the weak yellow lights, a young woman walked alone with a small travel bag. Kurizaki Fuko tightened her coat around herself and let out a helpless sigh. Father really is careless as ever. Or maybe grandmother's situation has him too distracted. She looked down at the ticket information on her phone and muttered in exasperation, who buys a night ticket for the high-speed rail in this era? The station behind her had been almost deserted. Ever since the supernatural revival began, people had stopped treating the night as part of ordinary life. Hotels were reluctant to open their doors after dark. Shops closed early. Even taxis were rare unless they belonged to companies with official protection contracts. An entire train car to myself sounds luxurious in theory, Fuko grumbled, but now where am I supposed to stay? She opened the map on her phone and searched for the White Fox office. A small blue dot appeared. 5 or 6 kilometers, not too far. Her expression softened slightly. I'll go to the White Fox office first. Maybe Mr. Jin Tsumuji can let me stay there for the night. I can also tell Sora about grandmother's condition. She was none other than Kasagano Sora's cousin, Kurosaki Fuko, who had met Jin once before. Judging from her words, she had come all the way from Kyoto to Shibuya to find Sora. Fuko had just confirmed the route and was about to move when... A whoa, a whoa. A strange cry drifted from the far end of the street. It sounded like a fox. And yet, it was wrong. The sound was too hoarse, too wet, too twisted. It was neither beast nor human, crawling through the night like something that should never have learned how to breathe. Fuko's expression immediately sharpened. Then came a bitter smile. I just arrived in Shibuya, walked at night for a few minutes, and already ran into a yokai. Her fingers slipped into her coat and pulled out several talismans. My luck is really something. Or has Shibuya's yokai population gotten so bad that they're practically walking around like stray cats? Although Fuko had not formally begun training in Onmyodo, she was no longer the same ordinary girl she had once been. After the supernatural incident involving Sora, she had done everything she could to increase her chances of survival. She had practiced using the talismans she obtained through the Kaikane clan and co. At the very least, dealing with common yokai was now within her ability. But when the figure at the end of the street slowly emerged from the darkness, Fuko's eyes widened. What is that? From a distance, it looked humanoid. Its figure was small, almost like a young woman's. But its body was covered in thick, long, grayish-yellow fur. Its face was that of a hideous fox. Its hunched posture, twitching limbs, and malformed silhouette made it look like something that had been forcibly blended between human and beast. Its mouth was chewing on something. Something wet. Something red. Fuko did not delude herself into thinking it was merely passing by. The thing's eyes gleamed with bloodthirst and malice. It had already locked onto her. Of course, Fuko muttered, talismans tightening between her fingers. Naturally, it's coming for me. She decided to strike first. With a flick of her wrist, she sent a talisman flying toward the fox-faced yokai. A whoa. The creature reacted before the talisman could activate. Its body blurred. Like a black shadow, it flashed forward at terrifying speed, and its claws sliced the talisman cleanly in two. The torn paper fluttered uselessly through the air. Without losing any momentum, the yokai charged straight at Fuko. Oh no, defense. Fuko's heart jumped. She had not expected it to be so fast. She slapped a defensive talisman onto herself. Spiritual light bloomed and formed a translucent shield in front of her. Crack. The yokai's claws struck the shield. For one breath, the barrier held. Then it shattered. Bang. The force of the impact blasted fragments of spiritual light outward. But that one breath had given Fuko just enough time. She drew another talisman. Seal. The talisman shot out. To her horror, it had no effect at all. Some hidden power on the yokai's body crushed the spell before it could take hold. A whoa. A whoa. The yokai seemed enraged by her resistance. It roared again and again, its cries echoing through the quiet street. In the nearby residential buildings, lights flickered on behind curtains. A few residents peeked out, saw the thing on the road, and immediately retreated. Curtains snapped shut. Doors locked. People hid beneath blankets, trembling, praying that the yokai would not notice them. Before supernatural incidents and yokai, ordinary humans were this helpless. I miscalculated. Fuko gritted her teeth. The yokai stepped closer. If she tried another talisman and failed, it would be on top of her. She still had a few trump cards, but the thought of the price she would have to pay made her hesitate. And in that hesitation, a paper crane entered her field of vision. It flew through the night, white wings cutting across the darkness. Immediately after, a solemn chant echoed in her ears. All things in the mortal world fall beneath my command. By the vow of my true Akala form, I make this great oath to subdue evil spirits and wicked ghosts. Swiftly, as the laws and decrees command. Immovable binding technique. The ground beneath the yokai flashed. More than a dozen chains formed from spiritual power erupted from the street, locking around the creature's limbs, neck, and torso. The fox-faced yokai slammed forward, only to be dragged back violently. It roared. It struggled. It clawed at the chains until sparks of spiritual light scattered, but it could not move even half a step. Long time no see, Miss Fuko. A familiar voice came from behind her. Having survived the ordeal, Fuko turned in surprise. Several familiar figures came into view. Sora. Miss Kotoko. And. Her gaze stopped on the silver-haired young man standing beside them. Are you Mr. Jin Tsumuji? She had grown somewhat familiar with Iwanaga Kotoko over the past few days through calls with Sora. But when she saw Jin, she could not help hesitating. Just like Ajiso Setsuna and Toma Kazusa earlier, Fuko found the change in him too great. His face, his bearing, even the quiet refinement of his presence, everything had been transformed to the point of near unreality. "It's me," Jin said with a faint smile. "It really is you." Fuko stared at him in disbelief. Then, as though he had already practiced it too many times, Jin gave his explanation. His Onmyodo training had advanced. His appearance had changed as a result. Whether others believed it was not something he cared to control. "Sis," Sora said, floating in front of Fuko in her ghost state. "Why did you suddenly come to Shibuya? And at night?" "It's all because of my foolish father." The moment Fuko mentioned the matter, her expression filled with complaints. If Jin had not intervened just now, she truly would have been in danger. Counting this time, he had already saved her twice. She glanced at him again. With his current appearance and temperament, Jin Tsumuji was practically the standard image of an ideal lover in every woman's heart. Fuko found herself dazed for a second. "Sis." Sora called out again. "Ah." Fuko snapped back to herself. A faint blush rose on her cheeks, but she quickly suppressed the strange feeling in her chest. Then she turned serious. "Sora, I came to Shibuya mainly to pick you up. We can talk about the details later. Now clearly isn't the time." Her gaze shifted to the bound monster. It was still trapped by the immovable binding technique, its fox face twisted with rage, its claws scraping furiously against the spiritual chains. "It really is a fox curse," Kotoko said gravely. "It twists people in the direction of a fox and turns them into something half-human, half-yokai." As expected, Jin said calmly. The fox fur they had previously found in room 405 and at the house where Ajiso Setsuna and Toma Kazusa lived had already pointed toward this conclusion. What needed to be done now was to obtain useful information from Kutamai, who had been transformed by the curse into this non-human thing. But looking at her current state, roaring, clawing, completely devoid of reason, ordinary questioning was impossible. They needed a special method to make her speak. "What exactly is that?" Fuko asked Sora in a low voice. "It's part of a supernatural incident the White Fox office is handling," Sora replied. She then gave Fuko a concise explanation of the grotesque tree spirit incident. The fox curse. The root system spreading deep beneath Shibuya. The wedding dress tree. The sacred tree in Yeo Town. Even though Fuko only heard the tip of the iceberg, a chill ran through her. She had not expected that such a terrifying supernatural event was brewing beneath Shibuya's surface. Even more, it was connected to the grotesque tree spirit she had once seen in Minato Ward. Fortunately, Jin had discovered it in time. Otherwise, if this incident had fully erupted, there was no telling how many people would have been dragged in and devoured. And she, in her terrible luck, had almost become disposable nutrients the moment she arrived in Shibuya. For the second time. Meanwhile, Jin stepped forward. He placed his right hand against Kutamai's forehead. Wisps of spiritual power clung to his palm. The fox head, which had been thrashing and roaring, gradually quieted. Then Jin began to chant. The mantra was strange. Dark. Heavy with the aura of death. Homage to the earth realm, the palace, the supreme. By the hand of mighty ghosts and gods, sweep away the shadows of evil ghosts and vengeful spirits. If you are a soul wandering in darkness, awaken and revive after the passage of time. Heaven and earth, profound and dark. Dispel the cursed aura of the enemy. Swiftly, as the laws and decrees command. True words of the dead. As his voice continued, the surrounding temperature dropped by several degrees. Faint wails seemed to rise from the empty street. For a moment, the whole road felt like it had become a ghost street, suspended between the living world and the dead. The true words of the dead. Fuko said softly, surprised. A mantra that can awaken the consciousness of the deceased. Mr. Jin even knows such a niche spell. Although she had not formally entered the world of Onmyodo, her knowledge and insight were not poor. At that moment, Kutamai's bloodthirsty eyes gradually cleared. She looked down at her hands, now covered in thick fox fur. Her voice came out hoarse and broken, like an old radio struggling through static. "I became a fox, because of the curse." Her shoulders trembled. "Just like father and mother." "Mother. I became a monster." "There isn't much of your soul left," Jin said. "The true words of the dead can only restore your former consciousness for a short time." His tone became firm, almost commanding. "I ask. You answer. Don't waste time." Kutamai seemed to understand her situation and did not refuse. Then she noticed Kotoko standing nearby. Iwanaga Kotoko had been quite famous at Hujuo High School. It was not strange for Kutamai to recognize her. If Jin's appearance had not changed so drastically, perhaps Kutamai would have recognized him as well. Back then, his reputation at Hujuo had been even greater than Kotoko's. First, Jin said, releasing the seal on one of his talismans and taking out the hairpin Kutamai had once buried in the park area of Hujuo High School, "Tell me what happened to you." He held the hairpin where she could see it. Especially regarding this. The moment Kutamai saw the hairpin, pain flooded her expression. This thing was the source of everything that happened to her family. If not for this hairpin, perhaps none of it would have occurred. "I was born in Yeo Town," she began in a trembling voice. "Our family was better off than most, but father always wanted me to enter Hujuo High School. To raise the tuition, father had no choice but to steal from the temple while he was on guard duty." Piece by piece, Kutamai recounted what had happened to her. Much of it matched the information Jin and Kotoko had obtained from the drunkard in Yeo Town. Kutamai's father had stolen 2 hairpins from the goddess temple. He was the first to suffer the curse. Whether the curse spread through contact or whether the hairpins themselves carried it, Kutamai's mother was afflicted next. Finally, Kutamai, who returned from Hujuo High School, was also caught by it. "I thought that as long as I stayed far away, the fox curse wouldn't reach me." Kutamai's voice became more painful. "But I was wrong. It wasn't that I didn't go mad. It was slower for me. My temper got worse. I became irritable. I started envying my friends over tiny things. I hated them. I knew it was wrong, but I couldn't stop." Jin listened quietly. Then he asked the question that had troubled him for a long time. "How did you find the wedding dress tree sealed beneath Mingao Lake? And how did you know the method to summon and control it?" "The wedding dress tree summoned me." Kutamai's voice was faint. "It sensed the hairpin on me and guided me step by step. It told me that as long as I paid the price, I could bring retribution upon the friends I envied." Her expression twisted. "I didn't expect it to go out of control in the end. Even I became prey." As Kutamai continued, Kotoko and Sora both frowned. This was different from the White Fox office's previous deductions. Had their conclusions been wrong? After that, Kutamai said, "I was controlled by the curse. Everything was blurry. I only remember occasionally returning to room 405. A moment later, she finished her account. A deep look passed through Jin's eyes. He lowered his gaze toward Kutamai. "It is unexpectedly logical," he said. "Reasonable too. It explains nearly all the doubts I had before." Then his tone changed. "But I don't believe it." The moment he finished speaking, Jin moved. With lightning speed, he slapped a talisman onto Kutamai's forehead. Kutamai's eyes instantly became vacant. "Kutamai," Jin asked sharply, "where are your parents now?" At first, there was no answer. Then Kutamai's expression twisted violently. The consciousness awakened by the true words of the dead seemed to collapse, and her body began to revert to primitive instinct. Yet at the final moment, she struggled to open her mouth. Sitinga. Mansion. Before she could say more, something inside her seemed to snap. It was as though she had touched a taboo. Her body began melting. Rapidly. Like a snow sculpture under harsh morning sunlight, Kutamai dissolved before their eyes. Fur, skin, bone, and flesh all collapsed into red liquid. Within a few breaths, she had become a pool of blood on the street. "Clever," Jin said calmly. A restriction was placed inside Kutamai beforehand. He had already suspected something like this. That was precisely why he had acted suddenly. "Kotoko. Sora." Jin turned around, his voice steady and sharp. "Mobilize every force available from the Shibuya Ward authorities and the Onmyo Bureau branch. Surround Sitinga Mansion immediately." His eyes narrowed. The main vein of the grotesque tree spirit should be there. If you discover any unusual movements or yokai, suppress them at once. "We understand." Kotoko and Sora moved immediately. They both knew the gravity of the situation. If they could not uproot this in one strike, the result might become a disaster that engulfed all of Shibuya. Jin closed his eyes. His spirit sight spread to its limit. Then, from the west, an abnormal presence rose. Jin opened his eyes. The rat hiding behind all of this. His voice was quiet. "I've caught you." The next instant, his figure vanished with Yoho. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 87, Releasing the Curse. Chapter 87, Releasing the Curse. The night was deathly quiet. Then the sirens tore it open. Wee-woo. 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 A line of police cars screamed through the streets of Shibuya, their lights flashing red and blue against the windows of sleeping apartments. Behind them came the modified vehicles of the Onmyo Bureau branch, engines roaring as they rushed forward with urgent precision. The dim streetlights that had been struggling against the darkness suddenly flared. The closed signs, the public lamps, the road lights, the emergency fixtures mounted along commercial buildings. All of them burst into dazzling brightness. In a single breath, the whole of Shibuya Ward was lit up as if dawn had arrived early. For an instant, it almost resembled the Shibuya of the old age, the sleepless district of department stores, fashion boutiques, restaurants, cafes, game centers, and entertainment venues. A city that had once stood beside Shinjuku as one of Tokyo's great 24-hour playgrounds. But this was not the return of prosperity. It was an alarm. Countless residents were startled awake. What happened? Another supernatural incident. With this many police cars and Onmyo agency vehicles. What else could it be? Damn this world. Hujuo High School just had that incident, and now there's another one. How many things are hiding in Shibuya? Maybe we should move out. And go where? Other places might be worse. At least Shibuya has the White Fox office. Yeah. You're right. Behind curtains and cracked open windows, residents watched the convoys race past. Faces pale with fear reflected in the glass. In the era of the supernatural revival, ordinary people were the most helpless. They had no power to protect themselves, no way to shield their families, and no guarantee that tomorrow's morning sun would reach them alive. No one knew when they might be swept into a supernatural incident and die an unnatural death. Over the past year, Japan's suicide rate had risen sharply. Some could not endure the fear that came with this new world. Some could not bear watching their families live year-round beneath the shadow of monsters, curses, and spiritual disasters. Some simply could not withstand the endless despair. They chose death by their own hands. Pitiful, perhaps. Weak, some might say. But to those who had seen what supernatural incidents could do to a person, there were worse endings than death. At least those people had died as humans. They had not been dragged into the dark and turned into something neither living nor dead. Tonight, Shibuya trembled beneath that same fear. The official in charge of the response, Kohara Daisuke, arrived at Sittinga Mansion almost at the same time as Ibe Tomoya, the chief of the Shibuya Ward Onmyo agency branch. At that moment, thousands of armed personnel had already sealed off the surrounding streets. Caution tape fluttered under the floodlights. Police officers formed layered defensive lines, while agency vehicles blocked every major exit. Beyond them stood over 100 Onmyoji dressed in white kimono, every face tense and watchful. Many of them had never seen an operation of this scale. Ahead of them, Sittinga Mansion stood unfinished and abandoned, its skeletal frame swallowed by darkness. The empty windows gaped like dead eyes. The exposed concrete and steel seemed colder than the night itself. Kohara Daisuke stared at the building, his expression grave. What happened here? Why would the White Fox office mobilize so many people to surround an unfinished building? I don't know. Ibe Tomoya shook his head. He truly didn't. After receiving Iwanaga Kotoko's call, he had gotten out of bed at once and gathered every force the Shibuya Ward Onmyo agency branch could spare. Under the current emergency authority system, the White Fox office held level 1 authority in Shibuya. If they issued an emergency mobilization order, he had no right to refuse. But for the White Fox office to use level 1 authority and deploy nearly 70% of Shibuya's Onmyodo forces, Ibe said in a low voice, this must be an extremely dangerous supernatural incident. Miss Kotoko has arrived. At that moment, Iwanaga Kotoko appeared with Kasagano Sora beside her. Kurizaki Fuko followed closely behind them. Miss Kotoko. Ibe Tomoya and Kohara Daisuke both bowed respectfully. Given their age and status, there were very few people in Shibuya Ward who could make them lower their heads like this. But Iwanaga Kotoko was one of them. She was not merely the representative of the White Fox office. She was the princess of the yokai, the goddess of wisdom worshipped by countless yokai. That identity alone was enough for even the Onmyo agency to treat her seriously. There's no time for courtesy, Kotoko said, her expression solemn. Seal off Sittinga Mansion immediately. Use a barrier strong enough to cover the entire building. Do not let the thing inside escape and affect the surrounding residents. The thing inside? Ibe Tomoya and Kohara Daisuke exchanged a glance. Neither asked more. Kotoko's expression was enough. Whatever was inside Sittinga Mansion was far more dangerous than they had imagined. Ibe Tomoya turned at once and shouted, Barrier Teams 1, 2, and 3. Move out immediately. Seal all 4 sides of Sittinga Mansion. Yes. 40 Onmyoji stepped out of formation. They rushed to 4 different positions around the mansion, planted talismans, placed spiritual stakes, and began chanting in unison. Pale light rose from the talismans and spread outward, forming thin threads of spiritual energy that wove together in the air. A barrier large enough to seal a building of Sittinga Mansion size was no simple task. Even with 40 Onmyoji working together, it could not be completed instantly. but the reward was worth the effort. As long as the barrier formed, the main vein of the Weirdwood spirit would be trapped inside. While the barrier is being set up, I'll explain the situation. Kotoko glanced toward the Onmyoji chanting around the mansion, then turned back to Ibe Tomoya and Kohara Daisuke. I'm listening, Miss Kotoko, Ibe said. This matter begins with the Weirdwood spirit incident. Kotoko gave them a concise account of the entire case. The Weirdwood spirit. The human-eating incident. The buried roots spreading beneath Shibuya. Kudamai. And finally, Shitinga Mansion. Of course, she did not mention Jin Tsumoji's conjecture about two unknown powerful entities using the incident as a hidden game. First, there was no time. Second, telling them now would only shake the entire Shibuya Onmyodo force. Even without that part, cold sweat soon appeared on Ibe Tomoya's and Kohara Daisuke's foreheads. The terror in their eyes could not be hidden. The Weirdwood spirit incident and the human-eating incident had originally been treated as two troublesome but manageable supernatural incidents. The authorities, the Onmyo Bureau branch, and the major supernatural affairs offices of Shibuya had all assumed the same thing. As long as they found a breakthrough, they could resolve them. No one had imagined that beneath those seemingly ordinary incidents was a crisis capable of threatening millions of lives. The roots of the Weirdwood spirit had already spread beneath Shibuya Ward. And they had noticed nothing. The thought alone made Ibe Tomoya's heart pound. If the White Fox office had not discovered it in time, all of Shibuya might have become a hell of death. And neither he nor Kohara Daisuke would have been spared. Fear mixed with gratitude in both men's hearts. Gratitude toward the White Fox office. And above all, toward that rare genius of Onmyodo. White Fox Jin Tsumoji. Miss Kotoko, Ibe Tomoya asked, his throat dry, what is the wood spirit trying to do by planting so many roots beneath Shibuya? Yokai never acted without reason. If they understood the enemy's goal, they could respond. If they didn't, they might step straight into another trap. Kohara Daisuke also looked at Kotoko, waiting for her answer. If the director's and my conjecture is correct, Kotoko said gravely, the Weirdwood spirit's purpose is to release a curse. She paused for a beat. The Fox Curse. The Fox Curse. Ibe Tomoya and Kohara Daisuke's eyes widened. A curse. And not just any curse. The Fox Curse. The roots of the Weirdwood spirit had already covered the underground of Shibuya. If the creature released that curse through those roots, then the curse would spread beneath the entire ward. In other words, it intended to curse millions of people at once. To plant the Fox Curse into the bodies of innocent residents. A wave of horror swept over them. Both men trembled. The Fox Curse. Kurizaki Fuko, who had been silent until now, felt her blood run cold. She remembered clearly what Jin had called Kudamai. That thing that was neither human nor beast had become that way because of the Fox Curse. If the Weirdwood spirit succeeded in releasing the curse across Shibuya, then millions of people might be twisted into those same half-human, half-fox monsters. At that point, Shibuya would no longer be a human city. It would become a paradise for yokai. A fallen ward. And the disaster that followed might far surpass the current stage of the Mount Fuji incident. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 88, Chapter 88, Crisis Ends. Chapter 88, Crisis Ends. Tension spread through the cordon like a fever. The armed personnel stationed around Shitinga Mansion had already heard enough from Iwanaga Kotoko to understand why the White Fox office had mobilized nearly every force Shibuya Ward could spare. Fear, urgency, disbelief, one emotion after another pressed down on them until even breathing felt heavy. The enemy's goal was not simple slaughter. It was worse. A curse. A curse meant to be released beneath Shibuya itself, spreading through the roots of the Weirdwood spirit and infecting every human in the ward. Many of the officers present had families nearby. Parents. Wives. Husbands. Children sleeping in apartment buildings under the same illuminated night sky. The thought that those people might be twisted into yokai, dying in agony and despair, made several men grip their weapons until their knuckles turned white. The Onmyoji responsible for the barrier were no better. Once they realized that the supernatural incident before them concerned the life and death of millions, they pushed their spiritual power to the limit. No one dared to conserve strength. No one dared to slow down. The sooner the barrier rose, the sooner Shitinga Mansion could be sealed, and the sooner the thing inside could be destroyed. Swish, 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 swish. Four translucent walls rose from the ground around Shitinga Mansion, shining like immense panes of crystal. They joined at the edges and locked together, enclosing the entire unfinished building inside a transparent spiritual coffin. From a distance, it looked as though Shibuya itself had prepared a glass tomb for the yokai buried within. The moment the barrier stabilized, Kotoko turned to Ibe Tomoya and Kohara Daisuke. Chief Ibe. Chief Kohara. There's no time to waste. Begin the suppression immediately. The faster we destroy the weird wood spirit's main vein, the faster this crisis ends. We've been ready from the beginning, Ibe Tomoya replied. Kohara Daisuke raised a hand. The order passed through the ranks. Onmyoji and armed personnel surged forward, entering Sittinga Mansion from every accessible route. Their movements were tense but disciplined, a wave of human will crashing into the nest of something inhuman. Kurizaki Fuko watched from behind the cordon and noticed that the firearms carried by the official personnel were not ordinary weapons. They looked standard at first glance, but each barrel and magazine had been reinforced with Onmyodo modifications. Talismans were embedded into metal frames. Spell formulas ran along the stocks in thin black lines. Weapons made for killing yokai. The thought had barely formed when the mansion answered. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. The ground inside the barrier buckled. Thick bronze vines erupted from below like pillars, smashing through concrete floors and unfinished support columns. They burst from windows, stairwells, and half-built corridors, writhing madly through every level of the mansion. In a blink, countless beams cracked. The entire structure groaned and began to tilt. The battle had begun. Assault squad. Ibe Tomoya shouted. Fire boundary spell. The Onmyo agency branch Onmyoji moved at once. Each drew a talisman from within his robe with military precision. Dozens of voices overlapped in solemn chant. Nama Samantabuden, Sarvatha Vigatbaya, Sarvamukbaya, Sarvatha, swiftly, as the laws and decrees command. Fire boundary spell. Flames ignited across the talismans. Dozens of fire boundary spells merged into a single roaring blaze, surging forward like a dragon born from crimson light. The fire slammed into the bronze vines and swallowed them whole, charring the monstrous growths as they thrashed against the night. For an instant, Sittinga Mansion became a furnace. Even though it's only stacked Imperial-style fire boundary spells, the power far exceeds a single ancient-style casting, Kotoko murmured, watching the flames surge. But she knew better than to relax. This alone would not kill the main vein. As expected, more bronze vines tore free from the mansion's depths. They were thicker than before, darker, angrier. They whipped through the burning floors like furious serpents, lashing at the invading Onmyoji and official personnel with the force of collapsing cranes. Mounted mechanical weapons, fire. Kohara Daisuke ordered. The armed personnel raised their modified firearms. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. A storm of bullets tore through the air. Sparks flashed. Spell-loaded rounds hammered into the bronze vines, each impact bursting with spiritual force. Wherever the bullets struck, the vines blackened, decayed, and crumbled into streams of foul smoke. At the same time, the Onmyoji's next spell was already forming. This art severs evil and eliminates misfortune, swiftly, as the laws and decrees command. Demon-subduing thunder curse. Dark clouds gathered above Sittinga Mansion. The pressure in the air changed. Hair rose on skin. The night itself seemed to inhale. Among the gathered Onmyoji were Ibe Tomoya and Kohara Daisuke, both possessing strength close to the 9th rank of professional-level Onmyoji. With them supporting the formation, the gathered thunder took on a terrifying density. No matter how strange the weird wood spirit was, it was still rooted in the nature of trees and vegetation. And all trees feared fire. All vegetation feared lightning. The fire boundary spell and demon-subduing thunder curse were perfect counters. Rumble. A massive bolt of lightning fell. For one blinding moment, a dozen streets around Sittinga Mansion flashed white as day. The lightning devoured the entire unfinished structure, crashing down like divine punishment from an ancient chronicle. The roar shook the barrier. Only after several breaths did the radiance fade. Kurizaki Fuko stared at the ruined mansion, now reduced to scorched rubble and blackened concrete. Dozens of demon-subduing thunder curses stacked together can actually reach this level. She muttered. Then another thought crawled into her mind. At Mount Fuji, countless national-level Onmyoji had gathered. If they had released their arts together, the resulting power should have exceeded this by an unimaginable margin. And yet, even with that kind of strength, they had failed to destroy Yamata no Orochi. They had barely sealed it for 3 months. For the first time, Fuko felt her confidence in Onmyodo waver. When that mythical yokai truly awakened 3 months from now, could humanity really stop it? Is it over? Kasagano Sora whispered, staring at the scorched ruins. Probably not, Kotoko said. Her expression remained grim. Ibe Tomoya and Kohara Daisuke shared the same look. The next second, the answer came. A whoa. A fox's howl echoed from the rubble. 2 enormous gray-black foxes rose from the scorched remains, each as large as a truck. Bronze vines coiled around their bodies, some wrapped around their limbs, others piercing directly into their flesh. The 2 creatures' eyes were murky with pain and madness. What are those? Ibe Tomoya blurted. Was the yokai inside not only the weirdwood spirit's main vein? Kotoko's gaze turned cold. Those are Kuromai's parents. They were afflicted by the fox curse long ago. The weirdwood spirit's main vein has been using them as the source of the curse, cultivating and multiplying it through their bodies. The humans devoured by the weirdwood spirit branches, and the blood-red fruits produced from them, were all nutrients for this purpose. Kohara Daisuke's face darkened. That's monstrous. Destroy them quickly, Kotoko said. Destroy them and the main vein together before anything else happens. She looked toward the darkness in the distance. Director, she murmured, I'll leave that one to you. I'll finish things here as quickly as possible. At the sparsely populated outskirts of Shibuya Ward, the night air smelled faintly of damp earth. Hiss, hiss. A woman stood beneath the darkness, looking toward Sittinga Mansion. She was unnervingly beautiful, with long hair trailing across the ground, her entire body soaked as though she had just crawled from the sea. A sinister smile split across her face. The plan isn't perfect, and those hateful Onmyoji ruined part of it, but this is enough. The battle at Sittinga Mansion continued in the distance, fire and spiritual energy flickering against the sky. Farewell, Shibuya Ward, she whispered. You will become the finest gift I can offer my lord. Just as she prepared to command the weirdwood spirit's underground roots to erupt and release the fox curse across the entire ward, a calm voice sounded behind her. Barrier. In an instant, a barrier the size of several football fields unfolded around her. The woman's expression changed. That hateful Onmyoji caught up. Demonic energy surged from her body. She lashed out at the thin-looking barrier, intending to smash through it before it could fully settle. But the next second, her face twisted. The barrier did not break. Her demonic energy never even touched its surface. It was suppressed, dispersed, and erased before contact. The barrier stood like an immovable mountain. This is... Her voice sank. A strategic barrier. Her expression turned ugly. She had lived for hundreds of years. Naturally, she understood what a strategic barrier was. Such a barrier required immense preparation, materials, manpower, and time. It was not something one person could casually deploy in the middle of the night. Yet the impossible was now standing before her. Worse still, this strategic barrier had sealed her methods and severed her connection with the weirdwood spirit's main vein. She could no longer order it to release the curse. If this continued, the Onmyoji at Sittinga Mansion would destroy the main vein, and everything she had prepared would be reduced to nothing. Her master would not forgive failure. The thought alone made her shudder. So it's a new Rana. Jin Tsumuji slowly appeared inside the barrier. A new Rana. A yokai of the shore. Some legends called her Isana, Ama, or Kaiheim. A drowned woman's vengeful spirit, with the upper body of a beautiful woman and the lower body of a dragon or serpent, her long hair forever wet and trailing on the ground. The creature before him wore a human lower body only as a disguise, a convenience for walking among people and concealing her aura. The moment Jin saw her, several conjectures in his mind hardened into something closer to certainty. A new Rana would not serve just anyone. The identity of the other hidden existence behind the weirdwood spirit incident was now almost clear. How did you find me? The new Rana asked, her expression dark. With the strategic barrier deployed and her identity exposed, she knew the situation had become dangerous. Unless she killed the Onmyoji in front of her, her mission would end in failure. Jin looked at her calmly. Why do you think I arrived late after Kuromai appeared? If you hadn't been so cautious, I might have caught your tail even sooner. At first, when he used the true words of the dead on Kuromai, he had not discovered that her soul had been tampered with. But after listening to her speak, the flaw became obvious. Kuromai had been transformed into a cursed yokai, twisted beyond recognition, and driven by suffering no ordinary human could endure. Yet when she explained her experiences, she did so too smoothly. Too logically. Too completely. There was pain, yes. There was sorrow. But her mind did not collapse. Her narration held together far too neatly. That was the strangest part. Kuromai's words were 9 parts true and 1 part false, Jin said. You controlled her from behind the scenes, guiding her to say what you wanted me to hear. You wanted me to blame everything on someone else. I don't understand what you're talking about. The new Rana's voice sharpened. Jin ignored her denial. From the beginning, you exposed too many flaws. The framed photo in room 405 was left there deliberately by you while controlling Kuromai. The fox cries were meant to push anyone investigating toward the word fox. Of course, that part wasn't exactly wrong. His eyes were still, almost indifferent. The 2 hunts during the wedding dress tree incident at Hujuo High School were also most likely guided by you through some method. As for the so-called voice of the wedding dress tree that Kuromai mentioned, nonsense. The new Rana's face stiffened. The wedding dress tree was sealed, Jin continued. How could it contact someone outside? The hairpin did not possess a medium capable of that. And you expect me to believe an ordinary person could follow the command of a sealed yokai and break that seal herself? Do you take every Onmyoji in the world for an idiot? The Nurana's expression grew uglier with every word. The hairpin was crafted with imperial craftsmanship, proving its connection to the imperial family. A goddess. A noble lady. Both indicate someone of extremely high status from the Heian period. Sacred trees and wedding dress trees, I have not found direct records tied to her yet, but there are rumors that many tree-like yokai once grew around her temporary palace. Jin's voice lowered. The one you were plotting against was that white-faced, golden-haired nine-tailed fox. The great yokai famed alongside Shuten-doji and the great Tengu. The Nurana went silent. Then she smiled. Clap. 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 A fine explanation, she said, clapping softly. I did underestimate you, Onmyoji. Her eyes turned bloodthirsty. But as long as you die, nothing has failed. Her voice became venomous. Humble human, did opposing the wedding dress tree make you arrogant enough to think you could oppose me? Demonic energy erupted from her body. Die. Her lower body twisted, illusion breaking apart as it transformed into a massive serpent tail hundreds of meters long. Countless evil spirits clung to its surface, wailing and gnashing. The power gathered there was enough to rival a national-level Onmyo art. The tail struck. It tore through the air with crushing force, its pressure alone enough to shatter stone. Jin watched it approach without moving. So you compress the power of your entire spirit domain into a single target attack. This method is far more refined than the wedding dress trees. He drew out 2 talismans. But I don't have time to play with you. His fingers loosened. Come forth, Zendo, Myodo. The world darkened. Dense energy erupted into a black pillar that pierced the sky. The air trembled. A pressure belonging to legendary yokai gods swept outward, heavy enough to force even the night itself to bow. The Nurana's strike, which had been no weaker than a national-level Onmyo art, was blasted back. How? Panic flashed across her face. He's only a national-level Onmyoji. How can he possess Shikigami this powerful? That pressure. It was the pressure of great yokai. Awo. Master. A roar rang out from within the blacking energy, like an elephant and tiger merged into one monstrous cry. Chains rattled. Heavy footsteps struck the ground. Then 2 towering figures emerged. Each stood 3 to 4 meters tall, bodies wrapped in brutality and divine malice. The moment the Nurana saw them, her eyes widened in disbelief. No, impossible. Them. Weren't they sealed within the Tsuchimikado clan? Her blood seemed to freeze. Seeing ordinary great yokai would not have terrified her this much. But these 2 were different. Jin did not bother answering. Zendo. Myodo. Eliminate her quickly. As you command, Master. Zenki moved first. The giant axe in his hand swept down, becoming a cold arc of light that seemed capable of splitting heaven and earth. The Nurana's face went pale. I have to dodge. But before she could move, Koki stomped on the ground. A binding force pinned her in place. She could not shift even an inch. Puchi. The axe fell. Blood filled the air. The Nurana was severed in 2 and collapsed to the ground, screaming as the life force within her shattered apart. In her final moments, through the haze of agony, she stared at Jin standing beside the 2 yokai gods. That image overlapped with one from her oldest memories. A young Onmyoji. 2 yokai gods. A shadow from 1,000 years ago. Suddenly, the Nurana understood. With the last of her strength, she turned her gaze toward the imperial palace. So that's how it is. It wasn't my master and I who schemed against you. You schemed against us. What a move. Her voice faded. Master, be careful. Something even more terrifying than the chaotic Yamata no Orochi has appeared. Then the Nurana died. The culprit behind the weird wood spirit incident, the wedding dress tree incident, and the human-eating incident had finally reached her end. Return. Jin recalled Zenki and Koki, then withdrew the strategic barrier. The strategic barrier was exactly as the Nurana had guessed, it had not been cast through his own power alone. It had been deployed through the Senji Ryaketsu rooted in his mind. Now, he could release it almost at will. It was, in effect, a portable strategic barrier capable of sealing attacks from a great yokai. Whether for defense or trapping enemies, it surpassed the replica of the Yada no Kagami that Shinomiya Kagaya had given him. The matter here is settled, Jin murmured, looking toward Sittinga Mansion. Now I wonder how Kotoko is doing. That was the true critical point. There could be no mistakes there. Just as he prepared to use Yoho and rush back. Boom. The entire Shibuya ward trembled. It was slight, like a minor earthquake caused by a shifting foundation, but it spread across the district in a single pulse before vanishing. Then silence returned. Jin closed his eyes. Through his spirit insight power, he could clearly perceive the roots of the Weirdwood spirit buried deep beneath Shibuya rapidly withering, their spiritual presence collapsing layer by layer. Without the main vein, the underground network had lost its anchor. The roots were dying. Jin opened his eyes. It seems Kotoko succeeded. The crisis threatening all of Shibuya Ward was over. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 89, Fiancé. Chapter 89, Fiancé. After the crisis in Shibuya Ward was resolved, the complicated ties between the Weirdwood spirit incident, the human-devouring incident, and the wedding dress tree incident were reported truthfully to the Onmyo Agency headquarters, the Onmyo Alliance, the Onmyo Academy, and the other major factions. Before long, the entire world of Onmyodo was in an uproar. Countless Onmyoji and high-ranking officials forced themselves out of recovery, staring at the reports in their hands with disbelief. No one had expected that a seemingly localized supernatural incident in Shibuya would hide such a monstrous crisis. A yokai had attempted to curse millions of people, transforming the entire ward into half-human, half-yokai creatures. That alone had crossed the absolute bottom line of Onmyodo. If not for Jin Tsumoji turning the situation around at the last moment, then by sunrise, Shibuya Ward would have become a living hell. And what truly alarmed the upper ranks, people such as Onmyo Agency Chief Kurohashi Genji, Tsuchimikado Arima of the Onmyo Alliance, Tsuchimikado Yasuzumi of the Tsuchimikado clan, and the rest, was not merely the scale of the disaster. It was the game hidden behind it. The three incidents had not been isolated. Behind them stood unknown powers moving pieces from the shadows. And one of those powers was the white-faced, golden-haired, nine-tailed fox. Tamamo-no-Mae. That great yokai, whose name was known in nearly every household in Japan, had also returned in this era. She might not be on the same apocalyptic level as Yamada no Orochi, but she was still in existence the entirety of Onmyodo had to treat as a deadly threat. First, the Shinomiya conglomerate had brought news of Shuten-doji. Now, Tamamo-no-Mae had surfaced as well. Of the three legendary great yokai that had once shaken all Japan, two had already revealed signs of awakening. Only the great Tengu remained hidden. No one knew when he would appear. Because of this, the upper echelon of Onmyodo urgently convened a meeting deep into the night, dragging their heavily injured bodies into another round of crisis deliberation. Meanwhile, in the shadows, several ominous and terrifying existences were communicating through a method unknown to humans. What happened? This is the second contact in less than a week. Are you not afraid of being discovered by those people? A rational but clearly displeased voice echoed in the darkness. My follower was killed by an Onmyoji, a deep voice answered. Its suppressed anger was impossible to miss. The matter involving the fox in the Imperial Palace has also failed completely. The Onmyoji have noticed her now. Ha ha ha. Gyuki, your follower couldn't even defeat a mere Onmyoji. What was the point of keeping her? The mocking voice was arrogant, sharp, and utterly unconcerned with preserving Gyuki's dignity. The death of Nurana and the collapse of his plan had already filled Gyuki with rage. That ridicule was the last spark. A pressure belonging to a great yokai descended over the mountain range where Gyuki resided. Countless lesser yokai trembled in terror, not knowing who had dared provoke their lord. Yasha, Gyuki said, each word soaked in killing intent, if you are looking for death, I do not mind sending you there myself. Several of the hidden beings who had yet to speak sensed that Gyuki was truly furious. If he lost control and went after Yasha, it would become real trouble. A cold voice cut in. Both of you, enough. The obstacle before us has not been removed. This is not the time for internal squabbles. Yasha clearly feared the owner of that cold voice. For once, his arrogant tone disappeared, and he said nothing more. Then, another strange voice sounded. Regardless, Gyuki's failure has placed all of us in an unfavorable position. If those Onmyoji shift their priorities toward us, things will become troublesome. I know, Gyuki replied. Since the plan was mine, I will not avoid the consequences of its failure. That is good. The hidden beings fell quiet for a moment. Then Gyuki spoke again. I will be leaving for a while. Leaving, the rational voice asked. To avenge your follower? Exactly. Since Nurana was my follower, I cannot allow her to die so mysteriously at the hands of an Onmyoji. I will take on this karma myself. While I am out, I will also create several supernatural incidents in the human world to draw the Onmyoji's attention away from us. Be careful, the cold voice warned. With that fox's cunning, she will certainly discover our intentions after this incident. Do not let yourself be caught by her. I know. Perched on a branch somewhere in Shibuya Ward, a small blue bird listened silently. A glimmer of sarcasm flashed through its emerald eyes. A mere Gyuki dares to deal with Her Highness. The bird's gaze turned playful. Perfect. If you want to trouble him, then there will be a fine show to watch. A faint sneer entered its expression. I only hope you won't be frightened to death when the time comes. Then, suddenly, the bird stilled. Someone had mentioned her name. She immediately focused and continued listening. Kyoheim mentioned something about him last time, the cold voice said. I personally investigated the underworld afterward. There are indeed rumors spreading there. The moment those words fell, the hidden existences seemed to lose their voices. A dead silence descended. It was the kind of silence that could make even darkness feel cold. Nearly 10 minutes passed before one of the previously silent beings finally spoke. Its tone was cautious, almost wary. Can it be confirmed? Who did the rumors in the underworld come from? How credible are they? There is no smoke without fire, the cold voice replied. It is precisely because those ghost gods in the underworld were beaten into terror by him 1,000 years ago that they have become unusually sensitive to any news involving him. The voice paused. Moreover, this information came from Huiwe. According to it, it has already seen him in the human world. However, his strength does not seem to have fully recovered. Huiwe's strength may be ordinary, but its words are more reliable than most yokai gods, one of the hidden beings said quietly. It would not speak without reason. In that case, he may truly be returning. A heavy sigh followed. Even after his soul was torn apart piece by piece, he can still return. As expected of that man. The catastrophe from 1,000 years ago is coming again. It is only a rumor. It may not be true. Yes. Exactly. It may only be a mistake. Some of the hidden beings tried to deny it, but their voices lacked conviction. They understood that man too well. That was why they feared him. His power had once been magnificent enough to overturn the stars. He had imprisoned gods and locked down the underworld. He had suppressed the great tide of the world itself, delaying a supernatural resurgence that should have engulfed humanity 1,000 years ago and forcing it into the present era instead. Miracles that even gods could not undo had been accomplished by his hands. In that age, he had been the lord of myths and miracles. No one had been permitted to contradict him. But now, that same lord of myths and miracles had yet to regain his peak strength. The thought stirred something dangerous within them. At that moment, Yasha spoke. So what if he has truly returned? If he has not recovered his full power, then we should gather our strength and kill him now. Would that not eliminate the future problem entirely? No one answered immediately. Because the suggestion was tempting. They all admitted that the men from 1,000 years ago had been terrifying. But if he was weak now? If he could be sent back to hell before reaching that height again? Then perhaps the deepest source of fear in their hearts could finally be erased. Idiot, Gyuki said with open disdain. If you want to be wiped out, do not drag us with you. Yasha's anger flared again. Gyuki, what do you mean by that? What else could I mean? Gyuki replied. Kill him. Do you truly think that can be done? His voice became colder. Have the lessons from 1,000 years ago taught you nothing? Those seniors who were erased all made the same decision. They wanted to eliminate him while he was still weak. And what happened? No one spoke. If they had succeeded, we would not be the ones left here competing for supremacy. Do you think your strength can compare to theirs? Gyuki's words were like a basin of ice water poured over the heads of those who had been tempted. Yes. Had the lessons from 1,000 years ago not been bloody enough? Did they truly want to repeat the same mistake? Those examples were not legends to them. They were memories. And when recalled, they felt as fresh as yesterday. Yasha wanted to argue, but no words came. Gyuki had spoken the truth. There is no final conclusion yet, the cold voice said. This supernatural resurgence is a continuation of the one from 1,000 years ago. Even if he truly appears, he will not be able to resist the tide of this era for humanity again. The voice grew calmer. For now, avoid him as much as possible. Compared to us, the one truly standing opposite him is the chaotic Orochi. From that perspective, his appearance may not necessarily be a bad thing. This judgment earned the agreement of many hidden beings. Somewhere in Chiyoda Ward, a blue bird perched silently on a branch. Disdain flashed through its emerald eyes. Every one of them is a coward who only dares to hide in the shadows and scheme, Kyoheim murmured. Yet they still dare calculate against Her Highness. Her gaze drifted toward the night. The only pity is that they only caught a mere Gyuki. Otherwise, the show would be even better. With that, the blue bird vanished into the darkness. At the same time, in Shinjuku Ward, inside a British-style villa, a blonde girl sat before a drawing board, carefully refining the portrait before her. She took a long time to consider each stroke. This was completely unlike her usual painting process. In the past, her brush moved according to instinct, fast and precise, as if the image already existed and she was merely uncovering it. But this time, she was unusually serious. Almost cautious. "Mashiro, I'm awake." An elegant voice, clear and lovely as a lark, sounded beside Shina Mashiro's ear, interrupting her next stroke. Normally, having her painting disturbed would have made Mashiro feel at least a little dissatisfied, even if her expression did not show it. But this time, surprise flickered through her eyes. She put down her brush and turned toward the voice. "Ryoyu." What appeared before her was a peerless beauty who could make any man forget to breathe. She had a fair oval face, phoenix eyes filled with ethereal grace, and a smile beautiful enough to topple a city. Her shoulder-length black hair shone like polished silk, and her skin was delicate and refined. Dressed in an aristocratic kimono from the ancient court, she carried an innate nobility that seemed woven into her soul. Yet her figure was faintly illusory. Similar to Kasagano Sora, she was not human. She was closer to a spirit. But the vast spiritual power contained within her would have startled even a national-level Onmyoji. This immense spiritual power was the same presence Jin Tsumoji had sensed from Mashiro on the subway. "Mashiro, did you listen to your sister and go outside for a proper walk?" Ryoyu sat gracefully beside her, every gesture poised and elegant. "Did you make any new friends?" Mashiro nodded obediently. "Yes. I took the subway. And besides that, I drew on the subway." Ryoyu fell silent for a moment, then sighed inwardly. She had hoped that while she slumbered, Mashiro would interact more with the outside world, grow a little more independent, and rely on her less. Unfortunately, it did not seem to have worked. Forget it, Ryoyu thought. Mashiro has lacked common sense since childhood. That cannot be fixed in a day or two. Then Mashiro added, "I did find a good subject today." Ryoyu's curiosity stirred. For Mashiro to call something good in the realm of painting was rare. After all, even across the 1,000 years Ryoyu had experienced, very few people could match Mashiro's talent in art. And Mashiro was still young, with terrifying room to grow. Ryoyu looked toward the drawing board. The next instant, she froze. Her eyes widened. It was as if she had seen something she had waited 1,000 years to see. Surprise. Melancholy. Reminiscence. Grief. The bitterness of endless waiting and the sweetness of memories long buried surged through her at once. It was him. There was no mistake. The person she had waited for across 1,000 years had finally appeared. He kept his promise, Ryoyu whispered. Tears welled in her eyes. Instinctively, she wanted to reach out and touch the figure on the drawing board, but she feared the wet paint would smear beneath her fingers. In the end, she could only stare at the portrait in silence. Beside her, Mashiro looked at Ryoyu in confusion. This was the first time she had ever seen Ryoyu lose control of her emotions like this. "Ryoyu," Mashiro asked softly, "you know him?" "I do." Ryoyu nodded hard. Her eyes never left the portrait. "He is my fiancé." Her voice trembled. "And the person I have waited for 1,000 years. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 90, An Unexpected Guest. Chapter 90, An Unexpected Guest. Dawn slowly drew back the curtain of night. A brilliant morning spilled over the city, fresh and bright enough to make the events of the previous night feel almost unreal. Birds had already settled on the branches, chirping away in a noisy little symphony that was both irritating and strangely comforting. For the residents of Shibuya Ward, the sight of the rising sun finally loosened the stone that had been pressing on their hearts all night. One by one, they let out long breaths. Some leaned against their windows. Some collapsed back onto their beds. Others simply stared at the morning sky for a while, as if confirming that the world had not ended while they were trapped behind their doors. Last night had been a nightmare. They did not know the details of the supernatural incident, nor did they understand what kind of danger had nearly swallowed Shibuya whole. But they had eyes. They had ears. Police sirens had screamed through the district. Onmyo Bureau vehicles had rushed through the streets. The lights of Shibuya, which had dimmed since the supernatural recovery, had burned bright enough to turn night into day. Then came the thunderous explosions from Sittinga Mansion, followed by the tremor that swept across the entire ward like an earthquake. With so many abnormal signs piled together, who could sleep peacefully? Most people had already decided to call in sick, skip school, or simply pretend the world outside did not exist for another few hours. The terrifying night had finally passed. Now, at least, they could sleep. Inside the secret room of the White Fox office, Jin Tsumoji sat cross-legged on a meditation mat, quietly examining the reward brought by resolving the latest supernatural incident. A translucent system panel floated before his eyes. Abe no Seimei, founder of Onmyodo. Role-playing progress, youth period, 41%. Onmyodo framework, myriad laws, 30%. Character abilities. Basic Talisman Compendium, Grandmaster. Shikigami Contract, Grandmaster. 5-pointed star incantation, Grandmaster. Spirit Speech, minor accomplishment. Yuho, minor accomplishment. Immovable Binding Technique, minor accomplishment. Fire Boundary Spell, minor accomplishment. Myriad Demon Subduing Mantra, advanced. Crucifix Sutra Thunder Technique, advanced. Marisai Heavenly Mantra, advanced. Ghost Averting and Evil Dispelling Incantation, minor accomplishment. Fudo Maya Fire Boundary Mantra, advanced. Akala Demon Subduing Mantra, advanced. Trilokia Vajra Heart Mantra, advanced. Only 41%. Jin stared at the numbers for a moment. Before this, his role-playing progress had been at 35%. After resolving the Weird Wood Spirit incident, the Human Devouring incident, and the lingering aftermath of the Wedding Dress Tree incident in one sweep, it had only risen by 6%. That was far less than he had expected. When he had destroyed the Wedding Dress Tree, his progress had risen by a full 25%. Of course, that had not been due solely to the Wedding Dress Tree itself. That incident had dragged in the spirit domain, the old village, the buried history of Mingao, and several key mysteries connected to Abe no Seimei's past. Even so, the current increase still felt stingy. This time, he had not merely eliminated one yokai either. The nirvana behind the Weird Wood Spirit incident was not something the Wedding Dress Tree could compare to. On the surface, both had possessed spirit domains. But the Wedding Dress Tree's use of its domain had been crude, almost instinctive. The nirvana was different. She had been able to fold the power of her entire spirit domain into her attacks, forcing her opponents to withstand the pressure of the domain itself with every strike. With that kind of technique, she was already close to invincible below the great yokai class. That was also why Jin had summoned Zenki and Koki immediately to end the battle. If he had fought her personally, he was confident he could have won, but victory would not have come cleanly. It would have taken time, effort, and risk. Zenki and Koki, on the other hand, had made the outcome immediate. And yet, even an opponent of that level had only granted 6%. I already knew the gap between each growth stage of the role-playing system would be significant, Jin murmured, unable to help smiling bitterly. But the difference between the teenage period and the youth period is larger than I thought. He dismissed the system panel. As for the completion progress of his Onmyodo framework, myriad laws, it remained at 30%, without the slightest increase. That part did not surprise him. The completion of myriad laws could not be improved simply by eliminating yokai. It required his own comprehension of Onmyodo. At present, the fastest way to improve it was still to continue reading the Senji Ryuketsu. The problem was that his ability to understand the later portions of the text was closely tied to the advancement of the role-playing system. Only after advancing again would he be qualified to read further. If he forced himself to continue now, it would be no different from staring at a heavenly book. The profound meanings recorded within would simply pass beyond his understanding. In the end, everything still returned to one issue. He needed to increase his role-playing progress as quickly as possible. At this rate, if I want another major increase like the one from the Taizen Fukuin ritual in Mitsuwa town, I'll probably need to eliminate something at the great yokai level. Jin rubbed his brow. Great yokai were not weeds growing by the roadside. Even in the current era of supernatural recovery, such beings were not easy to encounter. And with his current progress, one great yokai might not even be enough to push the role-playing system to its next advancement. 2 would be safer. Now I can only hope Shinomiya Kagaya's mark proves useful in a few days. A faint smile appeared on his face. It would be best if it lured over 2 great yokai at once and filled the progress bar in one go. Of course, that was only a joke. If the mark on Shinomiya Kagaya truly had enough weight to draw 2 great yokai, then what came would not be 2 great yokai. It would be Shuten-doji himself. And if the Oyama Demon King personally descended, Jin's only choice would be to run as fast as possible. With Zenki and Koki, he was confident he could ambush and subjugate 2 ordinary great yokai-level existences. But that did not mean he could fight Shuten-doji. Those who had never faced Shuten-doji would never understand how terrifying he truly was. That demon stood on a completely different level from ordinary great yokai. With Jin's current strength, provoking him would be suicide. Only after the role-playing system advanced once more would Jin have the confidence to stand before him. I wonder if I'll meet any old acquaintances this time. A deep look passed through Jin's eyes. After all, in those 1,000-year-old memories, he knew quite a few of Shuten-doji's subordinates. At that moment, a crisp knock sounded from the wooden door of the secret room. Iwanaga Kotoko's voice came from outside. "Director, a guest has arrived." "Coming." Jin responded and rose from the meditation mat. When he opened the wooden door and stepped out, he saw an unexpected old man sitting on the office sofa. Old man. Jin paused slightly. How do you have time to visit? The visitor Kotoko had mentioned was none other than the divine fan, Amami Daizen, one of the 12 divine generals of the Onmyo agency. His sudden arrival was truly beyond Jin's expectations. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 91, Chapter 91, The Title of Divine General. Chapter 91, The Title of Divine General. Japan's situation had grown taut as a drawn bowstring. Mount Fuji had erupted. Yamata no Orochi had awakened. The Onmyo Agency, the Onmyo Alliance, the Onmyo Academy, and the great families had all suffered losses that could shake the foundation of modern Onmyodo. In a time like this, Amami Daizen should have been sitting at the heart of the Onmyo Agency headquarters, steadying the collapsing order with that old fox-like calm of his. He was one of the 12 divine generals. The divine fan. The chief of the Magic Investigation Department. A man like him had no reason to leave the center of command and personally come to a small office in Shibuya Ward. That alone was enough to make Jin Tsumuji narrow his eyes. There had to be a reason. Sitting on the sofa, Amami Daizen looked up as Jin stepped out of the secret room. The old man froze for a beat, then blinked. Did you get plastic surgery, brat? Jin's mouth twitched. No. A small condition caused a few changes in my appearance. A few changes, he says. Amami Daizen gave him a long, measuring look. His eyes were old, but not dull. They were still sharp enough to peel skin from bone. Still, since Jin clearly had no intention of explaining, Amami did not press him. Instead, he clicked his tongue. What, brat? Not happy to see this old man. I wouldn't dare. Jin walked over with a smile. Your visit brings honor to my humble white fox office. How could I possibly be unhappy? Enough with the empty flattery. This old man has eaten more salt than you've eaten rice. You think I'd fall for that? Amami rolled his eyes, then glanced at the table in front of him. If you're really so honored, then explain this. I came all the way here, and your office serves guests plain water. On the table sat a single cup of hot water. Clear. Steaming. Painfully simple. Jin and Iwanaga Kotoko both fell silent for half a second. The atmosphere turned oddly awkward. Our office only has coffee besides water, Jin said after a cough. Should I have Kotoko make you a cup? It may help clear your head. Forget it. That stuff is for you young people. My old bones can't handle it. Amami picked up the cup and took a slow sip. Afterward, he glanced around the office and asked, where's that little spirit girl? He meant Kasagano Sora. As a spirit who had survived a supernatural incident under highly unusual circumstances, Sora's existence had been reported to the Onmyo agency early on by Kotoko. In a sense, it had given her a legal identity within the Onmyodo world. Without that, most wild spirit were treated no differently from yokai by the Onmyo agency, the Onmyo Alliance, and the various supernatural affairs offices. She returned to Kyoto, Jin said. To say her final farewell to an elder from when she was alive. Last night, after the weird wood spirit incident was brought to an end through the joint efforts of the White Fox Office, the authorities, and the Shibuya branch of the Onmyo agency, Kurosaki Fuko had finally explained why she had come from Kyoto. Sora's grandmother had fallen gravely ill. After losing her daughter, son-in-law, grandson, and granddaughter one after another, the elderly woman's body had finally failed. She had little time left, and her final wish was to see her granddaughter one last time. So before dawn fully broke, Fuko took Sora onto the first train back to Kyoto. It's good that she went, Amami said, lowering his cup. It fulfills the old woman's last wish. It may also help the girl cut away some lingering attachments. He paused, his tone growing quieter. She is no longer the same as ordinary people, after all. Yes. Jin nodded. He had felt Sora's sadness when she left. That old woman had lost her family. But Sora had also lost hers. Before leaving, Kotoko had also told Jin about Sora's decision. She wanted to remain at the White Fox office. After these past few days, Sora had proven herself a capable assistant. She could help Kotoko with investigations, share the workload, and move through places living humans could not easily enter. Since she herself wanted to stay, Jin had no reason to refuse. At most, her status would change from temporary helper to formal employee. Old man, Jin said, sitting down across from Amami, you didn't come all the way here just to chat, did you? Of course not. Amami set down his cup and looked at him. His expression lost its teasing edge. With such a major incident in Shibuya Ward, headquarters naturally had to send someone to investigate. Right now, everyone else is still recovering from their injuries. After looking around, it seems this old man is the only one still useful enough to move. Jin and Kotoko exchanged a glance. The incident in Shibuya had indeed been severe. It was reasonable for one of the 12 divine generals to conduct a follow-up investigation, in case the White Fox office had overlooked any hidden danger during the suppression. But there was another meaning hidden in Amami's words. The national-level Onmyoji who had participated in the Mount Fuji operation were likely in worse condition than outsiders believed. Otherwise, they would not still be unable to move. Jin's gaze sharpened. Old man, your spiritual power. He could sense it clearly. The spiritual power inside Amami Daison's body was extremely weak. Not depleted. Not exhausted. Hollow. There was an unstable emptiness to it, as though the foundation had been shaken and had yet to settle. That kind of spiritual instability would have a severe impact on an Onmyoji's combat ability. So you noticed. Amami did not seem surprised. It's the after-effect of using the Onmyo Alliance's secret rite, the Ritual of the Six Relations. The Ritual of the Six Relations. Jin's expression changed slightly. He had heard of that ritual. It was a secret technique capable of amplifying spiritual power to the extreme in an instant. But its basic requirement alone was terrifying, 12 national-level Onmyoji positioned in 12 specific directions, all acting in concert. Amami sighed. Yamada no Orochi was far more terrifying than we expected. Almost every national-level Onmyoji present had to participate in the Ritual of the Six Relations just to barely trap it within Mount Fuji. His voice sank. For the next month, the spiritual power of everyone involved will remain unstable like this. As for the 12 heavenly generals of the Onmyo Alliance, who stood at the core of the rite, not a single one fell, fortunately. But none of them will return to peak condition within a year. The office fell quiet. Even Kotoko stopped breathing for a moment. That statement revealed too much. The 12 heavenly generals of the Onmyo Alliance were among the highest combat forces of Kyoto's Onmyodo world. If all of them would need a year to recover, then the Mount Fuji operation had not merely wounded modern Onmyodo. It had gouged out its bones. Still. Amami suddenly lifted his eyes and looked Jin up and down. Your progress is too fast, brat. It's only been a few days, and you've already reached to national level. His own spiritual power might have been damaged, but his spirit insight power remained at its peak. As a national second-class Onmyoji, Amami could clearly see Jin's current state. Dense spiritual power. Stable foundation. No disorder, no emptiness, no trace of forcibly relying on external power. That meant Jin's strength had been genuine. And that was exactly why Amami found it unbelievable. It had not even been a week since the last test at Onmyo Bureau headquarters. In such a short span of time, this brat had not only completed his Onmyodo framework, myriad laws, but had also stepped fully into the realm of a national-level Onmyoji. On top of that, his appearance had changed so drastically that Amami had nearly failed to recognize him. It was just luck, Jin said modestly. Luck. Amami laughed. You outlined myriad laws by luck. You broke through to national level by luck. At this point, brat, don't you think you're carrying a little too much luck? It really was luck. Jin's tone was sincere. Some things could not be spoken aloud. The role-playing system. The Senji Ryaketsu. The memories and inheritance belonging to Abe no Seimei. None of these were things he could explain, so all he could offer was a perfunctory answer. Amami stared at him for a moment, then snorted. Fine. Let's call it luck. He shifted the topic. Now, let's talk business. Jin and Kotoko both straightened slightly. Amami's tone had changed. This was no longer idle conversation. Earlier, I said that a major incident occurred in Shibuya Ward, Amami began. And not just any incident. This one involved the legendary great yokai, the white-faced, golden-haired, nine-tailed fox, Tamamo-no-Mae. His expression became solemn. Even in its current state, Onmyodo cannot afford to ignore something of that scale. Jin said nothing. Kotoko listened quietly beside him. I carefully studied the report your White Fox office submitted. You handled this case very well. Extremely well, in fact. Especially your analysis of the hidden struggle between Tamamo-no-Mae and the Ushioni behind the incident. It was thorough. Amami's eyes narrowed. If not for you, we might still be dancing in the palms of those yokai without even realizing it. Jin was not surprised that Amami had identified the other party as the Ushioni. After seeing the Nurana, he had also reached that conclusion quickly. Whether in folklore or in the hidden records of Onmyodo, the Nurana was closely tied to the Ushioni. She was its follower, assistant, and shadow. Wherever the Ushioni appeared, the Nurana was never far behind. To provoke the Nurana was, in many ways, to provoke the Ushioni itself. You stopped the weird wood spirit incident before it fully erupted, Amami continued. You prevented Shibuya Ward from becoming cursed ground. For that, the White Fox office deserves the greatest credit. Then his gaze settled directly on Jin. So the Onmyo agency has decided to grant you a special reward. Whether or not you accept it is up to you. Jin and Kotoko glanced at each other. For Amami Daizen to personally deliver this reward, it clearly could not be ordinary. What reward? Jin asked. A title. Amami's voice grew solemn. A glory of Onmyodo. He looked at Jin and spoke each word with deliberate weight. The title of one of the 12 divine generals. The air froze. Jin blinked. Kotoko's eyes widened. For a moment, neither of them spoke. Then Jin frowned. Old man, are you mistaken? His voice carried genuine surprise. I'm not a member of the Onmyo agency. And isn't the title of 12 divine generals reserved for Onmyo agency Onmyoji? That's right, Kotoko immediately added. The director has no intention of joining the Onmyo agency. Both of them knew the internal situation of the Onmyo agency too well. The politics. The factions. The rotten infighting hidden beneath the name of public order. Jin had never intended to step into that swamp. If accepting the title of Divine General meant joining the Onmyo agency, he would rather refuse it outright. I know this brat hates the idea of joining the agency. Amami was not offended. He had expected this reaction. But granting you the title of 12 Divine General does not necessarily mean forcing you to become part of the agency's internal structure. Jin raised an eyebrow. Amami continued, think of it like the White Fox office's current arrangement. In name, it will exist under the Onmyo agency's banner. In practice, you may ignore the agency's internal affairs and ordinary orders. Jin immediately understood. So it was an arrangement where he answered to the name, but not necessarily to the summons. If that is truly the case, Jin said slowly, then it isn't unacceptable. Amami was not finished. Furthermore, once you hold the title of 12 Divine General, you will gain full control over the Shibuya Ward Onmyo agency branch and the corresponding official forces. He emphasized the next word carefully. Control. Not mobilization. Kotoko's expression changed. She instantly understood the weight behind that distinction. Then, wouldn't the White Fox office become the direct superior of the Shibuya Ward Onmyo agency branch and local official forces? That is one way to put it. Amami closed his slightly withered eyes and spoke slowly. As long as Jin accepts the title bestowed by the Onmyo agency, Shibuya Ward's Onmyodo forces will effectively split from the agency's central command and become the private forces of the White Fox office. Kotoko was stunned. Even Jin fell silent. This was no longer a reward. It was a transfer of power. A true handover. Jin's eyes deepened. It seems the reports and notices issued by the Onmyo agency, the authorities, and the Onmyo Academy still concealed part of the losses. He looked at Amami. The agency's ability to continue ruling Onmyodo has already been severed. Amami sighed. There are some differences in the details, but roughly speaking, yes. He did not try to hide it. Rather than waiting for our old forces, already badly weakened, to collapse piece by piece, it is better to choose suitable successors while we still have strength and prestige. His voice became heavier. At the very least, this may prevent a civil war within Onmyodo later. Jin said nothing. Amami continued. The creation and recognition of supernatural affairs offices was always one of the agency and alliance's reserve plans. A backup force, prepared in case the old system could no longer bear the pressure. A tired smile crossed the old man's face. It would have been best if that plan was never needed. He looked at Jin. But now, everything can only be handed over to you. The office grew quiet. The meaning was now clear. The authority previously granted to supernatural affairs offices had not been the final goal. It had been a transition. A bridge. A way to pave the road for the next era. Perhaps the Onmyo agency itself had not expected the day to arrive so quickly. Jin's resolution of the weird wood spirit incident had simply come at the perfect moment. Of course, Amami had likely pushed the matter behind the scenes as well. Otherwise, the agency would never have handed over the dominance of Shibuya Ward's Onmyodo world so easily. More than 10 minutes passed. At last, Amami opened his eyes. Brat, he asked, what is your decision? Time passed. For some, it moved slowly. For others, a whole day vanished in the blink of an eye. By the time evening approached, the sun had begun sinking toward the west. One of the 12 divine generals. Inside the White Fox office, Jin stood near the window, gazing at the pedestrians hurrying through the street below and the final glow of sunset stretching across the city. The White Fox, huh? On his desk lay a thick stack of contracts. Amami Daizen had brought them personally. The moment Jin signed his name, he would officially accept the title of 12th Divine General bestowed by the Onmyo Agency. At the same time, he would gain absolute control over the Onmyodo forces of Shibuya Ward. That signature would not merely belong to Jin Tsumuji. It would mark the end of an era. The 1,000-year legacy of the Onmyoryo, carried through the Onmyo Agency and the old institutions of modern Onmyodo, had finally reached the point where it could no longer remain whole. From this moment onward, Onmyodo would enter an age of competing powers. Perhaps this was the only way to resist the supernatural recovery. On the agency side, power would pass into the hands of supernatural affairs offices. On the alliance's side, Kyoto would likely be inherited by the great Onmyoji families. After all, in the region controlled by the Onmyo Alliance, supernatural affairs offices were rare, while ancient Onmyoji clans stood everywhere like old trees with tangled roots. The old order was ending. A new one had begun. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 92, Myriad Laws Supernatural Department. Chapter 92, Myriad Laws Supernatural Department. In this age, people were bound together by invisible threads. Phones, networks, internal channels, encrypted reports, whispered messages between offices and clans, information no longer moved like water. It spread like wildfire. Within a single day, the news swept across Japan's Onmyodo world. Jin Tsumuji, the rare genius known as the White Fox, had been granted the title of one of the 12 Divine Generals by the Onmyo Agency. White Fox, Jin Tsumuji. One of the 12 Divine Generals. The moment that name appeared on the official internal channels, it was as if the entire Onmyodo world had been stamped with a seal of confirmation. At the same time, another fact could no longer be hidden. Jin Tsumuji had fully broken through to become a national-level Onmyoji. After all, only an Onmyoji of that caliber could bear the title of 12 Divine Generals. For a time, countless Onmyoji across Japan fell silent before their screens, reports, and message threads. Some were shocked. Some were envious. Some felt numb. Others could only sigh, just as Amami Daizen had, at the sheer absurdity of his talent. Most Onmyoji spent their entire lives crawling toward a threshold they might never reach. To them, national level was a distant mountain peak hidden beyond clouds, a realm that demanded talent, discipline, opportunity, and a lifetime of effort. Yet Jin Tsumuji had reached it at 20. Worse still, everyone knew this was not his destination. For most people, national level was the end of the road. For Jin, it was merely the place where the road truly began. But amid the shock, one question puzzled many people. Why had he joined the Onmyo Agency? Even during the agency's strongest years, Jin Tsumuji had repeatedly rejected its invitations. The olive branches extended to him had never been few, and every time, he had politely declined. Now, when the Onmyo Agency's authority was visibly weakening after Mount Fuji, he had accepted the title of 12 Divine Generals. It was a decision no one had expected. To most of the Onmyodo world, accepting that title meant one thing: he had entered the Onmyo Agency. The idea of a nominal affiliation, similar to the relationship between the agency and certain supernatural affairs offices, never entered their minds. The 12 Divine Generals had always been a symbol exclusive to the Onmyo Agency. It was an honor, a rank, and a recognition acknowledged by the entire Onmyodo world. As for the true arrangement behind the scenes, Jin did not issue any statement. That had been Amami Daizen's suggestion. At present, the Onmyo Agency, the Onmyo Alliance, and the Onmyo Academy were all still observing from the shadows. They were watching. Judging. Measuring. They wanted to see which people and which organizations could truly shoulder the authority and responsibility being released into the world. If the truth was announced now, it would be no different from handing out the exam questions before the test began. Even if the final results looked good, they would feel staged. And that was the one thing the old institutions did not want. Inside the White Fox office, everything had already been packed. Finished. Iwanaga Kotoko stood in the middle of the empty office, her fingers resting lightly on the handle of her cane. The room looked much wider now. Too wide. The sofa was gone. The files were gone. The old desk had been cleared. Even the familiar little odds and ends that had once filled the corners had disappeared into sealed talismans or moving boxes. What remained was an emptiness that felt almost rude. Kotoko looked around in silence. She had stayed here for nearly 2 years. It was not a grand place. It was not luxurious, nor was it particularly spacious. The coffee was terrible, the furniture was ordinary, and the office's reputation had been built through blood, danger, and unpaid overtime that should have violated at least 3 labor laws. But it had been home. There were too many memories here. The first commission. The first report written until midnight. The night she had fallen asleep on the sofa while pretending she was just resting her eyes. The ridiculous arguments with Jin. Sora brewing coffee with the seriousness of a tea ceremony. The old office was small, but it held all of that. Now, they were leaving. Kotoko turned her gaze toward the secret room. Jin was inside, packing the last of his personal belongings. She understood why this had to happen. The White Fox office had accepted control over the Onmyodo forces of Shibuya Ward. They were no longer a small supernatural affairs office taking commissions from civilians and government branches. They had become the center. The authority that once belonged to the Shibuya branch of the Onmyo agency and the local official forces had been gathered into their hands. They could no longer keep operating from a cramped office beside Yoyogi Park. No matter how reluctant she felt, moving was inevitable. "I'll have to tell Sora later," Kotoko murmured. It would be a little cruel if she came back and found the whole office gone. Knowing Sora, she might simply stand in front of the empty building in silence, holding the 8-span mirror replica and wondering whether she had been abandoned. That image alone made Kotoko decide to message her properly. A short while later, Jin emerged from the secret room. The ancient texts, miscellaneous ritual tools, and private documents had all been sealed away into talismans. Nothing important remained behind. The 8-span mirror replica gifted by Shinomiya Kagaya was not here. Jin had left it with Kasagano Sora before she returned to Kyoto, partly for protection and partly because Sora was the one most likely to encounter danger while moving between the worlds of the living and the dead. "Let's go, Kotoko." Jin's voice pulled her from her thoughts. Kotoko looked once more at the empty office. Then she nodded. The two walked out together. Outside the former White Fox office, 3 black business vehicles were already waiting along the roadside. The drivers were not ordinary chauffeurs. All of them were Onmyoji from the Shibuya branch, dressed neatly and standing with straight backs. The moment Jin stepped out, they bowed. "Lord White Fox. Lady Kotoko." Their respect was not forced. Over the past few days, the Onmyoji stationed at the Shibuya branch and the official supernatural armed personnel had all received confidential notice. From this point onward, the White Fox office would assume full control over Shibuya Ward's Onmyodo forces. Naturally, not everyone had accepted it smoothly. There had been dissatisfied voices. Some felt uneasy about being transferred from the Onmyo agency's central chain of command to a young independent office. Some could not bear the thought of answering to an Onmyoji barely 20 years old. Others simply disliked change. But Jin's reputation as a rare genius, his new title as one of the 12 divine generals, and his confirmed strength as a national-level Onmyoji suppressed most resistance before it could grow teeth. Kohara Daisuke and Ibe Tomoya had also played a part. As the official person in charge of Shibuya Ward's supernatural response and the chief of the Onmyo agency Shibuya branch, they understood far more than ordinary Onmyoji. They knew this was not merely an administrative reshuffle. It was the tide of the age. The Onmyo agency, the Onmyo Academy, and the Onmyo Alliance could no longer rule the world of Onmyodo in the same way as before. After Mount Fuji, the old system had cracked. Whether anyone wanted to admit it or not, power would inevitably disperse. The next era would not belong to a single central authority. It would be an era of factions. An era of competing powers. And from any rational perspective, Jin Tsumuji was one of the best leaders Shibuya Ward could have. Young, yes. But talented. Powerful. Clear-headed. And most importantly, he had already saved the entire ward from becoming a cursed hell. For the people under him, this was the time to prove their worth. The car doors opened. Jin and Kotoko got in. The vehicles started, engines humming low as they pulled away from the curb. Only when the old office disappeared from sight did Kotoko finally withdraw her gaze. The reluctance in her chest did not vanish. But as she looked at Jin, who sat beside her with his eyes closed in quiet rest, she suddenly felt a little calmer. Wherever Jin Tsumuji was, that place was the White Fox office. Not the room. Not the signboard. Not the building. The office had never truly been tied to a fixed location. The scenery outside the window streamed past in fragments of glass, concrete, trees, and afternoon light. 10 minutes later, the vehicles stopped. Their destination stood before them. The Shibuya building. More than 30 stories tall, it was the tallest building in Shibuya Ward. Its glass exterior reflected the sky and the city below, giving it a cold, imposing presence. From this day onward, the Onmyodo forces once controlled separately by the Onmyo Agency branch and the official Supernatural Response Division would be concentrated here. Jin stepped out of the vehicle and looked up at the building. The Myriad Laws Supernatural Department, The White Fox office was now history. The new independent organization that had absorbed Shibuya Ward's Onmyodo forces had been renamed the Myriad Laws Supernatural Department, taking its name from Jin's Onmyodo framework, Myriad Laws. Jin Tsumoji, the White Fox, would serve as its director. Its supreme leader, Iwanaga Kotoko, Kohara Daisuke, and Ibe Tomoya would serve as the 3 deputy directors. Kotoko would coordinate internal affairs, intelligence, case management, and supernatural investigations. Kohara Daisuke would manage the spiritual armament division and the official armed response units. Ibe Tomoya would command the Onmyoji division, including the former Shibuya branch personnel and field exorcism teams. As for Kasagano Sora, her position would be arranged after her return from Kyoto. Director Kohara Daisuke was already waiting at the entrance with several senior members of the newly formed department. He bowed. Welcome. Behind him stood executives, Onmyoji officers, clerks, intelligence staff, barrier specialists, and armed personnel. Some faces were familiar from the Sittinga mansion operation. Others belonged to people Jin had never met before. But from this day forward, all of them would answer to him. Jin nodded. Let's begin. Under Kohara Daisuke's guidance, Jin and Kotoko entered the Shibuya building. The automatic glass doors slid open with a quiet hiss. Inside, the lobby had already been cleared and remodeled in haste. Temporary spell barriers had been installed along the walls. Talismans were hidden beneath the floor tiles. Surveillance monitors displayed feeds from major spiritual disaster hotspots across Shibuya Ward. The first 3 floors were assigned to reception, civilian reports, emergency dispatch, and public coordination. The 4th to 10th floors belonged to the Spiritual Armament Division, storing modified firearms, talisman rounds, barrier equipment, anti-monster gear, and transport vehicles. The 11th through 20th floors were assigned to the Onmyoji Division, training rooms, spell-testing chambers, meditation rooms, talisman archives, formation rooms, and dormitories for emergency personnel. The upper floors housed intelligence analysis, sealed case archives, restricted supernatural materials, command rooms, and the director's office. At the very top was a newly prepared ritual chamber. Not yet complete, but already covered in reinforced barriers. Jin listened as Kohara explained each section. Kotoko followed beside him, her earlier reluctance gradually fading as her expression turned more focused. This was no longer a tiny office with 3 people handling cases through stubbornness and sleepless nights. This was an organization. A true power. And along with that power came pressure. The Myriad Law's Supernatural Department would no longer be responsible for one commission at a time. It would be responsible for all of Shibuya Ward. Every spiritual disaster. Every yokai sighting. Every curse. Every case that smelled even faintly of the supernatural. The burden was heavy enough to crush an ordinary person. But Jin's expression remained calm. As they reached the command floor, he stopped before the wide glass window overlooking Shibuya. The city stretched beneath him. Roads, buildings, parks, neighborhoods, schools, offices, stations. A ward of millions. A ward that had nearly become a curse-infested graveyard. Behind him, dozens of staff members stood in silence, waiting for his first words as director. Jin looked at the city for a long moment. Then he turned around. His voice was not loud, but it carried clearly through the room. From today onward, the Myriad Law's Supernatural Department assumes responsibility for every supernatural incident in Shibuya Ward. No one spoke. No matter whether it is a yokai, curse, spiritual disaster, spirit domain, forbidden ritual, or something outside existing classification, if it appears in this ward, it falls under our jurisdiction. His gaze swept across the gathered personnel. The old order is changing. Everyone here knows that. Some of you may be uneasy. Some may be dissatisfied. Some may still be wondering whether this department has the right to command you. Jin's tone remained even. I don't intend to convince you with speeches. The room grew quieter. We will use results. Simple words. But everyone present felt the weight behind them. Jin continued, 3 months from now, Yamada no Orochi will move. Before that day arrives, Shibuya Ward cannot afford internal confusion. I don't care where you came from, the agency, the authorities, a branch unit, a field squad, or a desk buried under paperwork. His eyes sharpened. From this moment on, you belong to the same department. A faint pressure spread from him. Not overwhelming. Not hostile. But unmistakable. The pressure of a national-level Onmyoji. The pressure of one of the 12 divine generals. The first rule of the Myriad Law's Supernatural Department is simple. Jin looked at them and said calmly. We protect Shibuya. For a breath, no one moved. Then Kohara Daisuke bowed first. Yes, Director. Ibe Tomoya followed. Yes, Director. One by one, the others lowered their heads. Yes, Director. Their voices rang through the command floor. Kotoko stood beside Jin, watching the scene unfold. For some reason, the last trace of reluctance in her heart finally disappeared. The White Fox office had ended. But it had not vanished. It had grown. And now, under a new name, it stood at the heart of Shibuya Ward. The Myriad Law's Supernatural Department had officially begun. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 93, Chapter 93, Tomi reappears. Chapter 93, Tomi reappears. Shibuya Building. At 62 stories tall, it was the highest building in Shibuya Ward, a landmark that had stood like a glass blade against the skyline since the day it was completed. For years, it had been one of Shibuya's proudest symbols. International corporations had once occupied its floors. Financial firms, technology companies, luxury brand offices, overseas investment groups, and consulting giants had all rented space here. For countless elite university graduates, landing a position in this building had been a dream worthy of bragging about at family gatherings. But recently, the residents of Shibuya Ward noticed something strange. The companies inside Shibuya Building were moving out. Not slowly, either. One after another, their signboards were taken down, their employees transferred, their office floors cleared. In their place, a new name appeared across the building. Myriad Law's Supernatural Department. Curious residents quickly began asking around. It did not take long before a vague official explanation circulated through the ward. The Shibuya Ward branch of the Onmyo Agency and the local government's supernatural response forces had been merged and reorganized into the Myriad Law's Supernatural Department to better handle the increasingly frequent supernatural incidents. As for the director and core personnel, their identities remained confidential. To most ordinary residents, that was enough. In fact, many supported it wholeheartedly. After the wedding dress tree incident, the Mount Fuji eruption, and the terrifying mobilization around Sittinga Mansion, the people of Shibuya Ward had long since abandoned the luxury of complaining about supernatural bureaucracy. If a new department could make them safer, then good. If that department wanted the tallest building in the ward, then by all means, take the whole thing. A fancy office building meant nothing if everyone inside the ward turned into monster food. The various supernatural affairs offices scattered across Shibuya, however, were not nearly as calm. They were confused. More than that, they were uneasy. The Onmyo laws and the government had suddenly merged their local supernatural forces and created a new department. The scale alone was alarming. Even more importantly, the name, Myriad Law's Supernatural Department, was impossible for them not to associate with one person. White Fox Jin-tsumoji. The rare genius who had just been granted the title of one of the 12 divine generals by the Onmyo Bureau. After all, Jin-tsumoji's Onmyodo framework was called Myriad Laws. The connection was too obvious to ignore. At that very moment, on the 62nd floor of Shibuya Building, inside the director's office of the Myriad Law's Supernatural Department, the person at the heart of those rumors was drowning in paperwork. The office covered nearly 300 square meters. It was absurdly luxurious. The carpet beneath his feet was woven from precious wool, thick enough to swallow footsteps. Famous paintings hung along the walls. There was a private lounge, a personal restroom, a direct elevator, and even a sealed training chamber built behind hidden panels. The windows stretched almost from floor to ceiling, offering an unobstructed view of Shibuya Ward. It was the sort of office that belonged to chairmen, ministers, or villains who said things like, "Everything is proceeding according to plan." Unfortunately, Jin had no time to enjoy any of it. The shelved supernatural cases previously submitted to the Onmyo Agency now need to be reviewed and reassigned under the Myriad Law's Supernatural Department. The department's funding can no longer rely entirely on the old branch system. We'll need an independent budget structure. The major supernatural affairs offices in Shibuya Ward need to be contacted. Kotoko and the others should handle that first, then we can start planned coordination and integration. And this. Sitting behind the large desk near the window, Jin-tsumoji worked through documents one file at a time. Paperwork rose in stacks around him like small hills. And these were only the documents requiring his immediate approval. More would arrive soon. This was unavoidable. The Myriad Law's Supernatural Department had been built by merging the old White Fox office, the Shibuya branch of the Onmyo Bureau, and the local government's Supernatural Response Division. The core leadership, administrative system, middle management, field teams, logistics, funding channels, intelligence archives, and emergency protocols all had to be rebuilt or revised. Calling it troublesome would have been too polite. It was more like trying to rebuild a shrine while the god inside kept asking for receipts. Ding. The private elevator inside the office chimed. Jin did not look up immediately. Under normal circumstances, anyone who came to see him needed to make an appointment or announce themselves first. The only people allowed to take the direct elevator straight to the director's office were the 3 deputy directors of the Myriad Law's Supernatural Department. Iwanaga Kotoko. Ibe Tomoya. Kohara Daisuke. As expected, when the elevator doors opened, Iwanaga Kotoko stepped out holding a thick stack of documents. More paperwork. Jin's hand paused almost imperceptibly. A lesser man might have wept. Director, I'll put these here for now. Kotoko placed the stack on one of the few remaining empty spaces on his desk. Ever since they moved into Shibuya Building, she had changed how she addressed him. Back at the White Fox office, she had often called him office head. Now, within the Myriad Law's supernatural department, director was more appropriate. It also avoided unnecessary confusion among staff. Thanks, Kotoko. Jin did not lift his head. He continued correcting the document in front of him with a ballpoint pen, moving with the numb precision of a man who had become one with bureaucracy. He was not the only one suffering. Kotoko, Kohara Daisuke, and Ibe Tomoya had all been buried under work these past few days. The difference was that Jin had the highest approval authority, which meant anything complicated, dangerous, politically delicate, financially ugly, or impossible to categorize eventually landed on his desk. In other words, everything. Director, I have something to report. Go ahead. Only then did Jin stop writing and look at her. Kotoko stood with her cane in hand, her posture neat and composed. As per your instructions, the initial formation of the Spiritual Armament Division and the Onmyoji unit has basically been completed. So quickly. Jin raised an eyebrow. He had expected the reorganization to take at least a month. He had even prepared himself for delays, friction, complaints, and several rounds of internal corrections. 3 days was far beyond his expectations. This is mainly thanks to Deputy Directors Kohara Daisuke and Ibe Tomoya. They spent the past few days stabilizing their subordinates and smoothing over the transfer of authority. Also, when Old Man Amami returned from Shibuya Ward, he quietly took away most of the troublemakers from the old government side and the Onmyo agency branch. Kotoko smiled slightly. So the reorganization went much smoother than expected. The old man really did me a huge favor. Jin leaned back in his chair. The Spiritual Armament Division and the Onmyoji unit were the main combat forces of the Myriad Law's supernatural department. Without control over them, his title as director would have been nothing more than decoration. A puppet sitting on the top floor with an expensive carpet and no real authority. Now that the reorganization had succeeded, it meant he had at least gained initial control over Shibuya Ward's Onmyodo power. Kotoko opened the top file in her hands. The Spiritual Armament Division and the Onmyoji unit have been reorganized into 4 major sections: the Supernatural Countermeasures section, the Information Intelligence section, the Magic Investigation section, and the Administrative Internal Affairs Division. She continued in a clear voice. Several departments from the former government side and the Onmyo agency branch have also been integrated into this structure. Jin nodded for her to continue. The Supernatural Countermeasures section consists of 12 squads, 600 personnel in total. Most are apprentice Onmyoji or spiritually armed field agents. There are fewer professional-level Onmyoji than expected. Their primary responsibility is handling supernatural incidents and spiritual disasters in the field. Kotoko glanced at him. Many captain positions are still vacant, so for now, you will personally oversee the section, Director. Jin was not surprised. Among the 4 sections, the Supernatural Countermeasures section was clearly the most important armed force. It had inherited the largest share of the old Onmyoji unit and spiritual armament personnel. Before suitable officers were found, it was safest for him to command it directly. There were not many people he trusted enough to hand it to. Aside from Kotoko, none. The Information Intelligence section will handle investigation, surveillance, intelligence gathering, spiritual monitoring, and preliminary supernatural case analysis. It is temporarily under Deputy Director Kohara Daisuke. The Magic Investigation section will handle Onmyo art crimes, forbidden techniques, illegal rituals, and internal disciplinary matters. Functionally, it resembles the Onmyo Agency Magic Investigation Department. It is temporarily led by Deputy Director Ibe Tomoya. These 2 sections combined have around 500 personnel. Kotoko turned another page. The remaining Administrative Internal Affairs Division is currently under me. It handles resource allocation, personnel deployment, budget approval, internal coordination, mission review, and logistical authorization. Any deployment of major combat forces or specialized equipment will require approval from the Administrative Internal Affairs Division. The basic framework of the Myriad Law's supernatural department has been assembled. The rest can only be refined slowly. Jin listened quietly. The structure was very clear. The Supernatural Countermeasures section held the sword. The Administrative Internal Affairs Division held the hand that decided when the sword could be drawn. By placing those 2 in the hands of himself and Kotoko, the department's true initiative remained firmly under their control. That matched his expectations. Thank you for your hard work. Kotoko accepted the praise calmly, though the faint curve at the corner of her mouth betrayed that she was pleased. Then Jin asked, did Kohara Daisuke and Ibe Tomoya have any complaints? After all, during the reorganization, the ones who had lost the most direct authority were the two former heads. They had gone from being independent leaders of their respective systems to deputy directors under Jin. On paper, the four sections were equal, but anyone with eyes could see that the Administrative Internal Affairs Division and Supernatural Countermeasures section had greater practical weight. Not at all, Kotoko said. They cooperated very actively. It didn't seem fake. That's good. Jin nodded. If either Kohara Daisuke or Ibe Tomoya had resisted, hidden resentment, or attempted to preserve private authority, Jin would not have kept them in the department, no matter how useful they had been during the transition. Keeping a thorn in the command structure was not magnanimity. It was stupidity wearing a nice hat. Fortunately, it seemed those two understood the situation better than he had expected. They were not the sort to smile on the surface while building a second office under the table. Jin trusted Kotoko's judgment when it came to people. Then he glanced at the documents again and let out a sigh. We're short on people. Kotoko gave him a look that said, obviously. Very short. Whether it was captain positions in the Supernatural Countermeasures section, senior investigators in the Information Intelligence section, case officers in the Crime Investigation section, or administrative specialists who understood Onmyodo logistics, the vacancies were everywhere. The Myriad Law's Supernatural Department had inherited a great deal of manpower, but the number of responsibilities had expanded even faster. That was why Jin, Kotoko, and the others were still personally shouldering temporary leadership over several sections. The best recruitment channel right now is still the Onmyo Academy, Kotoko said. The Onmyo Academy. Her words reminded Jin of something. He had once promised Tsuchimikado Natsum that he would visit the Onmyo Academy for recruitment. Back then, it had been for the White Fox office. Now, the White Fox office had become the Myriad Law's Supernatural Department. Strictly speaking, the recruitment pitch had upgraded from, join my small office and risk your life, to join my new department and still risk your life, but with a better building. Progress. Before the Onmyodo forces in other regions are inherited and reorganized, we can still use the Onmyo agency name and the title of 12 Divine Generals to recruit a large number of fresh graduates and promising students from the Onmyo Academy, Kotoko said. Jin agreed with her assessment. The Onmyo Agency, the Onmyo Alliance, and the Onmyo Academy were the three orthodox lineages of modern Onmyodo, all descended from the ancient Onmyoryo in one way or another. Their glory was fading, but they would not exit the stage so quickly. At least until a new Onmyodo order fully formed, those three institutions would remain major powers. Even weakened giants still cast long shadows. Contact the Onmyo Academy first, Jin said. Let them know we intend to recruit. If I have time, I'll go personally. Understood, Director. Kotoko nodded. Then she did not leave. Jin noticed. What else? While organizing the Supernatural Incident Archives today, I found one case that has not been fully resolved. An unresolved supernatural incident. Jin's expression shifted slightly. The current Myriad Law's Supernatural Department was not like the old White Fox office. Back then, one unresolved incident was worth special attention. Now, the department handled a huge number of cases every day. Some came from the government-backed supernatural forums, including well-known platforms like the Non-Scientific Supernatural Forum and the Red Moon Tree Supernatural Forum. Others were shelved incidents reported by Supernatural Affairs offices or old branch archives left behind by the Onmyo Agency. There were too many to count. If Kotoko specifically brought this up, then the incident was not ordinary. It's about Tomi. The name made the air in the office change. Kotoko's expression turned serious. She has appeared again. Traces of her have been found in Shibuya Ward, Minato Ward, and Shinjuku Ward. Jin narrowed his eyes. Tomi. He had not heard that name in some time. The monster that had escaped from him back then. No. In Jin's view, even calling her a monster felt too generous. Tomi was an abomination. Capricious, vain, arrogant, and malicious to the bone. She was desire given human skin. Her existence stirred madness in men, twisting affection into obsession, obsession into possession, and possession into murder. Every man she seduced would eventually kill her. Dismember her. But that was not the end. That was the beginning. Every limb, every drop of blood, every piece of flesh could grow into another Tomi. Her cells multiplied endlessly, like a planarian taken from a biologist's nightmare and handed a pretty face. When threatened or frightened, she could split. When destroyed, she could return. Again. And again. And again. The reason she had escaped Jin last time was partly because Yamashiro Hayato, that dead fool from the Onmyo Agency, had acted on his own and disrupted the situation. But Tomi's regenerative and splitting ability had also been troublesome to the extreme. Maintain continuous surveillance, Jin said after a brief silence. At the same time, notify the Onmyo agency branches in the surrounding wards. The Myriad Law's Supernatural Department currently controlled Shibuya Ward's Onmyodo forces, not the whole of Tokyo. Tomi had already appeared in Minato and Shinjuku. If Jin acted across ward boundaries without notice, it could easily cause unnecessary friction with other branches. And Tomi was not the sort of thing one could ignore. If she spread unchecked, the danger she posed would be no less terrifying than the weird wood spirit incident. Yes, Director. Kotoko understood his meaning immediately. The current Tomi was scattered across Tokyo. No one knew how many clones were hiding in the shadows. But Tomis were not cooperative creatures. Every clone possessed self-awareness. Every clone believed herself to be the real Tomi. Their vanity and jealousy made coexistence impossible. Eventually, they would gather. Then they would begin killing each other. That would be the best opportunity to seal them completely. Jin tapped his finger lightly against the desk. Continue monitoring. Do not act rashly unless civilians are in immediate danger. Once signs of the Tomi's gathering appear, inform me immediately. I'll arrange it. Kotoko closed the file. Jin picked up another document, then paused. Also, I need to go to Minato Ward the day after tomorrow. I'll leave the department's affairs to you for now. To complete Shinomiya Kagaya's commission. It sounded like a question, but Kotoko was already certain. After all, the timing was about right. Yes. Jin nodded. The mark left on Shinomiya Kagaya by Shuten-doji was nearing the appointed time. Whether the one who came would be Shuten-doji himself or one of his great yokai-level subordinates would soon be revealed. He was about to say more when his gaze suddenly shifted toward the window. His brows drew together slightly. Kotoko noticed immediately. Director? What's wrong? Jin stared at the glass wall overlooking Shibuya. Beyond the window, the city stretched beneath the afternoon light, busy, restless, and apparently ordinary. For a brief moment, he had felt it. A faint gaze. Like someone watching from far away. But when he extended his spirit insight power, there was nothing. No aura. No curse. No shikigami. No trace. After a moment, Jin shook his head. It's nothing. Kotoko looked at him for a few seconds, clearly not fully convinced, but she did not press further. Jin returned his eyes to the documents on his desk. Outside the window, high above Shibuya, the glass reflected his silver hair and calm blue eyes. Somewhere beyond that reflection, something unseen watched in silence. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 94, Chapter 94, Burial with the Dead. Chapter 94, Burial with the Dead. Near Shibuya Building, a sidewalk cafe occupied a quiet corner of the street. The late afternoon light spilled across the tables, turning the glass storefronts gold. Office workers passed in waves, students drifted by with bags over their shoulders, and now and then someone would glance toward the cafe, only for their gaze to be caught by the girl seated near the railing. She was blonde, delicate, and breathtakingly beautiful. Her beauty had a strange, unworldly clarity to it. Not the polished glamour of a celebrity, nor the sharp elegance of a noble lady, but something purer. She seemed detached from the noise around her, as though the crowded city were merely background scenery on a blank canvas. Chizuna Mashiro sat with both hands wrapped around a cup of hot milk. Across from her was an empty chair. At least, that was what ordinary people saw. Ryoyu, Mashiro said, looking at the empty seat, aren't you going to see him? Several nearby customers quietly glanced over. A girl talking to no one. Ordinarily, that would have earned strange looks. But because the speaker was Chizuna Mashiro, most people only found it oddly artistic. Beautiful people were granted many strange privileges by society. Apparently, speaking to an empty chair was one of them. In a place beyond ordinary sight, however, the seat was not empty. A woman sat there gracefully. She wore the ancient robes of an imperial princess, her posture refined to the point that even the act of sitting seemed to possess ritual meaning. Her face was noble and peerless, her eyes calm, carrying a depth that belonged not to years, but to centuries. She had the translucent quality of a spirit, yet the immense spiritual power gathered within her existence was enough to make even a national-level Onmyoji wary. She was Ryoyu. The spirit attached to Chizuna Mashiro. For a long while, Ryoyu looked toward the top floor of Shibuya Building. There, above the ward, the newly established Myriad Law's Supernatural Department stood like a watchtower over Shibuya. And inside that building was the person she had waited for across 1,000 years. At last, she withdrew her gaze. No, Ryoyu said softly. Not now. Mashiro tilted her head. You waited for him. I did. Then why not go? Ryoyu smiled, but there was a sadness in it, faint enough to vanish if one did not look carefully. If I appeared before him now, my existence would only bring him more trouble. At his current stage, I would not be a help. I would become a burden, or worse, a clue for his enemies. She looked again toward the distant top floor, but only briefly. If she watched any longer, he would notice completely. Even now, he was far from the men who had shaken the Heian period 1,000 years ago. He had not yet regained that heaven-defying power, that miracle-working authority that made gods wary and yokai tremble. But he was no longer weak. White Fox Jin Tsumoji. A rare genius of Onmyodo. The man who had outlined myriad laws. No, perhaps this life of his had already surpassed his former self at the same age. He has Zenki and Koki by his side, Ryoyu murmured. Hokuto as well. The Senji Ryaketsu is with him, and Gyuto has taken form again under a new name, Myriad Laws. At the very least, his ability to preserve himself is no longer something I need to worry about too much. She had only looked from afar, yet she had already seen through most of Jin's hidden cards. If Jin knew that, even with his composure, he would have felt a chill down his spine. Ryoyu lowered her eyes. For now, being able to watch him quietly is enough. Mashiro stared at her for a moment. She did not quite understand. Ryoyu had waited 1,000 years. She had endured loneliness, silence, and the long decay of history. Now that the person she had waited for had finally appeared, she seemed to be retreating instead of moving forward. To Mashiro, it was difficult to comprehend. If she found a subject she had waited 1,000 years to paint, she would paint it immediately. Probably without eating. Possibly without sleeping. Maybe without remembering the existence of doors. Ryoyu seemed to guess what she was thinking and could not help but laugh gently. Mashiro, I must thank you. Mashiro blinked. Thank me. If not for your painting, I might not have learned of his reincarnation until much later. If not for you bringing me here, I would not have been able to confirm it with my own eyes. You helped me more than you understand. Mashiro shook her head. I only painted. To you, perhaps. Ryoyu's gaze softened. To me, it was the first proof after 1,000 years that my waiting had not been meaningless. Mashiro said nothing. She only held her cup of hot milk and nodded slightly. Let us go, Ryoyu said. Leaving already? Mashiro looked confused. They had only just arrived. The person Ryoyu had waited for was right there, on the top floor of the building before them. Could they not stay a little longer? Ryoyu stood. As I said, sometimes watching quietly is enough. Besides, his return gives me an opportunity to clear away a few small obstacles before he trips over them. Mashiro nodded. She half understood. That was already more than usual. Where are we going? Ryoyu turned her gaze toward Chiyoda Ward. The Imperial Palace. Her voice became quieter, though not weaker. First, we will meet the golden-furred fox hiding there. Then she looked solemnly at Mashiro. Mashiro, before that, I need to borrow your body for a while. It will be more convenient, and safer for you. Mashiro did not hesitate. I understand. If an Onmyoji had heard that answer, they might have scolded her for recklessness on the spot. To willingly surrender one's body to a spirit was no different from inviting possession. If the spirit harbored even the slightest malice, the victim could become a vessel, a sacrifice, or something even worse. Of course, in Ryoyu's case, the warning was meaningless. With her strength, if she truly wished to possess Mashiro by force, she would not need permission. Ryoyu's translucent figure leaned forward, overlapping with Mashiro's body little by little. The phantom sank into her like moonlight dissolving into water. Mashiro's eyes slowly closed. For a breath, she seemed to fall asleep. Then her eyes opened again. The change was immediate. The ethereal purity in Mashiro's gaze vanished, replaced by elegance, nobility, and a poise that seemed carved into the bones. Her posture straightened subtly. Her aura deepened. The innocent girl from moments ago had become someone else entirely. A princess. Not a girl pretending to be one, but a woman born into authority, ceremony, and tragedy. The nearby customers who had been stealing glances at her froze. They did not understand what they had just witnessed. One moment, she had been a pure and otherworldly girl. The next, she carried an imperial grandeur that made people instinctively lower their eyes. It was so dramatic that some wondered if they had imagined it. Their instincts were right. The person sitting there was no longer truly Chizuna Mashiro. She was Ryoyu. Ryoyu took a moment to adjust to the unfamiliar sensations of flesh and blood. For someone who had existed as a spirit for over 1,000 years, even the warmth of a living body felt foreign. The weight of breath. The pulse in her wrists. The taste of milk lingering faintly on the tongue. How nostalgic. How distant. How fragile, she murmured. Then she looked one last time toward the top floor of Shibuya building. toward the person she had waited over 1,000 years to see. It is time. Ryoyu lightly tapped the air with one finger. Space rippled. A faint distortion spread outward like water disturbed by a falling petal. Her figure blurred within those ripples, then vanished completely. The people watching her blinked. Confusion appeared in their eyes. No one screamed. No one reacted. It was not that they had failed to see the supernatural phenomenon. It was that their perception of it had been quietly smoothed over, as if a page had been removed from their memories before they noticed it was missing. Only the empty cup of hot milk on the table proved that someone had been there at all. The outer garden of the Imperial Palace, Chiyoda Ward. Since the Imperial Palace had been sealed off, the residents who once walked nearby had become almost non-existent. Add the supernatural recovery to that, and the surrounding area was deserted enough to feel abandoned by the living world. Air rippled. Ryoyu appeared soundlessly. A moment ago, she had been in Shibuya Ward. Now, she stood before the Imperial Palace. Even though Shibuya and Chiyoda were adjacent districts, crossing that distance in a single step was power far beyond ordinary national-level Onmyoji. Ryoyu looked ahead. So this is the barrier. The corners of her lips curved slightly. A perception-blurring barrier designed specifically to mislead Onmyoji. No wonder you could erode the modern imperial family so brazenly under the noses of the Onmyo Bureau and the Onmyo Academy. She ignored the blockade signs and the empty security line. Even while using Mishiro's body, Ryoyu moved through the Imperial Palace grounds as though she were still a spirit. Fences, patrol routes, seals, and barriers were little more than scenery to her. The layout is the same. As she walked, she occasionally looked around. The Imperial Palace of today had been renovated and rebuilt countless times. It was not the palace she had known. The one truly familiar to her had been in Kyoto, and that world had long since vanished beneath ruins and history. Yet the bones of the place were still recognizable. The arrangement of courtyards. The flow of spiritual veins. The sense of hierarchy built into stone, wood, and distance. 1,000 years had passed, yet power still liked to sit in the same direction. How dull. The deeper she walked toward the inner garden, the quieter the palace became. Too quiet. There was not a single servant. Not a single guard. Not a whisper of human presence. For the home of the imperial family, this silence was deeply unnatural. Even an ordinary person would have sensed something wrong. To someone like Ryoyu, the emptiness was almost insulting. Then, in a flower garden, she stopped. The garden was untended, yet the flowers were blooming beautifully. Some were not even in season. They defied the climate, supported by a subtle, unnatural power. Ryoyu raised her hand. "Little one, did your master send you to receive me?" She grasped the air. Chirp, chirp, chirp. A frantic cry rang from her palm. A small blue bird had appeared there at some point, caught between her fingers as if plucked from an invisible current. Kyoheim stared at her in disbelief. This, how? She had not even realized what had happened. One moment, she had been hidden perfectly. The next, she was in this woman's hand. Ryoyu examined the blue bird with mild nostalgia. I did not expect the little blue bird from 1,000 years ago to become a great yokai feared by Onmyoji. Kyoheim stiffened. Her emerald eyes widened. You are, the princess. So you still recognize me. Ryoyu lightly tapped the bird's forehead. Then raising you for a while was not a waste. With that, she released her. Kyoheim flapped her wings in midair, but she did not dare flee. The shock in her heart was impossible to describe. Imperial Princess Ryoyu. The princess of the imperial family from 1,000 years ago. She had not perished. Not only had she survived in some form until this era, her strength had become terrifying beyond measure. Kyoheim was now a great yokai herself, yet before Ryoyu, she had been caught like a sparrow. No resistance. No warning. No chance. Take me to your master, Ryoyu said. Kyoheim lowered her head. Yes, princess. Strictly speaking, Ryoyu was Kyoheim's first master. 1,000 years ago, Kyoheim had been nothing more than a little blue bird without intelligence. It was by Ryoyu's side that she awakened her mind, remained for a time, and eventually grew into what she was today. Now that her first master had appeared again, Kyoheim's heart shook violently. 5 minutes later, after passing through one courtyard after another, Ryoyu arrived at the inner garden. There, in a semi-open pavilion, sat a girl of quiet, breathtaking beauty. Her black eyes were clear and gentle. Her brows were elegant, her features refined, her bearing intellectual and soft. She looked like a princess stepped out of an old painting. Haruka Shizumiya. Imperial Princess Haruka Shizumiya. Ryoyu stopped. So this is your host in this era? Her gaze moved over Haruka's body. Not a bad shell. Haruka stared at the person before her in disbelief. Mashiro. The face belonged to Chizuna Mashiro. A world-renowned genius painter. A girl adored by countless art masters and collectors. But that was not why Haruka knew her. Chizuna Mashiro was a member of the supernatural exchange group that Haruka and Shinomiya Kagaya had created. Haruka had personally invited her. In the group, Mashiro used the alias, Painter. Yet the person standing before her now was clearly not the Mashiro she knew. No. Haruka quickly sensed the difference. Mashiro's unique, ethereal purity was gone. In its place was a noble, imposing aura that seemed to come from an age long buried. You are the spirit hiding inside Mashiro. Good eyes, Ryoyu said. But speaking to your ancestor in that tone is rather lacking in imperial upbringing. Ancestor. Haruka's eyes sharpened. She had invited Mashiro into the supernatural exchange group because she sensed a powerful spirit hidden within the girl. More importantly, that spirit seemed to bear Mashiro no ill will. At the time, Haruka had only noted it as unusual. She had not expected the spirit to be powerful enough to walk into the imperial palace and face Tamamo-no-Mae directly. Nor had she expected Tamamo-no-Mae to call this person a guest. That treatment had never been given to the other powerful yokai who had come to test the palace before. But before Haruka could ask anything more, the aura around her changed. Her gentle expression faded. A noble, charming, and dangerously alluring voice emerged from her mouth. At the same time, her facial features blurred, hidden by a mysterious power that seemed to forbid the world from gazing upon her true face. Imperial Princess Angu Ryoyu. The voice was soft enough to charm the bones from a man's body. It has been more than 1,000 years. Tamamo-no-Mae. The great yokai inhabiting Haruka's body had awakened. Only she, the ultimate embodiment of charm, could make every syllable feel like an invitation to surrender. Imperial Princess Angu Ryoyu. Even as Haruka's consciousness began to blur and sink under Tamamo-no-Mae's control, that name struck her heart like a bell. It was a taboo name within the imperial family. Imperial Princess Angu Ryoyu, youngest daughter of Emperor Daigo and younger sister of Emperor Suzaku and Emperor Murakami. Her status had once been unimaginably high. But her bloodline was not the reason she had become taboo. The true reason was another rumor. She had once been the fiancée of the great Onmyoji Abe no Seimei. Unfortunately, she died young. And when she was buried, those sent to accompany her into death were said to include the direct descendants of Emperor Suzaku. Even Emperor Suzaku himself had been buried alive. Only after that did Emperor Murakami ascend the throne. As for the truth behind that old horror, Haruka did not know. All she could guess now was that it had been related to Abe no Seimei. Perhaps even ordered by him. Ryoyu looked at Tamamo-no-Mae through Haruka's body and spoke calmly. Compared to Imperial Princess Angu Ryoyu, I prefer Abe Ryoyu. Tamamo-no-Mae smiled. I suppose you would. After all, you were his fiancée, even if you never formally married into the Abe family. Haruka's will was almost fully suppressed. Her awareness sank deeper and deeper, like a person being pulled beneath dark water. But Ryoyu's appearance sparked one last hope within her. If this imperial princess from 1,000 years ago acted, then perhaps she could be saved. Perhaps Takariko could be saved. Perhaps the imperial family's nightmare could finally end. Ryoyu glanced at her. It was only a glance, but it seemed to see through the final struggling thought in Haruka's fading consciousness. The current imperial family has declined terribly compared to 1,000 years ago, Ryoyu said. Yet some ugly customs remain deep in its bones. Her voice was quiet, but each word landed with the weight of judgment. I have no connection to the imperial family anymore. The moment they tried to use me to coerce him 1,000 years ago, every tie between us was severed. Haruka's last shred of awareness trembled. Then it sank. Disappointment, sorrow, and despair followed her into darkness. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 95, Mother-in-Law. Chapter 95, Mother-in-Law. In the inner garden of the imperial palace, the air had gone still. One woman possessed the grace of an imperial court painting brought to life, poised, elegant, and impossibly refined. The other was charm itself given flesh. Beside her, even the most seductive demons from the abyss would seem crude, little more than painted masks and cheap perfume. Ryoyu and Tamamo-no-Mae faced each other across the table. Neither spoke. The silence stretched until even the flowers around them seemed afraid to sway. On a nearby branch, Kyoheim tucked her wings close to her body and remained perfectly motionless. She had already reached the level of a great yokai, an existence feared by countless Onmyoji, but here, between her former master and her current one, she did not dare make a sound. At last, Tamamo-no-Mae broke the silence. Speak, she said, her voice smooth and languid. You did not come all this way uninvited merely to demand an explanation from me, did you? An explanation? Ryoyu smiled faintly. She picked up the teacup before her. Steam still curled from the surface. She took a small sip, then set it down with the same unhurried elegance she had carried since arriving. I said it before. What happens to the imperial family now has nothing to do with me. That line was drawn long ago. Her gaze remained calm. I am only Ryoyu. If I must add a surname, then it would be Abe, not Angu. Tamamo-no-Mae watched her in silence. So whether you erode the imperial family, control them, or do something worse, it has nothing to do with me. Then if you are not here to demand an explanation, Tamamo-no-Mae said, her expression unreadable behind that blurred veil of power, you came because of him. Naturally. Ryoyu did not deny it. You already knew that much. The fact that you have been behaving so obediently means you not only know he has returned, but you have likely seen him yourself. Tamamo-no-Mae gave a slow nod. Since Ryoyu already understood the most important part, there was no point in pretending otherwise. He has indeed returned. Then she began to recount what she knew. The wedding dress tree incident. The weird wood spirit incident. The human devouring incident. The fox curse. The struggle hidden behind those events. Jin Tsumoji's involvement in each of them. Ryoyu did not interrupt once. She listened quietly, patiently, without a trace of impatience, no matter how small or tedious the detail. Her posture and expression were almost gentle, like a wife listening to news of a husband who had gone on a long journey and finally sent word home. When I first saw him, Tamamo-no-Mae said, I found it difficult to believe. How could someone who had perished so thoroughly return to this world? Her eyes shifted slightly. But as time passed, Zenki and Koki appeared. Then more signs followed, one after another. Every piece of evidence seemed to prove that he had truly resurrected. A complicated emotion passed through her voice. He has returned. Ryoyu lowered her eyes. So his growth has been smooth. Even the descendants of the Tsuchimikado clan have begun to notice something. When she mentioned the Tsuchimikado clan, a subtle change crossed her face. There was nostalgia there. Regret. A trace of bitterness she did not quite conceal. If the imperial family had not destroyed itself with its own hands back then, perhaps the Tsuchimikado clan would have carried her bloodline and his. Perhaps the descendants of the great Onmyoji would have also been hers. Instead, another woman had been enshrined in the ancestral hall. The world remembered someone else as his wife. That thought left Ryoyu feeling stifled in a way that even 1,000 years could not smooth away. It was absurd. She had been the rightful fiancée, yet history recognized another woman in her place. Worse still, she could not even resent that woman properly. During the years when Ryoyu had not been by his side, that woman had accompanied him through the hardest part of his remaining life. For that, Ryoyu had to feel grateful. And gratitude, in this particular matter, was frankly more irritating than hatred. Ryoyu, Tamamo-no-Mae said, pulling her from her thoughts, you may rest assured. I will not seek my own destruction by interfering with his growth. I will not become his enemy. She spoke plainly. By now, if she still could not guess the reason Ryoyu had come, then she would have lived these 1,000 years for nothing. Besides, Tamamo-no-Mae had never intended to stand against him in the first place. Even those filth hiding in the dark, scheming from sewers and shadows, understood that much. How could she not? Are you satisfied with that answer? Tamamo-no-Mae asked. She had thought her frankness would earn at least a passable response. Ryoyu shook her head. I am not. Tamamo-no-Mae's gaze sharpened. If that was all I wanted, Ryoyu said, there would have been no need for me to come here in person. Then what do you want? The softness in Tamamo-no-Mae's voice thinned. She feared that man. That much was true. But fear did not mean she would surrender every bottom line and allow herself to be pushed endlessly. Ryoyu did not seem to care that Tamamo-no-Mae was displeased. She only looked directly at the blurred face before her and spoke with quiet seriousness. What I want is simple. Tamamo-no-Mae, I want you to fulfill the promise from 1,000 years ago. The air changed. Ryoyu continued, the promise you failed to complete after you were defeated by him. The moment those words fell, Tamamo-no-Mae's expression changed. Killing intent rose in her eyes. The pressure of a legendary great yokai swept out without restraint. It rolled across the inner garden, blanketing the imperial palace in a suffocating storm of spiritual dread. The sky and earth seemed to tremble beneath it. The flowers bent low, the stones hummed, and the very air tightened as though it were about to crack. On the branch, Kyoheim froze. Her blood turned cold. A mountain seemed to descend onto her wings, crushing her in place. Forget flying, she could barely breathe. Her Highness is angry. So scary. So scary. The little blue bird that had become a great yokai trembled miserably on the branch, suddenly wishing she could turn into bark and merge with the tree. Yet at the center of that storm, Ryoyu remained seated. She calmly lifted her teacup again. The pressure and killing intent that could make an ordinary Onmyoji collapse on the spot seemed unable to touch her. She drank slowly, even seeming to savor the taste. After a while, Tamamo-no-Mae exhaled. The killing intent receded. The pressure vanished with it. But her eyes remained dangerously sharp. Ryoyu, she said, each word carrying a razor's edge beneath the charm, are you truly unafraid that I will kill you? Or do you believe your current strength is enough to rival mine? Ryoyu set down the teacup. You are Tamamo-no-Mae, a great yokai of legend. Not some half-formed thing crawling out of a roadside curse. If you wish to kill me, it would likely not take much effort. Her tone did not change. But you abandoned the thought the moment your killing intent appeared, did you not? Tamamo-no-Mae said nothing. She only stared at her. You are clever, Ryoyu continued. That is why you know this is something you must face sooner or later. Killing me would only worsen the situation. It would solve nothing. Tamamo-no-Mae's lips curved, but there was no warmth in the gesture. To lose freedom and live in humiliation. I would rather die. Her answer was firm. No hesitation. No room for negotiation. And besides, Tamamo-no-Mae added, if I did such a thing, I would be making an enemy of all yokai. I am not Yamada no Orochi. I do not possess the power to ignore the entire world. Not necessarily. Ryoyu shook her head. When that time comes, those fellows will no longer dare trouble you. Tamamo-no-Mae paused. The answer was not wrong. That was precisely why it irritated her. Even so, her stance did not change. No need to say more. I will not agree. Her voice was final. Ryoyu looked at her for a moment, then smiled faintly. Very well. Tamamo-no-Mae's eyes narrowed slightly. Instead of coming here to annoy me, she said, why not go to Kyoto and visit that mother-in-law of yours? Ryoyu's gaze shifted. Tamamo-no-Mae continued, her voice carrying a subtle barb. She is one of the links those things in the shadows are trying to calculate. And that ugly fake, do you still intend to leave it wandering around this world, embarrassing him? That, Ryoyu said, rising from her seat, is something for you, a great yokai, to worry about. She looked down at Tamamo-no-Mae. Think carefully. After all, you do not have much time left. Ripples spread through the air around her. Space folded like disturbed water, slowly covering Ryoyu's figure. Then she disappeared. The inner garden fell silent again. Long after Ryoyu had gone, Tamamo-no-Mae remained seated where she was. The tea before her had gone cold. She did not touch it. On the branch, Kyoheim waited, barely daring to breathe. She looked at Tamamo-no-Mae, then at the empty space where Ryoyu had vanished, and wisely decided that silence was the only survival strategy available. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03